Imagine a life so ordinary that nothing ever happens. Just a normal day in Korea for our protagonist, Park. He's actually quite handsome, but if he keeps staring at that phone, his neck is going to end up permanently bent like a boomerang. In his distraction, Park walks straight into a stranger. After being cursed out, he offers a quick apology, retreating into his own thoughts. Life seems predictably dull for Park, but while he's complaining of boredom, a deafening noise begins to shake the world. The world stops as chaos erupts. Then a massive yellow lightning bolt strikes, pulverizing everything in its path. These aren't mere strikes. They are meteor-like bolts of destruction falling from the sky. People began running like their lives depended on it, as a total lightning apocalypse consumed the entire city. The devastation is unimaginable. Park is just one of the thousands sprinting for survival. Seeing a girl in danger, he tries to play the hero and guide her to safety. But an ambulance arrives just in time to save her, leaving Park alone to face the terror of the sky. Park continues to sprint, fueled by pure terror, but a massive truck is about to end his life before a blinding white flash consumes everything. He is sucked into a portal, only to be struck by lightning in a completely unknown land. He survives, but wakes up groggy and utterly bewildered. As his eyes adjust, he realizes the sky is filled with monsters that look like something out of a nightmare. Under the light of two strange moons, he realizes this definitely isn't Korea. The shock of the new world is nothing compared to the biting cold that begins to freeze his bare skin. The realization is clear. He is on another planet entirely, dressed in nothing. He looks up to see monsters lurking everywhere, only to find himself standing face to face with a massive, looming bear. The peace is shattered as a pack of wolves attacks. Meanwhile, a doctor analyzes the data, wondering how anyone could survive a world with two moons and a forest full of monsters. The sight is horrifying. A pack of wolves tears into the massive bear, leaving only bones behind. Watching this brutal display, Park feels the crushing weight of his desperation as a white wolf creeps up right behind him. The Han is frozen. Park spots the predator and bolts, pushing his body to the limit as a system notification confirms his constitution has risen to level 1. His footing suddenly slips on a rock and begins tumbling off a cliff, but he manages to grab onto some bushes, miraculously staying alive, shaken. He looks around and spots some strange fruit, wondering if it's edible before noticing ants already feasting on them. He begins eating them without remorse, but a sudden noise in the brush interrupts. A pair of piercing eyes, a giant snake lunges at him, only to be instantly devoured by a massive frog. Park can barely process the insanity of this ecosystem. In this madness, he wonders if he is the one losing his mind. Time passes. It has now been 67 days since his arrival in this nightmare. The same pack of wolves continues to shadow him, refusing to give up the hunt. Park fears an ambush at any moment, especially since the forest hides threats far more lethal than wolves. He needs to find safety. Time stretches onward, until a full year has passed in this strange land. While searching for food, Park spots a massive giant banana. He discovers a giant banana and reaches for the massive fruit. Constant survival has forced him to adapt to this brutal reality, ripped after a year of constant struggle. But the peace is shattered when something begins falling from above, causing his heart to race. Park looks up to find a giant gorilla charging directly at him. His eyes widen in sudden terror. He barely manages to dodge the massive strike, snapping the branch he was holding onto as he lunges out of harm's way. In the chaos, the massive gorilla loses its footing and crashes toward the ground. The injured gorilla recovers instantly and charges at the wolf, but Park is already moving to intercept the beast. He lands a desperate strike on the monster's eye, but the creature is far too strong. The gorilla grabs him and throws him violently into a tree. Now the monster charges. He knows he must face the ruler of this land if he ever hopes to survive. But just as the gorilla prepares to strike, the wolf reappears. Back in the heat of battle, the gorilla lunges for the kill, but the wolf suddenly appears. Instead of finishing him off, the Crimson Wolves protect the unconscious man because he saved the king's cub. The pack has chosen to spare his life. Time passes, racing toward the battle site. Park runs alongside them, finally finding his place within the pack. Years of survival follow as he carries his exhausted companions through the wilderness. The seasons bleed into one another. It seems the wolves have finally accepted him. 3 years of honing his survival skills in this endless forest have passed. Without any sign of civilization, Park has truly become part of the wolf family. Park continued fighting territorial battles to ensure the survival of his wolf family. As decades bled into centuries, he realized he had lived a lifetime of endless war. making him believe he was the only human left on that planet. He gained allies and lost companions through the ages, losing track of time until hundreds of years had passed, leaving him to wonder how he was still alive. Now, back in a medical facility, a doctor questions how a man who ruled the wolves for 500 years, without seeing civilization, ever managed to return to Earth. Park explains he had been caught in the middle of a massive war, charging at a member of the gorilla race to defend Lunar Hill, but mid-charge, the world shifts as he is teleported once again, and he awakens in a completely different place. Meanwhile, a woman is watching something unfold. The woman was analyzing a radio, noting that the dimensional energy readings were off the charts. Following a colleague's orders, she sends the coordinates to the portal control team. Suddenly, a portal rips open, causing an explosion that sends everyone sprawling to the ground. As one worker begs for his life, a woman prepares to hold the line, shouting for reinforcements to hurry to their location. Just as she vows to cut any intruders to pieces, a dark silhouette emerges from the rift, and she stands frozen. With a piercing scream, Park Jong-ho tears his way out of the portal and into the light. The survivor approaches the stranger, while his colleague stares in disbelief at the newcomer. The woman is left speechless, overwhelmed by a level of pressure she has never felt before. The chaos subsides, and the situation is finally stabilized. The professor thanks Park for his testimony, which will be shared with the central office, and declares him healthy enough for discharge, after he explains he hasn't spoken to a civilized being in 1,000 years. The doctor, moved by the vivid story, leaves the room thinking the young man would make a great novelist. Meanwhile, at the awakened central office, a sudden discrepancy raises alarms. Despite the immense power she witnessed, the official data says Park is merely an F rank. The official explains that being an F rank is a waste of potential, as higher ranks grant benefits, yet Park claims he simply got lucky and found a stone that, after receiving the doctor's report, a woman begins reviewing the strange data. The documentation suggests Park is behaving like a predator, almost like a wolf, which leaves the staff deeply unsettled. When told he is an ordinary F rank, the official insists on delivering his files personally to confirm the truth. She needs to see the man who returned for herself. 2 weeks have passed since his return, but the modern world feels utterly alien to him and everything remains completely strange. As he struggles to find his place in society, he eats his meal with animalistic hunger. Then, Choi, an official from the awakened central office, appears to observe his bizarre behavior. Park realizes she is standing right beside him. Choi doesn't seem to believe him, insisting that the awakened central office exists to help returnees adjust to society. She offers him essential information, stating he can take as much time as he needs to. Read it before he agrees to share his own details. Even after 1,000 years, Park finds himself signing papers with an ancient tool, a pen, watching him. Choi wonders if he is truly nothing more than an idiot. She breaks the silence to ask if he learned anything useful in that monster-filled world, like how to draw. Park claims he already knew how to draw, but his answer fails to satisfy her curiosity about magic or martial arts. Choi points out that even if he spent 10 years running for his life, becoming a true returnee requires much more than survival. He survived by pure luck, but Park's eyes widen as he corrects her. It wasn't 10 years in that hellscape, but 1,000. The truth is far more jarring. Looking at the official data, he realizes only 10 years have passed on Earth. Choi hands back his identification before leaving, warning him about the costs of the damage he caused. As she walks away, Park is left alone with a heavy thought. He wonders if his family survived the decade, or if he has truly returned to nothing. He had spent a millennium mourning a family he assumed was long dead, but the documents tell a different story. His parents are gone, victims of the disaster, but his brother Juno is still alive. Desperate and fueled by newfound hope, Park demands the doctor's help to find him, refusing to take no for an answer. With a deal struck, Park is ushered into a car, promising the doctor he won't forget this kindness. The doctor's generosity is vast, covering every hospital expense and even providing a driver for the survivor. When asked why he would help an irregular who should be ignored, the doctor simply wants to hear more of the man's incredible story. While Park sits in the taxi, the news breaks a grim reality. Monsters have escaped a miscalculated portal in a nearby province, leaving 12 awakened soldiers dead. The casualties are already mounting. As Park listens, he remembers the doctor's warning. The great disaster changed everything, merging dimensions and turning the world into a battlefield. The doctor begins explaining the catastrophe that changed everything. Is told that the world was irrevocably altered 10 years ago by that first convergence. To fight back, humanity turned to awakened mercenaries. After arriving at his destination, Park steps out of the car to face a world he no longer recognizes. An elderly woman confronts him, mocking his confusion as if he were still a child. She insists no one by his brother's name lives there and demands he leave. Confused by the sudden tension, Park hears shouting from inside and finds a scrap of paper, wondering if his brother is drowning in debt. Searching for answers, He wonders if his brother is in debt. Realizing that in this society, money is the only true power, Park heads to the awakened office, only to be told his application for the mercenary test was denied for failing to meet the requirements. Park demands an explanation, but the official bluntly classifies him as a mere F rank 4 points below the required threshold for the test. Left to wonder about this nonsensical system, Park's thoughts drift toward the Goblin Fields in Swan as a potential way to prove his worth. Later, inside a taxi, Park learns the city is a massive maze of 12 areas, partitioned by hundreds of gates to keep the chaos contained. Park's decision is made, and shortly after, his taxi arrives at Swan Field, Gate 27. Stepping out, he faces the massive area, hoping to find a hunting ground inside. Suddenly, 2 soldiers block his path, standing motionless. They demand to know what he is doing there. Park states his intention to hunt, but the silence of one soldier is broken by a demand for his mercenary license. When Park admits he doesn't have one, the soldiers inform him that civilians are strictly prohibited from entering, but they suddenly notice something approaching. One soldier shouts to close the exit, but they are already too late. A car suddenly crashes through the site, and inside a creature is already devouring a man. The impact causes the vehicle to slam into a wall, while the other soldier frantically calls for the emergency squad to contain the beast. The soldiers surround the vehicle and take combat positions, unleashing a hail of gunfire as the creature finally emerges. The soldiers report that the chaos has finally been resolved, confirming the monster that breached the gate is dead, while they wonder if Park ran away in fear. The truth is much different. Meanwhile, Park walks away from the scene, feeling the weight of a world that has changed so much. He surveys the landscape, wondering if every city besides Seo has been reduced to ruins. As night falls, the silence of the wasteland begins to settle over the wreckage. To Park, the darkness feels incredibly familiar. It feels like home. Walking through the ruins, he decides it is time to hunt. His body feels heavy, but he pushes forward, eyes locked on the skeletal buildings ahead. He moves with predatory grace, scaling the structures until he reaches the rooftop, standing tall under the moonlight. But he didn't climb up here just to admire the view. Park moves through the empty streets with effortless grace, descending from the ruins and heading toward a suspicious dark alley. Dark alley where a pack of goblins has cornered a defenseless dog, ready to make it their dinner. Drool hangs from their mouths. The monsters are clearly starving, but the dog is fighting back with everything it has left. That's when Park steps out from the shadows. He looks down at the animal and in a slightly ironic tone asks if it needs help. The goblins don't wait for an answer. They charge at him. Park grins and dives into the fray, striking with a force that sinks a goblin's head into its own body. But then something even stranger occurs as a series of error messages begin popping up all around him. Confused by the malfunctioning system, Park can only watch as the glitches dance before his eyes. The goblins seize the moment of distraction to launch a coordinated attack. Their confidence is instantly shattered when they are systematically knocked out one by one. The final goblin panics and flees up a building, desperate to escape the massacre he just witnessed. But he makes a fatal mistake by looking back. Park is right there, and a single toss sends the creature plummeting to its death. Back on the ground, a new system window appears, warning him of an impending error. The system error triggers a memory of his first days of survival. Now, a new window called the Achievement Shop appears, and Park uses his points to buy a few basic items. As he prepares to eat, a familiar sound pulls him from his meal. It's the dog from before, but now it's accompanied by a small puppy. Park realizes with a heavy heart that the mother is dying. In the silence, the dying animal seems to plead for its child, leaving Park with a promise he cannot forget. In his past life, wolves were his kin, and it seems history is destined to repeat itself. Park offers a snack to the pup, wondering if the hungry creature is more desperate than he is. By sunrise, he has finished his task, digging a silent grave for the mother who died to protect her child. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Area 27, the city's traffic is plunged into a sudden, stunned silence as a lone figure approaches. A man approaches, carrying the lifeless corpses of several goblins on his back, forcing the crowd to recoil in terror. Park sells the monster loot for over 10 grand, harvesting the valuable crystals within. Meanwhile, in a quieter part of the city, a truck sits parked near a convenience store. Life seems normal for a moment, but the peaceful atmosphere is about to shatter. Suddenly, debt collectors ambush Junho, delivering a brutal punch that sends him crashing to the ground. They mock him, claiming they were worried he would abandon his child and run away. Junho recognizes his attackers, but he is helpless as they continue their relentless beating. Desperate, Junho pulls out the meager cash he has left, but the collectors only demand his monthly fee of 8,000 real. With the interest totaling over 6,000, Junho can only weep and beg for 3 more days to find the money. But the collector strikes him again, sneering that interest doesn't wait for lies. Suddenly a voice cuts through the violence, calling out for Jun-ho. The man stops to demand who is interfering, while Jun-ho stares up in absolute shock. Park approaches his brother, asking if he is indeed Jun-ho, but as he speaks, memories from the past surface. A young Jun-ho being bullied by others had once begged for help. A young Jun-ho was being bullied, and when he begged his older brother for help, completely ignore him, leaving him alone as he walked away. Thus, because of that, Park was never a source of help for him. A flashback shows the world breaking apart as red portals appear amidst explosions across the country. Watching the world descend into chaos, a young Jun-ho can only watch in shock. In the past, an explosion tore through the family home, and a giant eye watched as young Jun-ho disappeared into the chaos. Returning to the present, Park smiles at his brother, who can hardly believe his brother is actually alive, but then a man interrupts, doubting Park's identity, only to have his head grabbed by the veteran survivor. With brutal efficiency, Park hurls the man backward, leaving Jun-ho watching in total shock. The thugs stand frozen by the sudden violence, while Park ignores the chaos to check if Jun-ho is hurt. The attacker lunges again, but Park's retaliatory kick meets zero resistance from the man's defense. The man's leg snaps instantly, leaving him writhing in agony as his companion watches in terror. The debt collector is paralyzed by Park's sheer presence, wondering if the man is. An awakened Park ignores his confusion and forces the man to back down, handing over the money to settle the debt for good. With the debt cleared, the night settles over the city. Park and Jun-ho arrive at a small house, standing before an elderly woman. After a tense confirmation of their identities, Park offers meat to the grandma, only to learn that a young Han has fallen asleep, waiting for a father who will never return. Inside the dim home, a small child lies sleeping. Park realizes this Han is Gung-ho, Jun-ho's only treasure. When Park asks about the mother, Jun-ho's grief surfaces. She left him, and he blames himself for failing to provide. In the warmth of the grandmother's house, Park and Jun-ho share a drink, finally bridging the gap between their worlds. Jun-ho admits he thought Park was dead for all these years, yet here he is, unchanged by time. Park learns the heavy price of survival, a debt of 220,000 real. Despite the burden, Jun-ho insists he can handle it through his new job at a logistics center. But the conversation turns heavy when Jun-ho mentions the rumors that Park died during the Great Disaster. Meanwhile, the young Han wakes from his sleep, blinking at the dog in front of him, before looking to his side to find his father. As Jun-ho joyfully greets his son, the Han looks at Park with confusion, until his father explains, with a smile, that this man is his uncle. As the Han plays with the dog, Park makes a sudden proposal to Jun-ho. The offer to work together leaves Jun-ho completely bewildered. Park explains he'll do all the heavy lifting. He just needs help with the truck, but his true intention is much more dangerous. He wants to hunt monsters. The declaration leaves Jun-ho in a state of total shock. At the command center, the process is swift as Park officially registers as an awakened. Within a single day, his stats have already climbed, and he is confirmed to be an F-rank druid. This status allows him to handle various financial transactions. She presents him a small gift for his official registration. Before he leaves, she urges him to download the Awakened Central app and to gather enough dimensional energy to eventually become a ranker. The registration comes with many benefits, including pensions, but the official's instructions regarding the status window are complicated by recent technical issues. The interface has changed, but Park quickly summons his screen with a single keyword. At the logistics center, Juno is thrilled that Park has finally secured a phone. He celebrates Park's official awakening and promises to meet him soon, but Park has a different priority. He won't face the mercenary test until Jun-ho's debt is settled. Juno argues that as an F rank, they aren't ready for hunting, but Park has already decided his course and abruptly hangs up on him. As Juno wonders if the man he just spoke to is truly his brother, Park arrives at a closed gate. Meanwhile, on Route 77, a group of travelers rushes toward a game, oblivious to the tension building nearby. Inside a car, a man tells his nervous companions to relax, reminding them that as awakened, they have the chance to become official guild raiders. He claims success means clearing the dungeon, but his partner clearly finds their lack of ambition annoying. They're only in it for the money, and without their connections, they wouldn't have even made it this far. Suddenly, the man is stunned as Park suddenly appears. The soldier quickly asks if he is alone. Park confirms his solitude and swipes his card on the reader. The soldier begins pulling up his data, warning him that his current rank places strict limits on which dungeons he can enter. All the while, the man from the car watches Park with a piercing gaze. Park is heading into the dungeon's mouth entirely alone. The soldiers doubt his survival without gear, but they can't ignore his reputation for slaughtering goblins single-handedly. Back at the car, a jealous observer wonders how a man with such little could be so bold. Suddenly, Park vanishes from the tunnel's view, leaving the man to wonder if he stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Deep in the forest, Park comes to a sudden halt, realizing his body is struggling to adapt. Park freezes as he suddenly hears the sounds of a violent steel battle echoing from the distance. This isn't a monster's roar, but something far more human. Watching from the shadows, Park sees a brutal display where a group of people is being surrounded and targeted. He can only watch coldly as the chaos unfolds. Irritated by the slow pace of the slaughter, Park realizes a new player has entered the fray. A man steps out of a car, demanding to know why the execution is taking so long to finish. His arrogance leaves the nearby soldiers visibly stunned. The man demands they finish the job at once, as one soldier reveals the target has a fortune worth every drop of blood. Park watches the exchange, stunned by the massive bounty being discussed. The soldiers stand ready to finish their grim work. The hunter confirms the prize is real and challenges them to catch him, but the group looks hesitant, doubting they can win. Suddenly the hunter charges, but Park moves even faster, intercepting the soldiers before anyone can react. Confusion ripples through the group as a lone soldier wonders who this stranger is. As Park stalks toward them, he cuts right to the chase, asking if the bounty on his head is truly that high. When the man confirms it, Park simply says he is someone who needs a lot of money. The hunter's subordinates can only stare in confusion at this sudden intruder. The man bursts into laughter, mocking Park for clearly not being part of the official hunter system. Park had been warned to stay away from the official hunters, but a strange sensation suddenly grips his body. He begins wondering what was happening to his body, just as the man explains that Park's gaze has triggered a lethal effect. By looking into the man's eyes for 5 seconds, he has been rendered completely motionless. The hunter orders his crew to charge with drawn swords, but Park suddenly breaks free, leaving everyone in total shock. With a calm smile, Park asks if that was magic. Finding the whole experience quite interesting, the man quickly attempts to use his binding ability again, immobilizing Park once more, who simply notes that the effort was expected, as he isn't just some small fly. He draws his dagger and warns the man that he should have thought twice before messing with him. In a flash, Park strikes, leaving the hunter wounded. Park asks if he any other tricks before unleashing a devastating flurry of punches. The hunter is sent flying, utterly defeated by the sudden onslaught. For Park, the victory was entirely uninspiring, leaving his opponent wondering what kind of monster he actually is. Nearby, a group of soldiers watches the scene play out in silence. Park asks if they intend to fight, but they quickly back down. He points toward a nearby location, asking if anyone has a rope. One man steps forward, confirming he has one and what they hope to gain. The group claims they have no bounty on the hunter, only a desperate need to escape his control to avoid being killed. The hunter realizes his companions have betrayed him, leaving him alone as they abandon him after everything he's done for them. Park simply asks if the man has finally woken up to his reality. The soldiers spit insults, calling the man nothing more than useless trash. Park asks if there's any reward for disposing of these people, only for a man to reveal the truth. They're all criminals with bounties of their own. The hunters desperately lie, claiming they are nothing more than worthless vagabonds. Park ignores the pleas, demanding to know why the law grants him such freedom in this land. If he were to let the man go, the criminal promises to make him live like a king, but Park interrupts with another swift strike. The blow sends the man into unconsciousness, ending the desperate negotiation. In the silence, Park asks if these criminals truly all carry massive bounties. The man confirms it, realizing his fate is sealed by his own criminal history. When offered a chance to leave the scum behind, Park decides it's finally time for everyone to sleep. Later, a car carries the survivors down the road. The Han insists they must repay Park for his help, but the survivor simply shrugs it off. He's just grateful they all made it out alive. Park deflects their curiosity, leading the group to ask about his specific abilities. The man explains he uses swordsmanship and tracks enemies using skill books, a concept that leaves Park realizing magic can be learned through reading. The man also stares in disbelief as Park contemplates how combat magic might benefit his future survival. However, a sudden blinding light breaks the tension, manifesting as a portal. The man confirms it's a level 1 dungeon, the lowest and safest tier for hunters to clear. Park admits it's a pity, for he could have entered if he held a mercenary license. The man stares at him, utterly stunned that Park doesn't even have a basic license. Park confirms he has no license, noting that while the military secures portals, even low-level E-rank fields offer enough experience to grow beyond their initial limits. To maximize growth, he suggests moving to level 2 dungeons. Stunned, the man wonders how a rookie who hasn't even cleared a level 1 dungeon managed to take down a C-rank fighter. When Park catches him staring, the man hesitantly asks for his official rank. Kim reveals the truth. Park is an F rank. Just then, a figure emerges from a portal, bringing the presence of that man from before back into the area. The battle left others injured, including a Han who lost his hand. Amidst the chaos, an irritated man seethes, wondering if mercenary licenses are being handed out to just anyone these days. He vows to hold the guild accountable, but his companion urges him to stay calm, noting the struggling state of the current system. Even so, the man remains bitter, suspecting that wealthy families use their influence to bypass the grind and hire mercenaries to carry them through dungeons. It's the frontline hunters who suffer while these useless rookies join the guild on a silver platter. Seeing his captain's rage, his companion suggests a drink to cool their heads. Meanwhile, a level 1 dungeon is about to vanish. When asked if anything happened, a soldier reveals a bombshell. Someone just captured 10 looters, including a high-ranking C-rank fighter. The man can't wrap his head around how that a mere F-rank novice single-handedly beat them up. Could this be the mysterious Han from the tunnel? The soldier reports that the rookie was last seen heading toward the portals. Driven by a need to witness this anomaly, the man rushes toward the portals to see if there's profit in this story. He quickly jumps into a truck. As his companion asks what's wrong, the man is already thinking about the Han who had. Meanwhile, Park and Junho step through the portal together, noting that the transition didn't hurt this time. Junho explains that their dungeon material clothes allowed them through, but Park is already looking around, eager to finish the job quickly. Looking to the side, Park stares in confusion at the strange structure before them, and Junho explains it is a door. This is just one of 38 doors providing access to the world's dungeons, a reality that leaves both brothers stunned. When Park asks why the entrance has vanished, Junho warns it won't reappear until the dungeon is cleared. The task isn't as simple as killing every monster, but Park isn't listening to any of it. He simply jumps forward into the unknown. Outside, onlookers are stunned by the power being displayed, speculating if this newcomer might shatter records for a level 1 dungeon clear. But then a terrifying realization sets in. Fear begins to set in, because without tracking abilities, the group won't be able to find the exit before time runs out. And if they get stuck, they might vanish forever when the portal closes. Back at the entrance, the man with the analyzer watches the door vanish, his frustration mounting. He can only fume at what he's heard, while the scene shifts back inside the portal. Deep within the dungeon, monsters wander the dark, unaware of the predator among them. Suddenly, one is sent flying by a sudden, violent force. Park focuses on the spoils, extracting blood crystals from the fallen creatures, though he notes, nothing matters more right now than is far more important than the loot. As he continues his methodical slaughter, Park spends his points on beast taming, but a critical system error occurs mid-purchase, causing him to hit level 2 and triggering a strange green glow as a tree spirit begins to manifest. Reminiscing on the spirit's strange appearance, Park orders the entity to search for the missing goblins. At his command, the spirit vanishes into the terrain to track the monsters. The spirit begins transmitting the memories of the vegetation directly into Park's mind. The information is slow, making him wonder if his low level is the cause. Deciding to bolster his kit, he analyzes his status window to find more skills. Placing his hand firmly against the earth, he prepares to use his new power. Using his searching and tracking abilities, he realizes the goblins are already dead. But as he looks aside, he realizes whatever killed them was no ordinary goblin. Park rushes toward the commotion, only to find Junho being cornered by a monster. Seeing the Han safe for a moment, Park's relief quickly shifts back to the heat of battle. "You said you were hunting alone?" Park shouts, but Junho's desperate plea is immediate. He is the one being hunted. Park lunges, blocking the monster's lethal strike and driving it back toward a jagged rock. The beast slams into the stone in a spray of blood, leaving Park no time to rest. He leaps upon the dying creature to finish it, triggering a system notification of a level up and 120 achievement points. With the battle over, Park realizes the exit must be close by. Junho confirms his suspicion, signaling that their path out is finally clear. As the group departs the portal, onlookers watch the two survivors with suspicion, wondering if they're the same person who captured the bounty hunter. They wonder if he is the same person who captured that bounty hunter, just as word spreads that Captain Kang wants to make contact. While observers speculate on his dungeon completion time, the Han prepares to leave to find his teammates. Park agrees to drop his gear at the warehouse before heading home. After a quick change of clothes and a growling stomach, the scene shifts to a more quiet moment. While changing, Park is suddenly interrupted by a stranger's presence. A man has appeared out of nowhere, asking if his name is Park. The stranger introduces himself as Kang, the captain of the 27th Combat Team, and asks for a moment of Park's time. After asking if he's with the Sheila Guild, Park is met with a formal invitation to join Kang's guild to facilitate his growth. But Park has no interest in following someone else's path. Kang is irritated, unable to understand why a talented Chol Yong would refuse to join a guild without even considering it. He promises a formal offer if Park were already a member, but Park remains firm. He isn't in any guild. Even with the guild's high ranking, Kang insists that the gap between the top organizations is negligible. But Park's answer is final. He has no desire to live under anyone else's control. Time passes, and the tension fades. Back at home, Park waits. Wondering if Junho and their father are enjoying some quality time together, he settles in to rest. But the peace is interrupted as his grandmother appears, complaining about the disrespect of modern youth. After a brief exchange about the weather, Park steps in to help her with the laundry, but she stops to ask if he is truly Junho's brother. Not long after the question, Junho arrives with his son to greet Park, bringing a moment of much-needed warmth to the household. Park hands a document to his brother, leaving the man staring at the paper in confusion. It is the debt settlement. Park tells him to clear the balance so they can finally enjoy a meal together. Overwhelmed by the gesture, Junho asks how he can ever repay such a kindness, but Park brushes off the sentimentality. Tears welling in his eyes, Junho finally heads out, leaving the heavy burden behind. While watching over his nephew, Park receives a system notification that a new target is following him. He wonders what to call the creature. Taking the child's suggestion, he decides that the dog's name shall be Baku. Time passes as the family waits, but the peace is broken when Park spots his brother's truck and rushes to meet him. But instead of Junho, a man covered in blood collapses before them, collapses right before his eyes. The scene shifts to a building at night, where a group of men are casually playing cards. As they discuss starting a fight that week, a sense of impending chaos looms over the city. The card game continues as the men discuss betting on a man named Miho and their recent heavy losses. Suddenly, a violent banging at the door interrupts the conversation, drawing irritated glares from the group. The tension snaps as the door bursts open, revealing a blood-soaked silhouette that leaves the room in shock. Before anyone can react, the stranger is grabbed by the head and dragged out like trash. Then a piercing gaze cuts through the room, triggering a sudden storm of flying furniture and weapons. Chaos erupts instantly as the men are tossed around the room. Park has neutralized the crowd in mere seconds, leaving the gang leader stunned. Rising from the wreckage, Park stands atop a table and stares down a man named Kim. Kim, a debt collector, calls him insane for attacking honest workers and thinks he can just get away with it. But Park is only interested in one thing: settling the debt that was forced upon his brother. Park gives Kim a brutal ultimatum: settle the debt now, or die right here. A moment later, the entire group is kneeling before him, confirming that John Rodham's debts are officially cleared. The threat was successful. Park warns them that if their paths ever cross again, they won't be so lucky to walk away alive. He commands them to stay out of his way, and they nod in terrified submission. The one man remains bitter, muttering about the power of his connections. Meanwhile, at a guild building, officials scrutinize Park's underwhelming profile. Despite his strength, he appears to be nothing more than a fresh rank of vacant to the powerful eyes of the elite. The mysterious investigation into Park's background only deepens, yet the system's first line of defense blocks their inquiry. A simple coffee break can't mask the tension of their failed attempt to pry into his life. Driven by curiosity, the officials successfully bypass the security, finally gaining access to his confidential data. They're desperate to uncover the truth behind his hidden files. His records show he hasn't joined a guild, hinting at a much larger. To verify his abilities, noting that Park functions as a type of conjurer, the details are baffling. He easily defeated a high-bounty target who had been missing for 10 years, leading them to suspect he might be a high-level special agent. Because of this, they fear he might belong to a foreign intelligence service, making him far too dangerous to recruit. The implications of his true identity are starting to settle in. Even so, the man can't stop wondering why a top-tier agent would ever risk entering a mere level 1 dungeon. The agency's man insists on keeping an eye on the protagonist, but the task feels like a heavy burden. The Han seems reluctant to follow the orders of those above him. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to a hospital room. Park arrives to check on his brother Juno, hoping he's finally waking up. Juno asks about the food, and Park mentions it will help with his recovery. Juno hopes the mercenary test tomorrow will lead to an invitation to a guild, but Park has no interest in being a subordinate. Having once been the king of the forest, he refuses to be anyone's lackey. Instead, he declares his intent to build his own guild, leaving Juno in complete disbelief. Elsewhere at the adventurer's agency, Shui walks through the halls, unaware of the storm brewing. Meanwhile, in the administrative halls, Shui's work is interrupted by a reminder of how close the city came to ruin after recent breaches. Shui asks if they are truly helpless without her, but an older man informs her that, instead of a break, she's being assigned to manual labor. Irritated, Shui storms off, ignoring the man's warnings about her attitude. Across town at the mercenary testing grounds, crowds gather eagerly, hoping to earn their licenses. An Han, looking for content, live streams the scene to his followers, heightening the tension. As a new group enters the arena, the man notices Park standing there, staring down the Han near the front. The Han asks Park if he's watching the stream before a supervisor steps in to oversee the 3-day evaluation process. The selection begins. After a random draw, participants form a line, and Park eventually reaches the front as number 15. As he steps forward, he recognizes the supervisor. It's Choi, a woman he hasn't seen in a long time. After being told to rest, Park finds himself back in the room with the Han from earlier. Meanwhile, the Han from earlier is heading to the same area, bragging to his viewers about his easy victory. Seems to be leaving the next day. However, he is still in the room when Park notices the Han is confused by Park's sudden lack of excitement. He realizes it's the same guy from before, who asks if Park has heard of the blonde girl's legendary craziness, explaining that there is a very good reason everyone calls her a witch. Park argues that it isn't the supervisor's fault if people aren't prepared for the task. The Han is infuriated by Park's attitude, feeling disrespected as a senior. He demands respect, but Park offers no apologies. Instead, Park challenges him to settle the dispute with a real fight. The Han, a promising Han, demands respect and threatens to teach Park a lesson, but the insult only falls on deaf ears. The crowd erupts in cheers, backing the influencer as he prepares to discipline the disrespectful newcomer. Watching the chaos, Park simply finds the whole thing quite fun. Park finds it all quite fun. After a hollow warning about hospital bills, the Han lunges with a punch, but Choi suddenly interjects to halt the violence. The crowd scatters as they are ordered back to the waiting room. Choi stares them down, her patience thin, as she asks if they are intentionally trying to fail this test. The tension is palpable. Failure in this test means instant disqualification, leaving the crowd to watch the brewing battle between Park and Han. Han tries to play the hero, but Park simply offers a polite apology for what is about to happen. Suddenly, the Han charges at Park, but in a blur of motion, a single punch sends him spiraling into unconsciousness. Choi watches, shaken by an unsettling feeling she's had since the day they met him. That inexplicable unease only grows as Park turns his attention toward her, but Choi's apprehension quickly turns to action. After Park dodges her initial strike, Choi launches a relentless barrage of attacks against him. Choi keeps up the assault, but seeing his strength, she makes a desperate offer. If he wins, she'll grant him any request. But her opening is met with a strike so heavy it leaves her reeling, realizing he's hiding something massive. Shocked, Choi watches as Park effortlessly withstands her follow-up blow. Determined to finish this, she launches a relentless series of attacks, yet suddenly Park begins to push back. He lands a heavy punch that finally breaks through her defense. Despite the damage, Choi is stunned that he could shatter her defense without missing a beat. Park charges at her again, declaring that this fight is actually fun. Stunned by his raw power, Choi admits the truth. He really is an irregular, a classification for those who exceed rank B. Park only looks on, confused by the term. Realizing she cannot win, Choi finally surrenders. Park is confused because the fight was just getting good, but Choi explains that the arena was too small to truly unleash her abilities. He asks if there were many women as strong as her on Earth, but Choi reveals there were not. Then Park drops a bombshell. He has chosen her as his mate, and he suggests they start a family together. The proposal is met with a sharp slap to the face, leaving the defeated Han waking up in a daze. As the Han looks on, Park remains unbothered by the slap, even as the defeated man angrily asks if he is satisfied with his behavior. Away from the arena, an old man stares at his computer screen, utterly shocked that Choi actually lost. Park starts to leave with the Han, but the man remains confused, demanding to know why he wasn't disqualified after the brawl. The Han begins to realize the truth. The slap was a calculated move to stop the commotion. But before he can finish the thought, an intercom crackles to life, summoning Park to the supervisor's office immediately. A short while later, Park finds himself standing in that very office. The man behind the desk reveals that everything has been recorded. He is stunned that a mere candidate could stand against a rank B awakened like Choi, and he demands to know if Park is an awakened. In the face of such scrutiny, the man realizes Park needs context on the portal system. These portals connect Earth to other worlds, starting with Aruka, the home of elves and dwarves, where magic and artifacts are exchanged with Earth. Some returnees have returned from planets like Meter, a monster-infested world of orcs, gaining powers that far exceed standard awakened ranks. These anomalies are classified as irregulars, and while Park finds the subject complicated, he knows he doesn't belong to those three known worlds. The supervisor remains skeptical, wondering if he is simply a dungeon returnee from one of the known dimensions. Park insists on his truth. He has spent over 1,000 years living among wolves, far from any known realm. Once the story is told, Park is dismissed to the waiting room. But as he leaves, the supervisor remains convinced that such a tale is too absurd to possibly be true. In the supervisor's office, a man appears answering the call to take over the management of room 15. He reveals that Choi has already fled, leaving the room in a state of flux. However, his priority is clear. He must monitor Park and provide a detailed report once the test concludes. Back at the testing grounds, Park stands among the other candidates as the captains line up for the evaluation. The atmosphere is thick with tension, as a curious Han wonders if Choi was actually fired. The man introduces himself as Sang, the new supervisor of Team 15, announcing the day's grueling physical requirements. The test begins amidst several quick disqualifications as the harsh reality of the trials sets in. No family, no. After Han passes with an 8-second sprint, all eyes turn to Park as he prepares for his turn, while Han cheers him on. Then the unthinkable happens. Park begins to run, and in a matter of seconds, the entire crowd is left in utter shock. Even the director receives a surprising call regarding the results of Park Soo-ho's physical test. As word of his incredible performance spreads, reporters swarm the area to capture the impressive sight of the mystery candidate. Meanwhile, Miso, the director of the Returnee Center, receives a call that forces her to pay attention. She needs to watch the footage immediately to understand what she's looking at. Miso suspects the truth is far more dangerous. If Park really survived a fourth planet, he's an irregular far exceeding rank B. This revelation could change everything for South Korea. But her attempts to control the narrative fail, as Park has already become a sensation in the news. As Miso frantically tries to scrub the media coverage, photographers are already swarming the streets to capture a glimpse of the man. While the world wonders if his F rank is just a lack of dimensional energy, he remains oblivious. The mystery of a potential fourth planet grows, even as most participants simply try to eat in peace. Among them, Park sits quietly with Han, unaware of the eyes watching him. Han can't stop thinking about how easily Park knocked him out during the test. Noticing the stunned silence, Park turns to his companion and asks, "What's wrong? Are you finished eating already?" Watching Park eat, Han realizes the man operates on an entirely different level, certain that a superstar is being born right before his eyes. Time slips by, as Park settles in, preparing for a much-needed rest. As the empty lockers suggest a mass failure of the test, Han worries about the upcoming dungeon incursions, where large teams are vital for survival. But Park dismisses the concern, claiming they won't need a crowd. Han is stunned, arguing that the unpredictable nature of dungeons means more people with varied abilities are necessary for safety. Park repeats his confidence, and then shifts the topic, asking what Han was doing with that phone, only for the Han to admit he was live streaming on YouTube for his fans. Han explains that YouTube is how people share videos, and Park admits his life in the wilderness was little more than living in a cave. The demonstration is brief. Han realizes that with Park's record-breaking combat power, the world's top guilds will soon be fighting to sign him. Surprised by this sudden proposition, Han asks if Park intends to form his own group instead of joining an existing, but Park has no interest in guilds. He wants Han by his side, sparking a plan to document the creation of his very own clan. But the past was a different lifetime for Han. The memory resurfaces as Han recalls a childhood defined by the struggle of boxing. He fought to survive, yet the great disasters crushed every dream he tried to build. But hope is the last thing to die. And for Han, that hope is found in the unprecedented chance standing right in front of him. With tears streaming down his face, Han pledges his absolute loyalty to Park, vowing to do anything to follow his lead. Park, for his part, is confused by the sudden outburst, but Han quickly pivots, explaining that a clan requires at least 3 members to be officially recognized. Park remains unaware of the technicalities. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man enters the room. Han is stunned by the intruder's presence, but the man calmly identifies himself as Miyuki Jin, the assigned member of Team 15. The orders are blunt. All candidates must suit up and meet in the 3rd floor conference room within 30 minutes. Park and Han watch in disbelief, wondering why they're being forced to suit up so late at night. Park asks if the dungeon excursion isn't scheduled for the next day. But this sudden change is real, as the test is actually happening right now. It is located in the 5th sector of Seoul, a territory protected by the Phoenix Guild, meaning this level 1 dungeon contains a total of 250 doors. Still lost on the world's mechanics, Park asks what protection actually entails. Han can only stare in disbelief, realizing Park is still completely clueless about how this society functions. With portals appearing everywhere, the government relies on private mercenary clans, known as guilds, to manage the various sectors. These clans are granted the lucrative rights to process all the dimensional energy within their territory. Park wonders if it is just a tax-free hunting ground, a thought Han confirms. Deep down, Park realizes he wants a clan to replace the pack he lost, but time is running out. For now, his focus is on the land itself. Notes that owning a dungeon means never having to pay usage fees. Park admits his ultimate ambition is to turn his clan into a formal guild. Han wonders if Park is playing dumb, and asks if they should focus on passing this mercenary test first. The urgency is real. A portal in Sector 5 is a low-difficulty labyrinth, but it will break in just 15 days. The briefing on the dungeon's meager energy yields ends, but Han is more concerned about the real danger lurking within. He knows that if they get lost in the labyrinth, they're as good as dead. A tracking ability would solve everything, but those skills are incredibly rare and costly to acquire. Then Park drops a bombshell. He casually admits he already possesses that ability, leaving Han stunned by the sudden display of power. He can't help but wonder if Park is just some incredibly wealthy heir. While the confusion lingers, the monk stands silent next to Park. Han tries to press him further, asking if he has any other awakened abilities. Park offers no answer, leaving them both in the dark. The silence is broken when Park suddenly pulls out a mysterious tool, shifting the tension as memories begin to surface. Meanwhile, a chaotic memory surfaces of monsters swarming a house, closing in on a monk. The peace of the night is shattered when a man demands an immediate evacuation. As Jin and others wonder what's happening, a sudden threat emerges. A monster lunges from the shadows behind the man, only to be swiftly slaughtered. Back in the present, the man still carries that fear. He urges everyone to focus on the target and attack the dungeon as a team to ensure no one fails the test. Soon the candidates arrive at the portal and descend into the darkness, instructed to act as though they are alone. As the team enters the dungeon, Han nervously asks the supervisor if they will really be left to fend for themselves if things get dangerous. Park ignores the concerns, pushing the group to move fast. He questions Han on why he's so scared, specifically whether they can use their personal weapons. Surprised, Han wonders if that monk used dimensional materials for the tests as the remaining groups finally begin their descent into the portal. Watching Park always lead the charge makes Han incredibly nervous. He tries to ask for a perimeter, but a sudden silence falls in his anxiety. Han accidentally draws the attention of a monster, and it's already lunging at Park within seconds. Park grabs the beast and crushes it before Han can even react. Han suggests using noise as a lure to catch monsters off guard, but his plan backfires when a sudden mechanism triggers, defending his surroundings. Monk manages to wipe out the local threat, though he tearfully apologizes for his error. Meanwhile, Han is busy admiring Park's combat skills until his foot catches on yet another hidden mechanism. The ground gives way, sending the entire group plummeting into the darkness below. They land hard as the exit above is sealed tight, leaving them entombed in a dungeon. Han stares up in terror, fearing this is where his dreams die, until a sudden realization strikes him. They weren't actually just attracting more monsters. Monk apologizes, explaining that his provocation ability accidentally drew the entire horde's attention. Park, however, finds the opportunity perfect because he was too lazy to hunt them down one by one. Park suddenly leaps out of the dungeon with such force that Han is left stunned. As a massive horde emerges, Park observes the approaching monsters with chilling indifference, waiting for the carnage to begin. Han uses his tracking ability and sees a nightmare of targets, forcing him to scramble through the traps in a desperate run. He realizes they are in way over their heads. While Monk tries to help Han escape, the group realizes the danger is already over. Park has already slaughtered the entire horde, leaving Han in utter disbelief. Park orders them to stay close and watch for the fallen, leading the way into the fray. By using his tracking ability to navigate the terrain, Park moves with terrifying speed and decimates the monsters using the dungeon's own traps against them. Suddenly, a monster lunges at Park's back, but Monk is faster, thrusting his staff, saves him by hurling his staff at a skeleton, leaving Park with 42 conquest points as the mission ends instantly. Back at a military agency, things are quiet. An officer is stunned when a report comes in that a team is returning only minutes after entering a dungeon that usually takes hours. It's Team 20, and despite the impossible speed, every vital sign is perfectly normal. A call from the supervisor interrupts the confusion, confirming that the mission was not only successful, but already finished. While Park's performance in a level 1 dungeon remains hard to judge, he has already shattered every existing record. Meanwhile, Han starts a live stream to show his clan, guiding viewers through their dormitories and to the protagonist's grandmother, who is far too busy with her daily life to care about his growing subscriber count. Stunned by her sudden temper, Han falls silent. Seeking refuge, Han retreats to the room shared by Park and the monk, introducing himself to the massive online audience. The monk shares his story of loss before Junho arrives to pick the team up for their upcoming mission. As they head toward the target, a mysterious drone flies overhead, catching Park's wary attention. The team is bound for Area 4 of Gate 30, marking their first official dungeon mission as a clan. Back on the stream, Han teases an upcoming video powered by his video memory ability. Right before the team steps into the dungeon, Han wonders how they'll survive the bats, but the monk assures him he has this under control. With a sudden strike on his drum, the monk begins to produce a deafening noise that draws the entire bat horde straight toward them, who retaliates with a powerful blast of fire. With the threat neutralized, Park urges the team to hurry before the gate closes, while Misa watches the footage of their incredible victory in disbelief. Despite efforts to keep him out of the headlines, Park's fame is exploding due to Han's streaming. His popularity is skyrocketing, and the officials know they cannot ignore the momentum building around him. Miso watches footage of a powerful SS-rank irregular, Lee Sung-woo, and realizes the world might soon face another monster of his caliber. Determined to manage the chaos, she stands up to prepare for a direct meeting with Park, shifting the focus back to the hero's home. Junho mentions he's been living in Seoul with the temple family that survived the disaster, hoping Park might finally take a break. The rewards are staggering. The clan's account has already accumulated 140 million won, while Junho's share has hit 20 million in just 3 days. It's truly insane, Junho exclaims, thinking about the massive donations that could follow. Park silently contemplates the possibilities. He has earned enough conquest points to buy almost any ability, but for now, he decides he needs a day of rest. Meanwhile, a grandmother feeds a local pet, leaving Park to wonder if dogs can awaken like humans. As he watches the small dog, a thought lingers: can animals possess the same potential as people? Park reaches out to his brother, asking if the constant truck repairs aren't getting too difficult. But finding parts is a struggle, and the work is exhausting, so Park makes an unexpected offer. He offers to buy Junho a brand new car, sending his brother into a state of pure joy. Soon, they are at a dealership where Junho happily selects a model that he truly loves. Park makes the decision to pay in cash, and they drive off together. Feeling the luxury of a vehicle that is on an entirely different level, Junho is beaming, thrilled with the upgrade. Park agrees that the passenger seat is incredible, and he wishes he had bought it a long time ago. But then, Junho's mood shifts as he looks at the GPS. Why are they heading toward Area 34, a dangerous restricted zone? Park simply wonders if he even mentioned the plan. They were finally going to face their destiny. They arrive at a desolate landscape of ruined houses. Junho looks uneasy, while their dog stands on high alert. Park catches the stench of a goblin on the wind. Uncomfortable and wary, Junho begs to leave the area. Park leaves brother, and Park steps out of the car, telling his brother to wait with the dog before he leaps away into the ruins. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of men watches Park's viral videos with skepticism. They dismiss his fame, arguing that even an irregular with immeasurable combat power is useless if they can't afford to hire an assassin. However, determined to track him, his associates decide to pull a list of sponsored guilds in Area 4 and recall the name Shui. They're prepared to offer any amount of money to secure the job of finding him. Meanwhile, In the pouring rain of the city, an elderly woman named Suksha walks home, lost in her own thoughts. Suddenly, a car pulls up beside her, and a group of people steps out to ask if she knows where Park can be found. They claim to be from the returnees department, desperately seeking a meeting with him. The woman remains silent as the scene shifts back to Junho, who sits shivering in his car. Struggling to see through the downpour, Junho wonders what Park is up to, but his worry turns to dread as the dog begins to growl at a sudden approaching goblin. The monster is instantly crushed, and Park appears, standing by the car as more monsters emerge from the shadows. Park's demand is simple: follow him and start killing. But Junho is paralyzed by fear, begging for just a moment of reprieve. Park doesn't hesitate, demanding to know why his brother is hesitating, while Junho questions the necessity of their awakening. The truth is brutal. Park explains that in this world, weakness is a death sentence. Suddenly, a new goblin emerges from the dark, lunging directly for the family dog. Rushing straight toward the terrified animal, Park commands the dog to fight, sending it to sink its teeth into the monster's arm. But the creature is too strong, and the young dog is quickly losing the fight. As the dog faces being devoured, Junho's hesitation finally snaps. Rushing into the fray, Junho stabs the monster to save his pet, but Park's orders remain relentless. He must keep fighting. Junho's hands are slick with thick red blood as he stares in horror at the carnage. He claims he can't do it, but Park warns him that the alternative is certain death. As another goblin emerges from the shadows, Park urges him to keep up before time runs out. In this moment of desperation, Junho is haunted by the memory of his past bullying, recalling how Park had simply ignored him and left him completely alone in that darkness. But seeing his brother fight for him now, Junho finally grabs his dagger and lunges forward at the creature, releasing a primal rage as he splits the monster's face in half, leaving nothing but blood in the rain. The fear has vanished from Junho, replaced by a terrifying look in his eyes. When another goblin lunges, he doesn't flinch. Instead, he blocks the strike with instinctual precision. He finishes the monster off in the dirt, fueled by a rush of adrenaline he's never felt before. From atop a nearby building, Park watches his brother with silent interest. He's surprised to hear the nickname Butcher is already being whispered about. If Junho had worked in a slaughterhouse, the Han gives a threatening glare in response. Park calls out to him, and Junho begins to approach with that same fierce, dangerous gaze. Park settles among the line of monster corpses on the rooftop, claiming the spot to rest. But the scene shifts to the Awakened Association, where Junho and his brother stand, drenched in blood that looks like ketchup, leaving witnesses staring in utter shock. Park claims he's just awakened, prompting the woman to suggest a thorough medical exam before testing his power. As they head to the third floor, Park explains that a reading of 100 is required for an F-rank registration, but his own score of 96 fell short. Junho cannot fathom why Park passed his test, but as they enter the room, the doctor instructs him to lie down. Staring up at the energy orb, Junho watches the numbers climb until they hit 111, confirming his status as an F rank. "You can get up," the doctor says, turning to the brother. The doctor asks if Park is next, and as he lies down on the machine, a sudden system alert reveals something is observing and recording his very essence. Park snaps his eyes open. A staggering 189 flashes across the screen, leaving Park in total shock. The official notes his dimensional energy has grown rapidly, fueling rumors that the machine's data was accurate. Even if the scientists built it, the reading was real. Later, the results for both brothers arrive. As a gift, they receive a cell phone, and Junho is now qualified to register for the mercenary test. Park congratulates him, but he can't help but wonder if something felt strange during the scan. Junho insists there was nothing unusual, leading Park to wonder if his brother lacks his own sensitivity. When Park asks about his new awakened ability, Junho reveals his power is decapitation. But while Junho finds his path, Park's true potential continues to stir. Park approaches Choi's group, but the tension is thick. Even after he apologizes for his lack of social grace, the mood remains frostily cold. However, Choi is blunt with her rejection, stating they will never meet again and leaving him in silence. Park can only mutter that her personality is as unpleasant as her rank is high. Meanwhile, at the Suho clan's house, Miso sits with an elderly woman. The woman shares a drink, reminiscing about a husband who passed away 10 years ago. As Miso waits for Park's arrival, the peace is broken by a young Han running toward them. The Han, Junho's excited son, rushes forward, signaling a rare moment of normalcy. Miso reveals she is here to sign a contract with the captain of the returnee department, though Park is unfamiliar with her title. She explains that because he returned through a red portal, certain conditions have been met that could bridge the worlds. This bridge could make South Korea the only nation with access to the mysterious fourth planet, and Park wonders if the portal won't form for another 99 days, so Miso has a strange request: stay hidden until then. Confused by her sudden demand for secrecy, Even the young Han wonders why she is hiding him. Left without answers, Park can only wonder who this mysterious Lee Dungeon was that she fears he might become. Miso explains that Park is now the strongest in the world, a product of the early Great Disaster when the government tried to confine returnees in the name of national protection. At that time, they knew nothing of irregulars, allowing a rank D like Seok Woo to escape and trigger thousands of gates in Tokyo. The stakes are too high for Korea to lose another dimensional industry to a single person. If the portals could bring such devastation, Park wonders what his reward will be for managing them. Miso promises anything, prompting Park to demand a promotion for the Suho Guild and exclusive territory. As Miso records these massive terms, Park asks for the one thing that truly matters: the exact date the next portals will appear. Miso notes that a specialist in dimensional disruptions will be sent the best in the department, even if Choi remains flustered by Park's earlier teasing. Choi remains visibly irritated by the memory, muttering that she should have simply thrown Park in prison. Miso arrives to interrupt the tension, offering a mission. The assignment is urgent, and although Choi questions her selection, Miso insists she is the only one capable of the job. Miso explains that Choi is the best detector on the team, making her essential for the task ahead. She asks Choi what would happen if a portal opened in a city, especially one leading to an unknown planet. Choi's answer is grim. It would be absolute hell on Earth. Miso issues a final, stern command. If a dimensional breach occurs, Choi must grab Park and flee the area immediately. Meanwhile, at Park's home, Ham asks why he is in such high spirits. Park reveals they've earned the right to tackle level 2 dungeons. It's truly great. A massive leap for the group. Ham agrees that focusing on easier dungeons is smarter for now, but he's confident that with Park leading, even the level 2 raids will be easy. Park lays out a calculated plan: harvest wealth from level 1 dungeons, hunt for skill books to level up, and then they'll prepare larger attack teams to recruit more members when the time comes. And shortly after, the monk introduces himself to the group, and everyone greets him warmly. Nearby, a line of cars heads toward the portals, but someone is watching from the sidelines. A mysterious man observes Park's group with intense interest. He approaches Park, greeting him as if they've met before, but his expression quickly shifts into something more unsettling. Park only looks confused by the sudden encounter. The man claims his old friends are doing fine, but Park is skeptical of why they are now part of a day group. The man's companions interrupt, prompting him to depart, leaving Park to dismiss him as a mere former dungeon companion. Meanwhile, an unknown man observes, smiling as if he knows something. The group doesn't. With a final nod, the other man's group prepares to dungeon. The man contemplates the harsh reality. A guild's collapse is often just a matter of core members leaving for excuses like medical care. Such zero-level organizations are fragile and easily dissolved by the sheer pressure of survival. Determined to find new comrades among the wandering mercenaries, he prepares to his journey anew. After Miso sends the coordinates, the focus shifts to a dungeon where a team is being easily annihilated. Han yells about how great his new skill is, while Juno fights desperately to stay alive, but in the chaos a monster appears behind him. Juno successfully defeats the monster, earning a rare smile that surprises Han. Meanwhile, Park watches the scene unfold from above, noting that the three of them seem more than enough. Suddenly, a light flares between the trees. A desperate hunter runs from the beasts, only to find that his companion's attempt to help is completely useless. Chaos erupts as one man shouts about a firebomb, while a companion is suddenly snatched up and devoured by a monster. Despite the carnage, he refuses to give up and fights to stand back up. Han realizes he's getting faster and less tired with every fight. Park says, "That's great," and suggests they split up into teams to finish the job. Their plan is interrupted by a stranger, Choi Myung-woo, who questions if they belong to the Suvo clan. The prestigious G Guild, ranked 20th in the country, makes an unexpected appearance. A representative claims it is just a coincidence that they are sharing the same territory as the Suvo clan. Offering a generous gift, he announces they've been granted a free entry ticket to a level 2 dungeon. Han is thrilled by the windfall, but Myung-woo wonders if they should prepare further for such a dangerous descent. However, the representative insists that everything is taken care of, with strategies and gear provided as part of the gift. Han is convinced, but Park remains cautious. However, Park decides to split them up, sending the group to a level 1 dungeon while he will head into the level 2 solo. The representative's smile turns malicious at the idea. The group obeys, and Myung-woo invites Park into his car, heading toward the site to use Portal 47. The gateway was ready and waiting. Park prefers a quick job, so he accepts the strategy notes and a survival kit before making a promise to grab a drink. Once this is over, out. With a wave from Myung-woo, Park activates his helmet and steps through the gateway into the unknown. As the portal hums, a motorcyclist pulls up and removes her helmet to ask if Park has entered. The man confirms his entry, only for Choi to rush toward the portal, claiming she's from the clan and intends to follow him. Because as he knows, it is all just a matter of manipulation. Park's growing fame has made him a high-risk target, prompting a dangerous mission for the central office. Miso had sent Choi to shadow him, desperate to confirm his true capabilities firsthand. Despite the risks of entering an unverified dungeon, the mission is non-negotiable for the Bureau, and Choi is determined to follow, even if she's not properly equipped for the fight. She reaches for the tools she needs, as Miso promises a massive bonus for any property destruction caused during the hunt. It's a high-stakes chase to keep tabs on a potential irregular. Choi questions the necessity of the mission, but Miso is focused solely on the importance of monitoring Park Suho. With a contract already signed, there is no turning back from the assignment. Back in the present, Choi leaps through the gateway. The atmosphere inside is unsettlingly heavy, and Park Suho's senses immediately flare as Choi emerges from the gateway. The sudden appearance of her magical bracelet briefly leaves Park Suho flustered. Choi snaps at him, embarrassed that he witnessed her quick change of clothes. Suho tries to deflect by asking about the bracelet's inventory function, but the tension between them remains thick as they step deeper into the dungeon. When he demands to know her purpose, Choi declares she has arrived to serve as his guardian. Park Suho's skepticism is immediate, doubting that the Bureau would send someone so seemingly unsuited for the job. He scoffs at her. Choi insists she is the most qualified official available, though Park Suho remains unconvinced and completely unimpressed. She claims she only rushed here because time was of the essence. After promising to simply observe his combat skills, Choi suddenly realizes they aren't alone in these tunnels. Looking further into the darkness, they stumble upon a massive looming creature. Park's sibling, Suho, adds that there aren't just one, but several bosses and 4 of them. Choi stares in confusion at the sudden escalation. As 3 more monsters approach, Choi questions the sudden escalation, but Park reveals the truth. This isn't a level 2 dungeon at all, and asks if Choi admits her bracelet's barrier blinded her to the truth. As they push deeper into the threat, Suho warns her not to interfere. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the tunnels. Choi is left reeling by the sheer speed of the movement. The protagonist slams his head into an orc, sending it flying before snatching its axe to decapitate it. Park moves, like a blur, using the environment and weapons to dismantle a relentless wave of monsters, a display of power so extreme that even an S-rank observer outside would find escape impossible. Park strikes the monster with brutal force, leaving Choi astonished by his lethal efficiency. He dodges an attack with ease, delivering a kick that impales the orc on a tree branch and nets him 32 conquest points. To Park, this dungeon is nothing more than a goldmine. He tells Choi to stop watching and start helping him collect the blood crystals, even though she thinks he has barely earned any points for an irregular F rank. Yet his absolute lack of hesitation as he kills makes her wonder if he is a complete psychopath. As they gather the loot, Park notes that even the crystals are massive, but Choi says, now is not the time for scavenging. Suho, meanwhile, asks why, only for Choi to explain that they've only killed 4 orcs. The gate remains closed and the bag is full of nothing but rocks. Park simply replies that he could at least use them. Choi notes the blood crystals could be used to store loot, but she warns that this is a level 4 dungeon, a death trap for them, even if they fight together. Realizing the trap Maimu set, Park makes a joke about buying something cool once he escapes. Choi concludes that the Han is a complete idiot, but her judgment is cut short as an orc charges at her, unable to defend herself without her sword. Fortunately, Park steps in to save her, claiming he is strong, just as he once was. Suddenly, the air shifts and Choi's clairvoyance reveals a terrifying sight, an approaching orc squad. They are completely surrounded, and a powerful war chief is leading the charge. Even without a hunting party, the prey keeps coming as orcs mounted on wolves advance, prompting Park to warn Choi to stay away, because this hunt belongs to him. Choi raises a shield to hold the line while Park continues his brutal work, decapitating orcs with terrifying speed. Even with a summoned blade, she feels she needs more. Park interrupts her efforts, warning her not to touch his prey as he continues the slaughter, but he is suddenly slammed aside by a massive club. The orc warchief has finally stepped into the fray. The beast charges without a word, but Park dodges the blow and immediately drives his knife into the monster. Even after the strike, the warchief remains standing, proving that this fight is far from over. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, Miso notices that both Choi and Park have gone silent for an hour. Miso remains certain they are together, unaware that the duo has briefly stopped to rest and reorganize their inventories before continuing the battle. But the reality is far more lethal. They are trapped in a level 5 dungeon, and, as the orcs advance, Park realizes they are completely overwhelmed. The battlefield descends into chaos, as axes fly and bombs explode to hold the line. In the smoke, Choi trips, leaving her vulnerable to the incoming horde. Park intercepts the orc warchief just in time, pulling Choi away from certain death. He tells her there's only one way out, but Choi sees nothing but a sea of monsters. An endless sea of orcs. Park points toward a seemingly empty void, but Choi gasps, realizing it is nothing but a sheer cliff, ordering her to hold on tight for the fall. They plummet into the abyss with the monsters close behind, but they manage to survive the impact as the monsters were knocked out by the fall. Choi can only stare in disbelief that they are still alive. In a sudden movement, Park tosses the girl aside, venting his frustration at how close they came to death, and leaves her stunned. Looking up, Choi realizes they have survived the fall from an impossible height. Later, inside a dim cave, Park and the girl seek refuge. He tells her his plan is simple. If he can kill just 4 more orc warriors, he will level up and prepare to strike back. Choi argues that leveling up only increases a user's limit, but for Park, it is far more dangerous. It removes his restrictions and makes him stronger with every level. Meanwhile, outside the portal, the area is completely surrounded by emergency responders, while reporters broadcast the chaos to a despairing Han and his group news outlets claim that Park Suho and Choi entered the dungeon voluntarily. However, the lie quickly falls apart when the suspect from Army headquarters confesses to his crimes. News broadcasts reveal Park's. Now, frantic reporters demand a statement asking for the protagonist's final words. Amidst the frenzy, Park is increasingly suspected of being a returnee from a 4th planet. As the public eye shifts toward Park's origin, Miso presses the director to take action against the criminals. But while the leader of Driving Lone has managed to flee, a massive bounty has been placed on his head. Miso insists that this was just the tip of the iceberg. As a level 5 dungeon cannot be cleared by one person alone, she's demanding an investigation into a major guild, but the director hesitates, fearing the repercussions. The director argues that neither Park nor Choi would survive a formal investigation of that scale. Still, Miso refuses to back down, believing the situation has already escalated too far to ignore. Rumors fly that Park might not just be a returnee from a dungeon, but a survivor from another world entirely. Meanwhile, public pressure is mounting to hold dungeon management accountable for rising crime. As the director attempts to use the press to pressure the guilds, the tension in the office reaches a breaking point. Overwhelmed by guilt, Miso breaks down, lamenting that she was the one who sent Choi into such a dangerous place. The director asks if she feels any remorse for her decision, but Miso can only remain silent, consumed by her regret. Back inside the dark dungeon, the atmosphere is far from political. Park moves like a shadow, dismantling an orc with surgical precision to claim his conquest points. He is just 3 points away from a much-needed level up, but the hunger for progress blinds him to the danger lurking in the gloom. The ambush is successful. Multiple monsters emerge from the shadows to surround them. As Choi rushes to his side to help him up, Park wakes to find them trapped by a growing horde. The ambush is a disaster, leaving Park trapped and his strength draining away into the cold dungeon floor. But he refuses to give up, drawing on 1,000 years of survival to stay upright. Choi throws bombs to clear a path, giving Park a momentary opening to strike and reach his leveling goal. Then chaos erupts. Park is fatally struck by a monster, and Choi can only watch, paralyzed by the sheer size of the fat orc. The impact sends them both tumbling, and as Park's axe flies from his hand, it falls heavily onto a monster's head. Amidst the carnage, a system notification offers him a choice: unlock the beast transformation, while a massive orc closes in on the exhausted Choi. At the Park family home, an old lady calls to the dog, noting the long silence from the 2 missing loved ones. Back in the fray, Park's transformation begins, his power swelling into a dark energy sphere that around its body, leaving the old lady staring in disbelief. A black aura erupts, replacing his limbs with lethal claws. As the orc strikes Choi, a massive wolf beast lunges into the light, leaving her wondering if she's witnessing a werewolf. In a feral frenzy, Park tears through the monster, securing 45 conquest points with a single lethal bite. The battle finally seems over, but the chaos is only just beginning. Choi watches in shock, questioning if the beast before her is really Park Suho. With a series of blunt barks, Park confirms her suspicions. The man she knew is gone. Is he a dog or a wolf? As Choi ponders his inhuman nature, news reports reveal the grim reality outside. 3 days have passed with no news of the missing hunters. The tension escalates as a reporter demands answers from the director about the location of the disaster. The truth is far more terrifying than anyone realized. They are trapped in the Orc Castle, a level 5 dungeon that requires 30 B-rank hunters to survive. While the world watches in fear, Choi stands frozen, staring at the monstrous energy radiating from Park. Park returns to human form, explaining his ability to fuse with the beasts he tames, while Choi watches him with suspicion. He suggests collecting loot to eat later, but her reaction is chilling. She claims that all their efforts are useless because this dungeon will become their grave. Park is lost for words until she reveals the terrifying truth. Despite the war chief's death, the exit remains shut, meaning they are trapped in this hell forever. It wasn't the chief that kept the door locked, Choi warns, because something far stronger lurks in the shadows. Park demands to know what kind of monster could truly terrify an awakened official like her. Her eyes cloud as she begins to recount a tragedy from 3 years ago. Back then, a massive team of 30 elite fighters entered a level 5 dungeon, unaware of the nightmare awaiting them. In a sudden flashback, a man checks on Choi's injuries, but the young girl simply tells him not to worry about her ankles. The memory shifts, cutting back to the chaotic battlefield where orcs advance on the group. A man commands the formation as they push toward the central tower, with others fighting off the wave of enemies. Suddenly, the man is killed in the fray, leaving a paralyzed Choi to face the monsters alone. But just as the orcs close in, another man appears to save her, slaughtering the monsters surrounding her. In the chaos of the battle, Miso screams for them to clear the path, advising that Choi and the man should retreat immediately. The man grabs her hand to flee, and despite her intuition that something is wrong, they begin running through the carnage. Yet, a strange energy pulses from the distance, and atop a nearby tower, a terrified monster watches them. As a traumatic memory resurfaces, Choi falls to the ground in agony, a katana appearing before her. Miso and the others stand frozen. Group watches in shock as the captain is slain by a monstrous goblin with tears in its eyes. Choi can only watch as her mentor's final words about the sword echo in her mind. She wonders why she should even care about a sword, but she is haunted by his teachings, recollecting how he urged her to treat her weapon as a part of her own body, a part of her soul, demanding she grip it as if it were her entire world before he was finished off. Traumatized Choi is lost in the past. Suddenly, the vision snaps back to the present, where Park sees her shaking in the rain and approaches to offer a comforting hug. Elsewhere, Han is gripped by desperation, while news broadcasts report a shaman performing a massive ritual to save a hero's life. The ritual seeks to pull a legend back from the brink of death. Outside, high-ranking hunters from the Sioux district gather before the dungeon, fueled by a hunger for revenge. Meanwhile, a mysterious man watches the news, seemingly indifferent to the chaos unfolding in the world.
Asking what?
Meanwhile, deep inside a cave, Park and Choi share a meal, finding a rare moment of peace. She is finally full, though Park reveals he is only halfway through his massive feast. Park continues, but the quiet moment is shattered when a sudden light begins to glow around them. Park wonders if she used her sword to kill the Orc Lord, but Choi insists she's still recovering from the shock. As the glow intensifies, Choi reflects on the sacrifices made to kill the previous monster, while Park asks about the Orc Lord's location, suspecting it's in an orc castle. But the area seems empty until a spirit appears at the cave entrance, revealing that such lords are typically guarded by 4 towers. Then, a tiny spirit manifests, directly next to Park, carrying a secret that changes everything. Knowing they've found the castle, Park stands up to march toward the fight, prompting Choi to ask for a plan. Park's strategy is blunt. They will find them, and kill them. Choi might want to smack him for such recklessness, but she knows there is no better path than this. Meanwhile, at the massive orc castle, the heavy gates begin to creak open. Park bursts onto the scene with Choi riding on his back, but their path is immediately blocked by a horde of orcs. Choi realizes the orc knights are on their tail, forcing her to use shield magic to deflect a volley of arrows. They leap toward the bridge and trigger a massive explosion to make their escape, while Choi yells for Park to head toward the center to distract all the orcs, only for more monsters to swarm from above. Choi is grabbed and sent plummeting toward the ground, but she manages to catch a piece of the castle and steady herself. While orcs surround her, Park continues his desperate climb toward the throne room, where he finds a terrifying goblin waiting for him, which suddenly stands up from its seat. With a single brutal bite to the neck, Park executes the boss with ease. As the system announces his level up, the entire castle begins to buckle and collapse around them. Amidst the falling debris, Choi feels herself plummeting toward her death, until Park reaches out to catch her hand. He confirms the Orc Lord is dead and urges her to find the exit before the monsters catch them. Choi can barely believe he finished the fight so quickly. Park quickly asks her to scan for the way out. As Choi uses her ability to find an open door, a news broadcast cuts away to a sudden crisis, reporting that the CT-27 dungeon is breaching outside the room. The sudden news leaves the entire group in total shock. While spectators watch the breach countdown with excitement, Park and Choi race through the crumbling dungeon. Park suddenly changes course, ignoring the time to lead a group of wolves toward a new path. When Choi asks if he's taking them, Park declares they are his new family. Trapped by orcs once more, they rely on Choi's scanning ability to find a hidden exit and escape the chaos. The clock is ticking down, only 23 seconds remain before the portal seals forever. Suddenly, an arrow is shot, flying directly toward Choi, striking her down and leaving her vulnerable to the advancing orcs. Ignoring Choi's pleas to stay back, Park fights through the horde and rescues her just as the deadline looms. While outside, the world watches the empty portal in dread. Park grabs Choi and makes a desperate giant leap toward freedom. With only 4 seconds left, they launch themselves into the void. The countdown hits 0, but instead of a closed door, a blinding beam of light erupts from the site. While onlookers stare in disbelief at the empty site, the impossible begins. A group of wolves emerges first, followed by Park and Choi, appearing to have flown through the very air. A miracle has occurred. The news screams that the duo has returned alive after 4 grueling days. Watching the footage, Miso notes that they were rushed to the hospital immediately as sensationalist headlines begin to flood the media. Miso suspects someone provided the deadly tip. Miso continues the briefing, noting that news of Park's survival has already spread across the globe. Powerful international agencies are already moving, sending scouts to claim the Han for themselves. The reach is vast, extending from Israel's agents to Nakamura, the irritated vice chief of Tokyo's awakened federation, who has once again arrived. He's even brought Sungwoo along, though Miso believes the real threat lies with America. The director demands immediate measures to secure Park before he is lost to foreign powers. However, the doctor reveals a simple safeguard. As long as Park's family stays in Korea, he won't leave. Stunned, the director wonders if the Han's loyalty to his family outweighs his desire for wealth. The doctor suggests Park misses his family, but the truth is far more complex. After a millennium, he actually longs for the wolves he left behind. Because he is a man who simply wants to be with his family, the officials decide to use that connection as leverage. Therefore, they will provide him with a territory where he can live undisturbed, keeping him within their reach. And so, the department plans to offer him land to prevent him from siding with outside scouts. Miso proposes turning an abandoned factory area into private property for the Suho Guild, ensuring the location is secured and the surrounding land is controlled. The director finds the buildings acceptable after some repairs and asks if Choi will continue monitoring Park. Miso confidently accepts, confirming she is the most suitable person for the job. Miso mentions she is already recovering from the shock. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a massive arena where fans scream for the ultimate competition. The announcer introduces the undefeated rank noble, who is currently defending his title after 45 legendary battles. He is the world's strongest hope. Okita Hiro, a man whose dark aura leaks from his blade. High above, a woman watches the spectacle. Suddenly, everything changes. Hiro lands in the arena as Michael, the S-rank human weapon and rising star, rushes forward to claim the Han's era is over. The fight is intense, but Hiro's counterattacks quickly crack Michael's armor. Desperate, Michael pulls out a strange sword, yet Hiro dodges the strike and finds himself caught in Michael's sudden chains.
The momentum
Shifts instantly when Hiro calmly tells him that he is already dead. The death sentence is immediate as blood begins to pour from Michael's mouth. The arena erupts in shock as Michael is slammed into the ground, leaving his massive winning streak in ruins. Despite the medic's rush, he remains motionless, his defeat far too easy. With the referee's verdict final, Hiro secures his 22nd consecutive title defense. Walking away from the spectacle, Hiro dismisses the question of his power, claiming he simply let his sword's aura flow naturally. He keeps things light, suggesting the team head out for drinks. But as he opens the door, a girl rushes to embrace him, her voice trembling, as she asks if he actually killed him. Hiro responds that given Michael's fate, she warns him not to carry the weight of the world alone. But Hiro simply moves on. An assistant notes that a miracle occurred. A man rumors say survived a level 5 dungeon, and she adds that he's reportedly a druid. The news ripples outward, but the girl quickly reminds the group that their duty to prepare and leave comes first. Meanwhile, the world is watching the aftermath of the recent battles on TV. The reports are shocking. The man who escaped the dungeon has left everyone stunned by his survival. With the Defense Department showing intense interest, Hiro finally asks about this mysterious individual. The woman shows Hiro Park's information on her phone, but the rank number 1 fighter has never heard of him, even questioning if Park is even a swordsman. According to the data, he is registered as a druid. Even if he is only an F rank, his return is nothing short of incredible. Soon after, Hiro gives a cold smile, knowing this miracle is actually impossible. This is his 25th regression, meaning he has lived through 500 years of repeating history. He knows every hero and every major event, yet Park is a ghost in his records. a variable that shouldn't exist, as no one named Park has ever emerged from a fourth planet before. While Hiro waits for the coming apocalypse, the world descends into chaos as monsters dominate the skies through endless dungeon breaks. A mass exodus begins as survivors flee the carnage, leaving the former cities to be swallowed by the rising tide of death. To secure a future, Hiro builds a fortified base in Japan, establishing a sanctuary for those with true talent despite being called a traitor. And if Park... Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a hospital, where Miso enters to check on Troy, a patient who admits her pain. Miso mentions a strange rumor. A masked man visits Troy every night at dawn, and everyone is asking if it's Park. While Troy focuses on her ebook, she asks if Miso brought her anything. Miso had indeed brought food and a gift. After Troy finishes her meal, Miso urges her to stop resting and get back to work, but the girl is stubborn. Troy claims she only needs 1 more hour of sleep, but Miso refuses to let her slack off, pulling the focus away from the hospital and toward the watchful eyes of the CIA headquarters. While the world debates the rise of potential SSS rank monsters, agents are busy tracking Park's every move. Even in the middle of Seoul Station, the mystery of the returned survivor remains a top priority for global intelligence. They've noted that Park has been frequenting the station lately, joking that he might just be looking for someone to talk to, yet his strange behavior keeps the agency's eyes fixed on him. They're even willing to introduce him to women to ensure they don't lose their prize, because the agency won't let anyone steal their protagonist away. Amidst this intrigue, special agents are already preparing to depart Korea, but the atmosphere is tense, and the skies above the region seem unusually unsettled. High above the clouds, a jet carries passengers through the gloom. Inside the cabin, a young girl gazes out the window at a very pretty bird flying outside. But the girl's mother gazes upward, frozen in shock as a massive shape looms through the clouds. Passengers panic, wondering if it's a wyvern, but they're wrong. The creature is far more dangerous than a mere fledgling. The silence is broken by a sudden, terrifying roar. A giant wyvern dives, its descent signaling certain death for everyone on board. The sky erupts in fire as the monster begins its attack, sending the plane spiraling into the abyss. As the wreckage falls, other wyverns join the carnage, turning the peaceful journey into a nightmare. Meanwhile, on the ground, Han stares at the chaotic skyline and mutters that the country has officially gone crazy. The group arrives at their new guild headquarters, but Han can only stare in disbelief at the eerie, derelict structure. He can't believe they're supposed to call this haunted house home, or even get an internet connection installed here. While Choi frets about ghosts lurking inside, Park casually remarks that he loves the place and wants to move in immediately. Miso suggests marking the land's boundaries to decide how much territory they can claim. Park considers the offer, but then he begins to channel a massive amount of power. A brilliant light envelops the area as tree spirits materialize, rushing toward a specific point in the landscape. The spirits move with purpose. Miso and Choi watch as Park's power begins to shape the environment. Suddenly, massive sprouts erupt from the ground, rapidly transforming into a vast, dense forest. With the task complete, Park announces that the new perimeter now extends a full kilometer around their home. Miso smiles at the incredible sight, declaring that from this day forward, the land is officially claimed. The area is designated as the territory for the Shugal Guild, granting them ownership of everything within the new forest. Park questions the generosity of such a gift, but Miso insists the government views him as family. For a few. When presented with the official contract, Choi urges him to read the fine print, but Miso pushes him to sign it immediately. Once the paperwork is settled, the group prepares to move forward together. As they drive away, Miso asks Park to trust the government, while a demanding Choi insists that renovation crews be sent to the site immediately. While Miso prepares to deploy high-level attack units to secure the new territory, chaos breaks out on the open sea. On a desperate ship, bandits board the vessel, firing shots and causing mass panic among the terrified crew. The situation turns from bad to catastrophic when a massive tentacle erupts from the depths, throwing everyone into the air. A gargantuan tentacle erupts from the depths. A giant monster lunges from the waves, swallowing the survivors whole while mutated sharks circle the carnage. Despite a massive search operation, helicopters find nothing but empty ocean where the ship once sailed. Back at the clan house, Troy is woken up by a call from Miso, who is teasing her about the comfort of her new home. Still groggy, Troy insists she is still on duty. When Miso asks if she is with Park, the sleepy girl simply doesn't know. Losing her patience with the sleepy companion, Miso calls her lazy. As Troy finally wakes up, she finds herself staring at a massive, newly grown forest that Park has established in record time. The trees have matured instantly, providing a sanctuary for several wolves that roam the grounds. Meanwhile, system screens are appearing in front of Park to manage the members of his new family. Troy is startled by Park's sudden movement, but her surprise turns to awe when a dog from earlier appears. She can only watch in disbelief as the creature grows at an impossible rate. Park's transformation catches Troy off guard as he asks her to hop on his back. He takes off at a blinding speed, leaving her desperately clutching him and shouting for him to slow down. As Park and Troy streak across the land, the pack of wolves heads toward him. Meanwhile, miles away, two men discuss the silence within the boundary. They wonder if anyone has crossed the perimeter, noting that two military units are stationed nearby to watch for any movement. The standoff continues as a vehicle from the Suva clan approaches the area. A car appears, drawing the men's attention to the sudden presence of the clan's transport. Inside a moving truck, Han scrolls through YouTube, preoccupied by the massive foreign donations flowing into Park's territory. As Han complains about the heat, Han wonders what secrets the protagonist's rise holds. The wealth flowing in is staggering, especially since the largest contributions come from the world's most influential scouts. As the truck tries to keep pace, Troy suddenly freezes, sensing a terrifying dimensional break looming within 200 meters. The memory shifts to a quiet moment in the hospital, where Troy once asked about his past. Park reveals he came from an animal kingdom, a nightmare realm of hostile creatures, with dimensional energy exceeding 700. It was a world where survival was the only law and blood was the only currency, leaving Troy stunned by the sheer magnitude of that power. Park recounts how he had to fight, just to stay alive, facing relentless challenges for hundreds of years to maintain his reign as king. But if the bridge portal connects to his home planet, it will become a war zone where S-rank beasts descend to tear Earth apart. Meanwhile, Park and Troy move away from the city center, discussing his former reign. If the current king sees how weak Park has become, he will surely hunt him down for his throne. Troy, bewildered, begs him to run toward the northeastern fields. As they flee toward the bushes, Han decides to follow them from a distance, suspicious of their sudden departure. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light erupts in front of them. The space around them begins to distort, and Troy quickly contacts Miso to report the unfolding chaos. She urgently reports the imminent arrival of the portal, prompting a confused request for clarification from Miso. The location to the guard units immediately. Soon convoys arrive with missiles ready, but Park and Troy notice something is wrong with this portal. Park insists this isn't like the world he came from, even without using any equipment. Troy is puzzled by his intuition. Park stops dead, claiming the sensation is nothing like the teleportation portal's returnees usually, which is exactly what Troy expected. But as Troy reflects on the difference, she suddenly realizes the truth behind the shifting dimensional energy of Troy realizes the energy Park felt is far more massive than any standard bridge portal, signaling something truly dangerous is afoot. As detection teams and helicopters descend upon the site, the air begins to crackle with sudden tension. A sudden beam of blinding light erupts, tearing through reality to birth a brand new portal right before their eyes. Despite Troy's superior detection abilities, she realizes Park's survival instincts were far more accurate than her own. Just as the chaos unfolds, Juno's car arrives on the scene alongside Han. The 11th detection team rushes in to set up measurement devices, leaving Juno to wonder about the purpose of their equipment. While the data suggests a simple level 4 dungeon, Park remains entirely unfazed by the threat. Miso watches with disappointment while the team prepares to enter the portal to investigate if this rift truly leads to the world Park once called home. In the control room, the director is spiraling, obsessed with the massive financial losses piling up. Miso defends the project, arguing that Park's status as an irregular makes him an invaluable asset. The director insists that because a portal appeared near a recent returnee, it is definitely a dungeon portal. He demands to know if Miso truly understands the weight of the people who have invested in this project and the mission at hand. To manage the surge, the department offers to rent a $3 billion dungeon energy measurement device, a piece of high-end tech most guilds can only dream of. Park signs the paperwork for the expensive equipment, but the sudden influx of luxury gifts leaves him questioning their motives. The official smiles, reassuring him that the department would treat him well even if he weren't an irregular from another world. They claim to view him as family, especially since foreign nations are desperately trying to recruit him. Confused by these rumors, Park is interrupted by Han, the Han who approaches to discuss the international frenzy surrounding Park's sudden rise to fame. Because Park lacks an internet presence, Han has been collecting astronomical sums of money in his name via massive donations. The amount, a staggering $5 billion. Park places a hand on Han's shoulder, warning him not to become a slave to the massive wealth he's accumulating. He tells Han that while living, true companionship is worth far more than any amount of money. Han nods, absorbing the wisdom. Despite foreign countries offering massive incentives, Park isn't interested in their games. To avoid unwanted attention from international assassins, Park instructs Han to simply say the offers were ignored. Han agrees to divert most of the massive donations to the guild, feeling a sudden surge of admiration for Park's generosity. Seeing Han's excitement over gaining billions, time moves forward toward a new challenge. The group prepares to face a looming dungeon. As Park asks if everyone is ready, a sudden interruption occurs. A combat team from the department arrives, attempting to intervene, but Park has no intention of accepting their help. Park Soo-ho limits the observers to just 2 people, but Choi reassures him that the group is fully prepared for the hunt ahead. Despite warnings that a level 4 dungeon is no easy feat for such a small party, Choi orders the team to focus on recording rather than arguing, with the dog tagging along to level up. The group steps through the portal and instantly find themselves in an unfamiliar, eerie world. Park mentions he is unsure of the exact location. As Choi scans the area with her abilities, Park notes a strange familiarity to the land, while others worry they are being far too casual. Han simply trusts Park's lead, but the tension breaks when Choi suddenly signals a halt. There are 3 monsters looming just 70 meters ahead. Han quickly draws his weapon. Han remains confident, but the tension spikes as Juno suddenly draws his sword with a frantic look in his eyes. Park reacts instantly, knocking Juno unconscious to save him from a deadly affliction. Holding his blade drives him into a state of total insanity. While Han tries to revive him, Park's senses catch a shift in the brush, ordering the group to retreat immediately. The warning is justified as a monster emerges from the shadows, forcing everyone into defensive positions, but Park doesn't wait. Instead, he charges directly into the fray, his every move being captured on camera by the bystander. He tears through the monsters effortlessly, racking up 48 conquest points as the system notifies him of his victory. The battlefield falls silent as the group watches the sheer scale of his power. With tensions high and more monsters lurking, Park reminds Juno to collect the loot before they move on. As they harvest stones from the fallen, the others note how Juno's calm demeanor vanishes the moment he holds a blade. To keep them focused, Choi warns them to stay on guard for Park's next move. Watching the chaos, the observers wonder if sending C-rank soldiers and interns to handle a rookie and a psychopath was wise. Looking to maximize their hunt, Park calls for his dog, asking the beast to dive into the forest to lure more prey. As the dog disappears into the brush, Choi and the others watch with dread, wondering if a massive horde is about to arrive. While the team leader worries, Choi simply tells him to keep recording. Then, Park's warning comes true. A heavy rumbling echoes through the forest as the monsters arrive. Chaos erupts as the man's panic begins to spiral out of control. Juno loses himself to madness and charges into the fray, but a sudden strike from Han and the return of the dog shift the tide. Together, they tear through the monsters, securing a hard-fought victory that pushes Han to level 9. As the dust settles, a hidden threat is neutralized before it can strike from the shadows. Han and Juno finish the job with perfect synergy, marking a significant step in their growth. Doubtful of the dungeon's true difficulty, the man questions the level, but Choi shuts him down, urging him to focus on recording as the dog's sudden aggression catches Park's attention. The danger is immediate. A monster bursts from the brush, lunging straight for Park Soo-ho. Away from the chaos, Mizo confronts a man wielding a dagger, demanding to know why he's risking his life by staying in its way. The young man remains defiant, claiming he won't budge unless something truly significant happens. He points out that Captain Lee's combat team recently entered this zone, and since they were a combat team, this could be a level 4 dungeon. The realization leaves Mizo momentarily silent. While the crowd begins to pack up, Miso races toward the site in her car. Inside the vehicle, concerns rise about the operation's secrecy, but Miso is only focused on the protagonist. The man admitted that Park Soo-ho was likely the key, and Miso knew that exposing his status as a returnee from a dungeon would invite dangerous attention. Dungeon. The news would draw massive attention. The man wondered if Park would be okay. Miso explained they were heading to him now to find a solution before things escalated. Meanwhile, at the site, combat teams were preparing to enter the portal. The captain was ready to hunt monsters, but a soldier ordered them to halt. The man was confused by the sudden delay. The frustration grew as the team realized they had rushed over for nothing, just as a car screeched to a halt. The tension is broken by a car screeching to a halt as Miso steps out to confront the captain. The man demanded to know what she wanted. Miso delivered the ultimatum. Unless Park agrees to cooperate, no combat team is permitted to cross that portal.
Miso refuses entry to the portal, sparking a heated argument with the captain over the contract's flaws.
She claims they are amending the terms and suggests they move this complicated negotiation into the car. While the captain grumbles, the director watches the news, realizing he must investigate further before making a public statement. Meanwhile, a researcher reviews Park's files, observing the chaos surrounding the hero. The doctor ponders the hero's impossible history, noting that Park represents a shattered dream for a world in Korea. A dream that might have cost him everything. The doctor wonders if the current dungeon theory is true, that entire planets can be swallowed and become dungeons. A memory resurfaces of Park Soo-ho pleading for help to find his brother, a desperate man searching for his only kin. Park must eventually reveal his full 500-year history. To the world, Park Soo-ho is an ordinary F-rank, but his 1,000-year survival as a jungle king tells a far more complex story. Back in the dungeon, he moves with a cold, lethal precision, eliminating monsters before they can even sense his presence. His efficiency leaves Han stunned, but Park is only interested in gathering the spoils of their hunt. The group wanders deeper, passing through a strangely beautiful area where the stones glow with a dark, unsettling light. Park stares at the landscape, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. A sense of familiarity grows as they discover an ancient stone, bearing an inscription that warns them to never return to this territory. It is a warning carved in stone, marking a place that should have stayed forgotten. While Han records their journey, Kui watches as Park begins to scale a nearby formation. The group follows him into a hidden cave that opens up to reveal a sight that leaves them speechless. Strange, confusing inscriptions cover the walls, unlike anything the hunters have ever seen. The drawings tell a haunting story of loss of a being who missed its family and its brother Jun-ho, whose name is etched forever in this ancient place. As Han inspects the carvings, the weight of the past sinks in. These aren't just drawings, they are records of a life lived. Choi approaches Park to ask if he truly lived here, but he only stares at the walls with a look that's more threatening than curious. Even when Choi asks if he's alright, Park cannot look away from the carvings. Staring at the shiny, unfinished blades left behind, Park realizes he is standing in the wreckage of his own history. Suddenly, Park bolts toward the cave's exit, leaving a confused Han and Choi struggling to keep up as he scales the terrain. He reaches a mountain peak, his gaze fixed on a landscape that no longer matches the world he sees. Everything feels fundamentally wrong. Choi catches up, breathless, and asks if this was truly his home. Park confirms it, but the geography has shifted beyond recognition. Park denies any change in his companions, though Choi worries about their former animal allies. He explains that this is leopard territory, and even the predators aren't brave enough to move for a few lizardmen. As Choi points toward the thick mist at the dungeon's edge, a sudden noise begins to echo through the forest, signaling an ambush. Over 100 lizardmen are swarming the area, led by the massive Lizard King. Even Han and his group are trapped on the slopes above, caught in the middle of the chaos. Below them, the Lizard King looms, wearing a strange skull on its head. Park recognizes the trophy. It's one of the leopards he once faced. Plunges off the mountain's edge, plummeting directly toward the monsters, while a bewildered Choi watches him fall. Elsewhere, a woman watches a pigeon in silence. Blue energy erupts from Park, manifesting as wings that allow him to soar through the air. He dodges the Lizard King's spear with effortless grace, closing the distance in seconds. Then the transformation deepens as blue light consumes him once more, shifting his form into a powerful wolf. He slams into the king, and the two go tumbling down into the thickets below, leaving Choi and the others in absolute shock. Han grabs his crossbow to defend the group, while Jun-ho, armed with nothing but a stone, prepares for the onslaught. Han fires into the fray, providing cover as the lizardmen close in. Park dominates the battlefield, ripping the skull from the Lizard King's head in a brutal display of power. He demands answers, but the monster's life has already fled.
Meanwhile, back at the mountain, the survivors struggle to understand the mechanics of combat, wondering if long-range weapons drain too much dimensional energy.
Han explains that while there is no inherent power limit, effectiveness depends entirely on the hunter's level. As more lizards approach, Choi issues a warning and Jun-ho readies his weapons. Han watches him with concern, fearing his friend has lost his mind again, when suddenly, a sudden, inexplicable change begins to take hold of Park Soo-ho. Desperate, the survivors scramble to find cover as the Lizard King strikes the mountain. The shockwave is immediate, and a system notification rings out. Park Soo-ho has leveled up, unlocking wind abilities. The resulting explosion sends monsters plummeting into the abyss, but the mountain itself begins to buckle and break. Choi screams for everyone to take cover, yet as the ground gives way, they find themselves falling alongside the monsters. Everything is cascading toward a massive landslide. In the chaos, Choi manages to stabilize herself and checks on the others. Han confirms his safety, and Jun-ho finally wakes up amidst the settling dust. As Park Soo-ho reverts to his human form, he tells the group to move. The exit has opened. With the portal stabilized, the group rushes toward the door to return to the world. The portal remains dangerously active, a massive breach in reality that refuses to close. Meanwhile, Miso and a group of soldiers wait as the survivors emerge from the chaos. A soldier watches in silence as Park Soo-ho's group returns completely unscathed. Observing the group, a witness wonders if this is truly Park, as he looks surprisingly weak. Miso steps forward to greet the man, but he suddenly transforms into a pigeon and takes flight, leaving the observers in absolute shock. Miso asks if something is wrong, but Choi suggests there is no point in negotiating, leaving them in a tense standoff. As Miso questions the status of the mission recording, Choi pushes to return to headquarters with Chief Kim, but Miso insists on coming along, and when Choi asks why, she reveals that her mission to observe Park has officially reached its end. But the mysteries are only beginning. While management staff prepare to monitor the equipment in Daegu, Junho shakes hands with a worker. The observer watches stunned by how much Junho has changed in real life. But tension remains as a man questions why they are retreating instead of cooperating with Park Suho, and Miso insists they return to discuss his salary. Miso's priority is getting home, especially since the director is already waiting. The director is waiting. As the discussion heats up, Han and Junho watch from the sidelines. Han's irritation peaks, prompting Junho to suggest they just leave, as several buses begin their journey toward a new destination. Meanwhile, Miso is pressed for answers regarding the press, but she dismisses the concern, stating the management team is the only group remaining on site. Suddenly, a recording surfaces, revealing something impossible. Park Suho's diary was written in Korean on the cave walls. The footage is chilling, showing Park Suho effortlessly tossing aside the Lizard King and even fusing with a pigeon. As the recording ends, witnesses are left stunned by the terrifying power demonstrated by a boy who could easily crush a rank B monster. Because he defeated a rank A monster with ease, the debate over his true power begins to escalate. Troy clarifies that while his dimensional energy appears low, his combat abilities reach rank S+ through animal fusion, potentially even SSS. Most importantly, unlike other awakened ones, Park Suho has no level up limit. While some wonder if all returnees share this potential, others argue that surviving a portal empty-handed makes him a total anomaly. The director notes that regardless of his origin, the facts are clear. Park Suho is a survivor from a level 4 dungeon, but Troy remains skeptical about the true nature of this new world, and worries that the real secret lies within the dungeon's depths. The director questions why Park Suho is blocking scouts despite his contract, suggesting he is hiding his power, but Troy defends his character. Despite Miso's suggestion to negotiate, the director insists they have already offered enough to the boy. Miso's sudden sharp response suggests they have missed something vital. Meanwhile, the director makes a calculated promise. Find Park Suho, and the minister's investment issues will disappear. The director insists the current spoils are enough, but the negotiator counters that they could earn a massive 780% bonus instead. Seeking more, the director asks Miso what it would take to get Park Suho to grant them unrestricted access, but Miso wonders if they don't already have more than enough to spare. Meanwhile, at a peaceful plantation, a child asks Monk Myongjin about the tomato harvest. The monk replies that they'll be harvesting the tomatoes, peppers, and potatoes too. As the children enter the shed, they excitedly begin counting out their cherry tomatoes. One child mentions making roasted vegetables later as they prepare to take their hoes to the fields. But amidst this simple labor, a man with sinister eyes watches them all from the shadows. Elsewhere, a soldier announces that departure is only 10 minutes away. The soldiers finish their equipment inspection and confirm there are no issues with detection. Meanwhile, Choi remains focused on her phone, checking the status of Detection Team 11. The soldiers prepare to deploy inside the transport tank. As they move out, the soldiers whisper about the Daegu border, a place described as hell on earth due to constant dungeon breaches. Choi warns them to write their wills to their families before they lose signal range, knowing the true danger of the front lines. At a quiet house, a different kind of silence hangs in the air. Park Suho sleeps through a missed call from Choi, oblivious to the world outside. Nearby, Han stares at his computer, wondering why a survivor of a level 4 dungeon is sleeping so much and why donations have seemingly dried up. Han's eyes widen at what he sees on the screen, just as Junho arrives at the house. Han tells Junho to knock before entering, while the boy apologizes for potentially breaking some unspoken rule. Junho confirms he couldn't reach Park earlier, wondering if something happened during the long silence. Han jokes about Park reaching enlightenment, though he suspects the man is just enjoying some well-earned peace. Meanwhile, Park wakes up to a strange sight, but this world isn't the one Park knew. He has only returned to a tiny fraction of the land he once survived. But if destiny allows, he knows he will find his wolf family and his greatest enemies again. Junho enters to find Park already awake, though the man admits his exhaustion has left him feeling famished. As they head to dinner, Choi continues her fruitless attempts to reach him. A little later, Park sits at the table with the two men, casually asking where that blonde girl has gone. They react with total shock. They can't believe he doesn't even know her name. Park's confusion only grows when he asks if her name isn't Blondie, leaving Han in utter disbelief. The conversation shifts as Park asks about a house, only for Junho to wonder if they're actually planning to send her into the field. Park simply shrugs, completely lost in the conversation. Junho explains that since Park is ignoring his calls, they urgently need new guild members to monitor the portal meter in her territory. Therefore, Park turns to and asking if he knows where to find more recruits, to which Han suggests contacting an old boxing friend. Park wonders if that monk has returned to Seoul, but Junho notes he hasn't reached out about the orphans. Han snaps that the monk's sudden silence is completely out of character. Meanwhile, far from the table, Choi stands waiting for orders on the battlefield. She checks her phone and realizes she's drifted into a red zone filled with necrophiles, questioning if this was part of the plan. Distracted by the chaos, Choi switches off her phone entirely. The connection to the outside world is lost. Park attempts to call back, but the line is dead, and amidst a sea of zombies, Choi's phone lies stained in blood. While Park realizes she won't be answering, tanks roll toward a site overrun by the undead. He is left alone with the silence of her unanswered calls. Back at Park's home, Miso arrives with a formal entourage, approaching Junho to request an audience. Inside, Park sits silently, lost in thought. When Park asks if this is about the inspection, Miso confirms it is, and her true intent is clear. They want to uncover the secret behind his incredible dungeon abilities. Park Suho has told them repeatedly that they need 1,000 years of training, but the official persists. He pleads for cooperation, reminding Park that they are compatriots facing a national crisis. The stakes are rising as the man explains that level 6 dungeon appearances are increasing, and the window to prevent dungeon breaks is shrinking. With food and labor shortages ravaging society, people with powerful abilities are needed more than ever. Park turns his attention to the official's mention of an infection. What he means by infected people. The official explains that a mysterious virus is spreading through the field, creating necrophiles monstrous infected that threaten to cut off all land travel. The threat is growing. As dungeon breaks become harder to manage, the official reveals the virus likely originated from a portal. In exchange for Park's help, the man offers 2 significant rewards, a guild rank increase to level 5 and new territory in the north near Park's existing domain. It's a massive opportunity, but it comes with a heavy cost. The official explains that most of the northern lands are abandoned fields where survivors fled to avoid the chaos of the Great Disaster, leaving massive empty gaps in the population. The official paints a picture of a thriving new society built on trade and farming within these secured zones, promising immense profit for anyone capable of managing the territory. Park considers the offer, wondering if the chaos in North Korea might soon spill over into South Korea. Park, observing all of this, realizes it is a deal he cannot ignore. After learning that North Korea's command structure collapsed during the disaster, Park agrees to sign the contract. Park Suho asks if the 30-day residency requirement has been cancelled, only to learn the condition remains. He presents 2 demands, a meeting with a scientist who measures dimensional energy and the location of his missing guild member, the monk. He's looking for answers that only his allies can provide. Miso promises to fulfill these requests, leaving Park to begin his mission. Meanwhile, a recruitment drive is underway at a prestigious building where
the Estila Guild is holding its biannual recruitment. It is the ultimate dream for most mercenaries, but only the elite ever make the cut.
Against the odds, one experienced mercenary passes the initial registration phase, but the real challenge begins now. With only 10 spots available from 50 candidates, this once-in-a-lifetime chance hangs in the balance. The tension is broken only when a candidate receives a shocking email, and shortly after, the room is cleared of its applicants. The officials aren't impressed. They see only ordinary candidates or mere porters. The only Songye of potential is Zhang, an experienced but low-ranked E-rank swordsman. The interviewer decides a fencing ability might be worth training, so he calls in the next group to continue the process. The interviews resumed, but something was off. As the officials noticed Zhang had vanished, the boy explains he simply left, unaware that Park Suho's recruitment message was the reason. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a military convoy pushes forward. The soldiers remain on high alert, knowing that terrifying monsters are closing in from the shadows, making the roads increasingly lethal. The military convoy keeps moving, following a route they hope is safe, but a soldier suddenly spots something truly bizarre. A pack of zombies is feasting on a monster's corpse, turning their menacing glares toward the passing tank. One soldier wants to blast them with a rocket launcher, but his comrade fears the sound will only agitate the undead. There is no time to debate, so the captain gives the order to fire before they reach the military zone. Following orders, the soldier readies the weapon. The command is given to open fire, and as a result, 4 rockets streak through the air toward the infected horde. The explosions are brutal, tearing through the monsters before they can even react. The tanks push forward without mercy, crushing everything in their path. But the carnage only attracts more creatures, and the survivors begin to haul. summoning reinforcements. The tanks brace for the inevitable clash. The snarling creatures rush toward the vehicles, and the sergeant orders full fire, triggering a deafening cannon barrage to clear a path through the chaos. Meanwhile, suddenly, the fuel gauge hits empty, leaving them stranded in the path of the monsters. The driver panics as the gas runs out, and Monk urges him to keep going toward the mountain camp. The monsters show no signs of slowing down. Even if they reach the camp, the driver realizes his mistake. The monsters have already arrived there. Monk looks to the older monk, hoping they can still provide fresh food for the children. Monk's gentle wish for a peaceful meal is met with a quiet nod from the older monk. The two men know there is still much work to do in the fields, provided they can eat in peace with the children. The older monk worries that the little ones must already be starving. As the grotesque sounds of the infected draw near, Monk shouts for the driver to slow down and reach the camp gate immediately. He urges the children to prepare to run, knowing they'll have to bolt the moment they stop. The children are paralyzed by terror, leaving the women nearby to sigh in silent despair. But Monk won't accept defeat. He is determined to save every single person here. The monsters are clumsy but incredibly fast, forcing the passengers to jump from the van and run as the infected close the gap. Monk is carrying two children when a sudden scream shatters the chaos. He spins around to find a monster looming over them, its arms stretching out as it breathes heavily. Acting without a second thought, Monk sets the children down and orders them to run. He turns to face the beast, grabbing his staff, and delivers a clean, devastating strike. The creature's jaw flies off with a dry crack. While Monk fights to push through the rising horde, the sheer number of zombies makes the situation look impossible. With only minutes until the dragons attack, the odds are stacked against them. Then, a sudden magical glow begins to light up the scene where Monk stands trapped. Tornado columns erupt, sucking the monsters high into the sky, leaving the infected spinning through the air like useless leaves. Monk can only watch, frozen in shock, completely mesmerized by the magical glow. And then a new presence emerges behind him. Perched atop a building, Park Suho looks down at the chaos with his hands in his pockets, calmly remarking that the ability is pretty useful. Park arrives and creates. Park Suho ramps up his power, sending the monsters spinning even faster in a violent whirlwind, as the fireflies glow brighter, turning the carnage into a beautiful, shimmering tapestry of light. With eyes sparkling, Park admits he actually likes the view. But while he enjoys the spectacle, the military is struggling to hold the line against the undead, desperately calling for reinforcements as a sudden rain of stones batters their convoy. Dozens of infected swarm the tank, clinging to the metal surfaces like parasites. The sergeant orders everyone to hold on tight, but the horde is already trying to break into the cabin. The convoy is in chaos as vehicles flip and roll over cobblestones, forcing an immediate turnaround maneuver. Everything falls silent. Meanwhile, amidst the confusion, Choi notices her sword beginning to glow as reports of flipped vehicles flood the radio. A nervous soldier shouts that they are screwed as zombies begin climbing onto the car, only to be mowed down. Choi reaches for the window blind. Then she sees it, red eyes staring back at her from the other side of the glass. The infected are piled high on top of the vehicle. Choi orders the door to be unlocked immediately, but the situation is spiraling out of control. Terrified, the soldiers realize they're trapped, so Choi orders them toward car 7 and to kill anything that stands in their way. A bright yellow forms in her hand, which she then unleashes as a massive flaming column to sweep the zombies aside. The soldiers watch in awe as she clears a path, but Choi warns them to move fast because more monsters are coming. She commands the driver to join them, leaving their current car behind, when a zombie suddenly lunges from the vehicle roof to attack her. Quick as ever, Choi draws her sword and slices the creature in half in one fluid motion. As more monsters surround her, she spins her sword in a perfect arc, scattering the infected like leaves in the wind and yelling for gunfire. The sergeant in the first car maintains the defense, ordering his men to form a perimeter around the vehicle. A soldier checks the second car, only to find that both the driver and the passenger are already dead. Yet, the infected won't stop their assault, and the soldiers struggle to force the doors open. They struggle against the metal.
Members of Group 7 attempt to secure the vehicle, but they are far too few to hold the line as the infected break through their defense.
And charge. Panic rises among the men as they scream that they are being crushed, but the captain remains unshaken. He orders them to hold out just a little longer, but a scout's clairvoyance reveals a terrifying reality. 40 meters ahead, the horde is growing. More zombies swarm the soldiers, forcing them into desperate close combat. The sergeant draws his dagger, bracing for the inevitable end. Suddenly, blue lightning begins to glow behind the monster horde. The electricity tears through the infected like paper, scattering the monsters apart. The lightning intensifies, reducing the horde to nothing but scattered body parts. Shocked soldiers stare upward, wondering what is happening. High above, reinforcements descend from massive drones marked with the 707A symbol, arriving just in time to save the day. One soldier lands on a car, surprising the troops. Meanwhile, Choi continues to slice through the infected, still unaware of the help. Suddenly, her blade is intercepted. She looks up and realizes it is Jin Woo-sun, a special unit soldier who has come to handle the rest. Jin Woo-sun pulls Choi close to protect her and shouts a command for a shield. At that exact moment, soldier on the car fires several red spheres from his weapon. The spheres fly toward the horde, waiting for the impact that will change everything. The soldier's command triggers a wave of fire. The spheres detonate, tearing the monsters apart and shredding the landscape in a violent explosion that blankets bodies that surround Choi and Jin Woo-sun. As pilots scramble to count the casualties, a radio warning cuts through the chaos. Something unknown is approaching at high speed. In the aftermath, the survivors are bathed in a soft, ethereal light. The corpses of the infected rain down like a grotesque storm around Monk, while the orphans rush toward him in relief. Monsters destroyed by explosive. As the orphans shout with joy that the monsters are finally gone, Park Soo-ho offers a small, amused smile, thinking it was all just fun and time to go home. Monk immediately turns to him. The children stare in awe at the stranger, but Monk is interrupted before he can introduce the hero to the group. Horror strikes as a surviving zombie sinks its teeth deep into Monk's leg, leaving him paralyzed by the sudden, merciless attack. Meanwhile, in Osaka, Japan, a new portal tears open the sky, swallowing the road and unleashing a massive monster upon the terrified city. Just as chaos erupts, Okita Hiro arrives at the scene, stopping a runaway stroller and saving a baby to the cheers of the crowd. In Osaka, black-suited warriors engage a fire-breathing nightmare, their blades cloaked in dark flames. A fireball flies toward a soldier, and clones of the men appear to distract the beast. This chaos is only a stage for the main event. Hiro strikes with surgical precision, his movements so light, it's as if the monster has already lost. With effortless blows, he tears the creature apart, leaving only pieces on the ground. As the crowd cheers his name, the media reports that Hiro's team prevented a total catastrophe. But Akiko is distracted by a video about the protagonist dismissively watching the spectacle until a certain video catches his eye. Suddenly, Hiro freezes. Something in the footage has caught his attention. He stares in shock at the screen. He recognizes the boy in the photo as the eighth evil. By his calculations, the boy should be an orphan, waiting to become a villain. The timeline is shattered. If this boy is a leader, then everything Hiro knows about the future is wrong. The faces in the photo keep revealing secrets, including Yang, a new member of the guild known to Hiro as the Yang. He also recognizes Monk, the man he once called the Monk. The sight of these legends gathered under one roof defies all logic. As Akiko presents more footage of Park slaughtering monsters, she suspects a massive power is pulling the strings of this guild. Even a recording of Hiro's own battle against the Lizard King leaves the group speechless. Watching the carnage, Akiko asks if Park is perhaps too powerful for an F-rank dungeon, suggesting he might be an irregular, just like Hiro himself. Hiro realizes the truth. Park must be a regressor too, building a guild to change the future. This realization hits him like a punch to the gut. If Park is trying to alter the past, then Hiro's own perfect plan is in danger. Akiko notices his sudden tension and asks if he is okay. Hiro can only take a shaky, deep breath. He whispers that he wants to go there once the apocalypse is over. Akiko's expression turns serious, telling him it is impossible for him to return to Korea right now. Shocked, Hiro turns his attention back to the reality outside, where massive trees near Park's guild have transformed the forest into a sanctuary for wildlife. Nearby, the orphans Monk rescued find hope in the camps, surrounded by lush food and thriving wildlife. While the children play, the Reborn's department is left reeling by Park's guild efficiency. Standard squads take days to clear dungeons, but Park's group finishes in mere hours. Their speed is breaking every established record. Meanwhile, Yang shows off the Infernal Blade, a gift from Park that promises immense power once he reaches B rank. The blade's true strength remains locked, waiting for his dormant power to awaken. Grateful for the support, Yang vows to grow, while Monk approaches Park with a request for a more powerful weapon. Watching the scene, Jong wonders aloud if Monk is truly a monk, wondering if he is even a monk. The boys watch in awe as Park makes the impossible real, manifesting a magnificent winged spear. Monk immediately begins spinning the legendary winged spear, testing its balance with a wide grin. He promises to repay the favor with the blood of their enemies. Looking on with confusion, Han explains that Monk is a specialist in sinister debuffs before turning his rifle toward Han's needs. He claims he already has enough firepower to handle anything. Even as the tension breaks, Park turns to his brother Junho to ask about the medicine. Junho summons two blades glowing with a sinister blue aura, leaving Jang spooked by the sudden display of power. Meanwhile, Akiko explains to Hiro that all travel to Korea is impossible because flights are suspended. Hiro is left confused, unable to understand why the world has suddenly been blocked off. She points to a headline on her tablet describing a massive wyvern attack that downed a commercial plane, noting that even the seas have been blocked. Akiko reveals that entire ships are simply vanishing in the ocean. As Hiro struggles to process the chaos, he receives an urgent call. The minister's voice is frantic. A level 7 dungeon has opened, and the team must move immediately. Akiko is just as stunned, because according to Hiro's predictions, that dungeon shouldn't exist for another 5 months. The timeline has changed. Everything is wrong. The wyverns are early, and the army won't be ready to contain them in time. If this dungeon isn't closed, the world will fall. Hiro realizes the truth. Park Suho has returned from the future, potentially making him an anomaly that could threaten humanity. But did Park use the same time stone? Or does he hold secrets even Hiro doesn't know? While Akiko continues her investigation, Park Suho is deep within a dungeon, ordering Monk to gather the monsters. Monk approaches a bull with a prayer, but Han's loud encouragement only adds to the chaotic noise of the forest. Jang felt embarrassed by the group's antics, as Han spotted the approaching threat through his rifle's sight. As the team fell silent, Junho drew his blades with a quiet laugh, watching the tension build. Then Han's voice breaks the tension, shouting that they are being charged upon by us. Park raised his hand, summoning the spirits. Immediately, Park activated his tornado skill, spinning the lizard men through the air, though Han already had his eyes on a survivor. The target is down, but the victory is short-lived as the horde only grows larger. Han realizes they're being completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. Monk activates his Dragon Rupture ability, summoning a massive blue dragon to sweep the monsters into the sky. Even so, gravity eventually claims the fallen monsters. Bodies begin to. Junho dives into the carnage, carving a path through the monsters to reach Han. Seeing Jang standing motionless, Han shouts to wake him up from his frozen trance. He's paralyzed right in the middle of the hunt. And he was right. Jang is stuck in a state of shock, only snapping out of it when Han yells at him. Lizardmen continue to swarm the group with pure hatred, forced to fight while Junho carves through them with ruthless, precise strikes. Suddenly, a monster lunges at Han's head with a spear, but Jang leaps in to intercept the blow. Jang slices the spear in half, decapitates the enemy in one swift motion. Jang is already in a flow state, his infernal blade tearing through the horde with terrifying precision. Han can only watch, realizing the swordsman has reached a completely different level. Han realizes the power of the blade while Yang looks on, his mind drifting back to his days as a low-ranked outsider. Looking at the carnage, Yang is suddenly transported back to his days of struggling to find a place in the Scylla Guild. But being part of Park's guild has changed everything. Suddenly, a massive, snarling lizard man appears, wearing a mask that signals a far greater threat. It's the Lizard Man King, but before it can strike, Junho lunges from the shadows to tear the monster's arm clean off. Gathering every ounce of strength, Jang charges forward with a scream, his infernal blade unleashing a barrage of brutal slashes that shred the Lizard Man King into pieces. The group stands in stunned silence as the monster's remains bleed out into the decay. Even the battle-hardened warriors can hardly believe he ended the king's reign with just a single blow. But the tension is broken by Han, who sighs dramatically about the lost loot.
He doesn't
seem to care about the danger, only that they missed out on the precious blood crystals. After a quick apology, the group realizes time is running out. A portal suddenly flickers to life, its voice announcing that the exit will vanish in 5 minutes. Park orders a retreat, leaving Han grumbling about the 400 million worth of crystals they're forced to leave behind. In the rush to leave, no one notices Monk falling behind. He's sweating and limping, struggling to keep pace. The bite on his leg is starting to fester, and while the group focuses on the exit, another team is sweeping the dungeon. At headquarters, soldiers are requesting a status update from Group 2. They've explored 30% of Sector 3. They haven't found anything major from Park yet, and they're moving on, reporting that cave drawings have been analyzed, but the routine is shattered when a radio call reports 6 targets moving rapidly toward the base. A white-haired officer orders a silent strike to secure the crystals before calling base. To confirm the Lizardman King's location, upon hearing the king is in Sector 12, he can only sigh and set down his coffee. The dungeon was way too slow, leaving the team searching for something truly valuable when a sudden sound breaks the silence. A soldier arrives with dire news. 8 lizardmen are approaching the base. The soldier doesn't flinch, wondering if the monsters can see them. He eyes a red blinking light in the bushes, clutching a remote to prevent any further approach, but something slimy suddenly drips onto his face. Looking up, he finds the Lizard Man King grinning from the headquarters roof, staring down at the troops. Meanwhile, Park's team is busy extracting blood crystals from fallen monsters when a radio transmission interrupts their work. An explosion rocks the headquarters, signaling the start of a slaughter. The captain curses as he pushes toward the blast, with soldiers trailing behind him as more lizardmen swarm the group. But the captain spins his axe with fierce resolve, ready to meet the onslaught head-on. He carves a path through the monsters with ease, fighting his way toward the wreckage of the base. He screams for the others to run. There's still time to escape, but they must move with desperate speed while 707A military drones monitor the chaotic landing zone from above. A fresh wave of infected surges toward the line. As some soldiers report the zombies are retreating, others scream for immediate helicopter evacuations for the wounded. Jin Woo-sun tells Choi that an SOS signal brought them here just in time, but they must quickly rendezvous with the SDS group. As the CDC runs simultaneous operations in multiple dungeons, a sudden fireball streaks through the sky, targeting a helicopter. The impact is catastrophic. The aircraft erupts in mid-air, leaving soldiers paralyzed by the sight of a massive creature emerging from the trees to rain fire upon them. Back at the base. Inside the base, a soldier shows a darkened screen to Miso, explaining it's the final real-time recording before the chaos. Even with the footage, there's no good news.
Miso's patience snaps. She demands to know why the units were rerouted directly into this slaughterhouse, but the soldiers can only offer excuses of instructor error. Miso explodes with rage, demanding to know who authorized entry into the zombie red zone. She swears she'll deal with the culprit personally if they survive. She attempts to call for help, but all she hears is a recording,
saying the device was turned off. Exhausted and frustrated, she wonders what has gone wrong with Choi. Meanwhile, the phone she was trying to reach lies destroyed in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, chaos reigns at the dungeon base, amidst the blood and destroyed equipment, a soldier missing an arm, paw. Yet the young man watching is ready for this exact moment. With a dark smile, he presses a button on his remote paw, but the young man was ready, a dark smile playing on his lips as he pressed a red button on the remote. Suddenly the monster realizes the danger, but it's far too late. The Lizardman King turns to face the danger, but it is far too late. His body ignites, disintegrating instantly in front of the horrified witnesses. At that moment, the captain and his team arrive at the ruined headquarters to find the Lizardman King's severed head while a closing portal looms nearby. Irritated by the mess, the captain mutters about the disgrace of it all. Meanwhile, at the defense headquarters, Miso receives devastating news. Despite their strength, 2 soldiers are dead and 2 more are critically injured in the level 4 dungeon. The sergeant explains they had to split into 2 groups to handle the chaos and must head back down in just 2 hours. Miso demands they delay until she can secure reinforcements. She asks about the other groups, but the reply is blunt. Everyone is tied up in an incursion. They have found nothing of value because they are too busy defending the base. Reports confirm a terrifying reality. Time is distorting, with hours spent inside the dungeon passing as mere minutes in the real world. Miso realizes the truth behind his training. Park Suho didn't just survive for 10 years. It was for the strength that only 1,000 years of isolation could provide. Now, the math finally makes sense. If he spent centuries in there, his power is beyond anything they can fathom. Miso admits that Park's guild is light years ahead of everyone else, leaving the rest of the world struggling to even keep pace. Even after 50 dungeon clears in a single afternoon, they aren't stopping. They're heading to the Awakened department. As the team heads to update their records, Junho is already behind the wheel, driving them toward the next chapter. Stats have climbed, and levels are rising even as the others sleep soundly in the back seat. Park Suho notices Jang looks exhausted after the intense raid, but the young man can barely believe his eyes, claiming the whole experience feels like a dream. He can't wrap his head around how he went from barely surviving level 3 or level 4 dungeons to clearing 50 of them in a single day. The lizardmen he faced were practically boss-level threats. Struggling to stay grounded, he asks if this is really happening, only for Park to jokingly threaten him if he keeps questioning reality. With a laugh, Jang decides he'd rather keep dreaming, just as the car pulls up to the Awakened department. As Junho rallies the group, Park tells the exhausted survivors that they'll be eating lobster once they finish testing. Inside the energy measurement room, lightning dances through the air, revealing mysterious eyes hidden within the sparks. As Park grows stronger, strange voices from the device become clearer, reminding him of Miso's promise to introduce him to a scientist in England. Han stares at the test results in disbelief, noting that Park's power is far beyond C rank. It turns out Park has a unique gift. He is the only one who can see everyone else's levels. When Park asks about the origin of the system, the staff reveals it has existed since the very first awakening. But the truth is far more incredible than a mere dream. The scientist reveals the stone decoded the foundations of the dungeon world, from spatial energy to the level system. As they leave, Park wonders if awakening could be artificially induced through atomic energy, though Han dismisses it as fiction. The group continues to celebrate their new levels, but the mood shifts when Junho reveals his own level has unexpectedly increased. With the mystery of the stones and new powers still fresh, Park asks if he's ready to head back to the orc dungeon. Smiling Park, Suho declares that his growing strength is enough to tame even more wolves and expand his family through more raids with Yang. Zhang expresses deep gratitude, calling Park his captain, while Junho agrees that more raids are the way to go. Han gets excited about increased government benefits, but Junho points out they're already making far more from the dungeons themselves. The conversation turns to their massive success, with Monk calculating that their total earnings have reached a staggering $5 billion. While Han counts the blood crystals, Junho reminds the group that the guild takes half, leaving the rest to be split among the participants. The reality of their wealth hits home when Zhang sees a massive transfer of 500 million credited to his account. Overwhelmed by the windfall, Zhang can barely accept his share, so Han lightens the mood by shouting for lobster to celebrate their luck. But the celebration is cut short as the group arrives at a busy restaurant. Suddenly, Han begins to panic, realizing a terrifying truth. They gather around his laptop, watching as Junho reads the sender names in disbelief. The festive mood dies instantly, as Han realizes the source of the massive sudden transfers, the Yakuza. The Yakuza's interest is far from financial. They want Park's plant cultivation ability to fix the global food crisis caused by the destruction of Aruka's farmland. As long as they are by his side, Han thinks they might survive, but Park isn't so sure. Han reveals the ultimatum. It's not just about the money, but if Park doesn't meet them in 2 days, he's a dead man. Park, serious, maintains his composure, stating he has already refused to meet them. Han adds that they are relentlessly demanding, even using a drunken message from the past to taunt them. While Zhang stands shocked, Park calmly asks for their true intentions, prompting a desperate Han to beg for a video to satisfy them. Park agrees immediately. Han is still rambling about guild benefits and brand names, but Park is only focused on one thing: getting to dinner. The rest of the group agrees, driven by nothing but pure hunger. Hungry and impatient, the group watches as Han sets up the camera to record the moment, to present him as the man the world has been waiting for. Once Han steps out of frame, the stage is set. Park stares directly into the lens, completely unfazed by the audience or the tension. "I'm not going anywhere." The team is left confused by his bluntness, while John notes that Park always gets straight to the point. But the mood shifts instantly when Han reads a new message. The Yakuza are done waiting and will come to him instead. Everyone freezes at the threat. Han explains that they want a serious confrontation, but the real answer is about to come from our hero. At the cafe, Junho asks about the origin of the threats, and Han realizes they come from the same place Hero once visited. The group remains oblivious to the man sitting nearby, watching their every move with calculating eyes. As night falls over the city, a young man speaks urgently on a phone with his superior about his arrival. He hangs up with a frown, venting his frustration about his boss before turning to his driver to head to a club. But the phone rings once more, interrupting his night. He answers with annoyance, only to hear from a man. He has finally located Park Suho. The director learns Park is heading to the dungeon where the recent incident occurred and orders his subordinate to keep him under surveillance. The director smiles, giving a chilling order to keep Park exactly where he is. Within the halls of the DGB building, a man sits in an armchair, listening to the director mention Song Yi, a popular Songyi who recently expressed interest in Park Suho. The director reveals his true colors by planning to exploit Park's public scandal as the foundation for a new advertising campaign. The man stares in confusion, unable to grasp his boss's ruthless schemes, turning away from the conversation to the driver with a new order to pick up a client, and the car swerves sharply into the street. Meanwhile, the man in the car receives a sudden, aggressive call from the chairman. The chairman's voice screams through the line, hurling insults and demanding to know why the man is late. The man remains calm, claiming his dedication to the DGB, but it only fuels the old man's rage. The furious chairman screams one last accusation, accusing him of conspiring against him once more. The vice president promised that this time he'd actually do something useful for the company, but the confused chairman quickly demanded an explanation. With a sly smile, the son revealed his true goal. He wanted to recruit Park Suho, yet the old man is already one step ahead. Frustrated by the lack of trust, he stares at his phone, lamenting how he is treated by his own family. Then, a call comes in from Song Yi, who warmly greets him as her brother. The man smiled upon hearing her voice and asked how she was. Song Yi wanted to know if it was true that he planned to introduce her to Park Suho. He confirmed it, saying he was on his way to pick her up. After hanging up, he seethed at his father's manager, wondering how that old fox dared interfere. Interfere with his plans? If Zhang's ascent to power succeeds, he will finally escape his father's shadow. But for now, his eyes are on a different prize, the charm of Song Yi from the Vita group. Meanwhile, deep within a dark abandoned dungeon, the ruins are being reclaimed by overgrown in vegetation, and a buzzing echoes through the ruins. The noise comes from a helicopter hovering overhead, while monsters peer from the broken windows. Glowing infrared spheres are dropped into the air to scan the area. Each sphere emits an infrared glow. On the pilot's screen, a chaotic landscape of goblins appears. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The pilot can't understand why elite, well-equipped soldiers are being deployed just to hunt a single man. Suddenly, the ultraviolet spectrum catches something. The pilot orders a sharp turn as the red light of the sphere is redirected toward a target. The search has found a man crouched, a huge scar on his face. Park Suho is far from amused, grumbling that after being used by the world, he is being hunted by it once again. From above, soldiers order him to stay put for his own rescue. The pilot curses the chaos. Realizing the man is surrounded by goblins, panic rises as soldiers scream for more speed to reach him in time. Drawing his pistol, Park shoots frantically to clear a path. He kills the closest monsters and begins to run, desperately attempting to escape the horde. Even as the helicopter closes in, the creatures are gaining ground, and the man is running as fast as he can to avoid an axe strike. He fights back, spinning to take out more enemies while climbing a staircase, but luck isn't on his side. He trips and crashes hard to the ground. His pistol slides out of reach, and before he can even recover, a goblin is upon him, opening its jaws wide to deliver a killing blow. But at the last second, a gunshot shatters the air, and the goblin's head explodes. Then, DGB soldiers burst through the windows, leaving the man with no escape and only a final bitter curse before he dies. Meanwhile, across the city, a black car speeds through the streets. Inside the vehicle, Group X reports the mission's success. The target has been captured. The leader orders the prisoner to be taken to the warehouse, while the director furiously scolds
his manager for the botched containment. The man explains he only intended to hold Park until he could arrive.
The manager can't help but recall how Park simply walked toward the portal, stating he would go alone. Park had ignored the manager's calls, merely taking a DGB business card before vanishing into the portal like a blur. The manager tries to explain the vanishing act, but the director dismisses his apologies with a cold turn of her head. The manager bows his head in shame. Asked how long the last raid took, the manager notes it was 4 days for a pair, but for Park alone, it would take at least 8. The director is stunned, wondering if Park has truly entered a dungeon alone, and a level 5 one no less. At that moment, a girl named Song Yi asks when she can finally see Park. Without even looking, the director calls her Song Yi and reveals that Park is already inside the dungeon, standing on a mountain of dead goblins. Deep inside the carnage, Park assesses his progress, noting he has mastered his druid points but requires more experience. When he feels something moving beneath the corpses, with a curious smile, he wonders if there's still someone there and activates his tracking skill. Beneath the pile, a wounded goblin emerges, defying the odds by remaining alive. Park lunges with his axe, leaving the goblin no room to react. The strike is so violent it shreds the creature and the corpses surrounding it alike. A blood-soaked stone is revealed from the carnage. With 23 experience points secured, the stone vanishes into the guild's bank. Because he has enough points, he prepares to unlock a new hunting area for 5,000. He accepts, and the map expands to include his own land. The map updates. The new territory is live, but a new threat approaches as a group of orcs approaches, prompting the interface to suggest a summon command. As the orcs charge with murderous intent, Park remains strangely calm, seemingly oblivious to the danger. Park Suho extends his hand toward the orcs, a bluish glow beginning to emanate from his palm. Summon beasts, he commands. Despite the flashing lights, the orcs keep advancing, their sharp teeth bared in predatory grins. From the blue light, a wolf's massive jaw appears, followed by his pack, all ready for battle. A satisfied smile spreads across Park's face as his wolves charge the orcs under the watchful eye of a dove. With a dagger in hand, Park joins the fray. He grins, looking to use this hunt to fill all 100 of his available slots. Meanwhile, loud music blasts in a nearby club where people dance, oblivious to the chaos. A phone rings, and the manager answers it with a look of pure disbelief. Park has returned from a level 5 dungeon in just 2 hours, a feat that seems impossible. While the director scoffs at the impossibility of his feats, Song-yi finds herself unexpectedly mentioned in a conversation on her tablet. Inside the dungeon, Park Suho is busy turning orcs into minced meat, enjoying the carnage until a sudden rain of arrows falls, aimed directly at his precious wolves. He orders an immediate retreat, and the wolves dive into blue portals to escape the onslaught of screaming monsters. Then Park propels himself into the sky, white wings spreading from his back as the orcs scream in terror as he circles above them, unleashing a shimmering tornado skill that lifts the monsters off the ground. glance aside to see a massive creature plummeting from the heavens. While the whirlwind holds the archers, Park races toward the impact zone to meet the Orc King head-on and calls for the Grey Wolves to join the fight. In a flash of power, he transforms into a gigantic white wolf to meet the threat head-on, slamming a heavy punch into the monster's face. Staying in his wolf form, he leaps into the air to chase the king mid-flight. With a devastating spinning strike, he hits the Orc King squarely. The Orc King is sent plummeting, slamming into the earth and leaving a massive crater in his wake. Park lands atop the fallen king to deliver the killing blow, earning a sudden burst of experience points. With the exit portal closing soon, Park sprints through the chaos and activates his tame ability on a nearby wolf pack. He races towards safety with his growing pack, sealing them into smaller portals before crossing the threshold to return to human form. Checking his menu, he sees his success. Rumors of a romance are already spreading, and the manager calls the director to report that Song Yi is finally making progress on the plan to catch Park, and that he is responding well. Song Yi leans into Park's arm, leading him toward a cafe in a calculated attempt to secure him. As the director eagerly orders the driver to speed toward the rendezvous, everything seems to be going according to plan. Park is preoccupied. Park is far too busy to notice the ambush being prepared for him. The trap fails. The director arrives only to find Song Yi sobbing at a table, claiming Park left her immediately after a brief encounter. The plan has backfired spectacularly. In a frantic outburst, Song Yi screams that Park rejected her simply because she was too weak. Furious at the director's misunderstanding, Song Yi slams her hands on the table and shouts her innocence before storming out. The director begins to spiral as his carefully laid plans fall apart, left only with the chaos of his own making. Despite the manager's attempts to offer alternatives, the director's desperation peaks, realizing he has completely lost control of the situation. The manager mentions a powerful, Class A redhead in the clan, but it's too late for such trivialities. Suddenly, the manager points behind him. Park Suho has emerged from the portal, calmly checking his interface as he gazes at the horizon. In a desperate rush, the director runs toward Park, determined to catch him this time. He sprints as fast as he can, screaming the man's name. He attempts to introduce himself formally, but the only response he receives is a cold, blunt dismissal. Park Suho doesn't even care. He simply steps through another portal, leaving the director in shock. Then, a booming voice cuts through the tension. Enough! The director stares in confusion, unable to process the blatant disrespect Park showed him. The manager simply confirms the truth. Park truly didn't give him a second thought. The director's failure was palpable as Chain stepped in, suggesting they drop the matter due to the crowd's watchful eyes. Nearby, whispers began to swirl. Bystanders mocked the director, noting that he had been publicly humiliated by Park's indifference. As the director's reputation crumbled under the weight of the crowd's laughter, he realized his authority was slipping away. Today was truly a disaster. Seeing the man's distress, Chain suggested he take some rest and leave the situation to him. But the director refused to yield responsibility, storming off in frustration while muttering about the madness of the man who broke him. Despite the tension, Chain reported that Park's dungeon-clearing abilities are exceeding all expectations, catching Chain completely off guard while he was still mid-conversation on his phone. Completely indifferent to the crowd, Park opened his interface to analyze his recent combat data. Having tamed 100 creatures, his limit had expanded to 200. He mapped out his next move, a simple meal and some rest, without even noticing the people standing right in front of him. Chain greeted him, only for Park to reply with sarcasm about how popular he had become. After the secretary identified himself as a member of the DGB, Park asked if they were the ones managing this dungeon. Chain confirmed this, explaining he was there to apologize for the recent incident, but Park simply looked on, having no interest in their apologies. Nearby, people whisper, curious to know who this mysterious man talking to Chain actually is.
The conversation continues.
Meanwhile, back at Park Suho's guild, the atmosphere is celebratory. After a massive feast of lobster and drinks, the group is relaxing, but Jang remarks that while Monk can enjoy the moment, Junho was left out of the festivities. Suddenly, Han's expression sours as he lets out a loud curse. Junho asks what's wrong, and Han realizes he completely forgot to schedule meetings with potential new guild members because of the party. Monk suggests rescheduling the recruitment due to the chaos. Han, however, is already dreaming of a routine filled with daily feasts of lobster, but Han is already drifting back to his delusions. Junho. Chain laughs off the sarcasm, but the levity quickly evaporates when Park demands to know the real reason for this visit. The DGB secretary admits they want an official partnership, noting that the city's 12 sectors are currently all occupied except for one massive gap caused by it's a clear blow to their pride. The secretary agrees, noting how much it must sting the CEO. Park is direct and states he has no interest in representing any existing sector. However, Kayan quickly clarifies they don't want him to join a sector. They want to create a brand new 13th sector, built entirely around Park's guild. Chain suggests Park's guild could be the symbol of hope, offering capital and government support to solve their lack of resources. But Park knows that even with funding, what his team truly lacks is the strength to maintain it. He thinks of his friends and feels a flicker of uncertainty. To push him further, Chain points out that big guilds receive corporate backing while others struggle, implying the DGB is the only partner worth having. The implication is clear. This partnership grants total control over the dungeons. The offer is tempting, but Park remains cautious, stating he needs time to consider a venture as massive as a new sector. Chain wonders if the gifts weren't enough to sway the man rumored to be a glutton, but Park simply stands up, ready to leave. Chain stops him with one final gift. The secretary explains they've tracked down the debt company's former director. The man has been hiding since he was added to the wanted list, but DGB's agents finally captured him, declaring him dead to the public. Park, aware of the ruin this man caused, tells Chain to deal with him as she sees fit. He dismisses the man's importance, but Chain wonders if Park truly wants nothing to do with the person who destroyed his past. After a moment of thought, Park suddenly has a new idea and asks them to wait. Meanwhile, Junho is enjoying a quiet moment with his son until a call from his brother interrupts the peace. A phone rings, pulling Junho away from his family. Junho is caught off guard when Park insists the meeting must happen immediately. Unfamiliar with the name DGB, Junho prepares to head out while Park leaves the details to his brother's capable hands. As Park drives away, the DGB building remains lit late into the night, a hive of corporate machination. High up in the office, the president contacts a high-ranking official to report their success. There is no gratitude for the meeting. The president only cares about the return on his investment, as the world begins to shift toward Park's territory. While reconstruction efforts are discussed, Junho arrives at the designated location and is met by two men who verify his identity before leading him toward a storage container. Inside, a prisoner screams and curses, demanding food. This must be the debt collector the DGB claimed had died naturally. But as Junho steps into the container, the prisoner freezes in shock. He recognizes the young man, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Junho offers no reaction. The man asks what he's doing there, and Junho replies that he was told someone wanted to see him. The man, pleased to see Park didn't join him, asks after his brother. When Junho says no, the man's expression turns serious. Junho demands to know his purpose, and the man claims he wants to apologize. The debt collector claims he only attacked Junho's friend by accident, but his real agenda surfaces when he mentions the 5th-level dungeon incident. He insists he wasn't the one who sent the hunter into that death trap. Junho listens in silence, until the man laments how hard life has become. The man's business was destroyed, forcing him to hide among goblins, just to survive. Desperate, he admits he even helped Gunwoo's mom get a job, a secret the woman begged him to keep from Junho. The collector explains his past, describing how he used to manage an employment center. He recalls Gunwoo's mother begging for work, a desperate plea that led to a haunting memory of the day they raided Junho's apartment. He remembers finding only a woman holding a baby, while the family's debt grew into an insurmountable monster, consuming everything they had. It was a pathetic sight, seeing a family crushed by a single mistake while a trembling woman begged for her life. Pitying her beauty, the man once asked if Park Suho was truly worth all this agonizing suffering. He even offered her a quick way out, a fast repayment of the debt, but she refused his help, weeping through her tears. In a final, chilling gesture, he left her a wad of cash and a phone number, telling her life could change in a heartbeat. The debt collector leaves a final threat. If her husband isn't there to pay next time, she will bear the cost. As the door closes, she is left alone with nothing but fear and endless tears. Stunned, Junho realizes that his family's collapse was even deeper than he imagined. The man reveals that even Gunwoo's mother had come to their door, begging for help while holding her child. The memory burns through Junho finding his son alone, weeping over a note that declared his wife was finished with their life together, and asked to never be found. He demands to know her location now. The man promises to reveal her hiding place if he is freed. Despite his terror, Junho has already made his decision. Meanwhile, Park is driving when a message arrives from Miso, notifying him that Dr. Toddler is finally available for a meeting in England. For once, a sense of excitement stirs within our hero. Park Suho hoped the doctor could finally explain the origins of the dimensional rift and lead him to his brothers, so he tried to call, but the call wouldn't go through. Meanwhile, a blue SUV speeds away, leaving behind a Yongari shouting curses at the world. The man thanks Junho, who merely offers a sarcastic reply. The car rolls through the quiet night streets until they reach the destination. Junho arrives at the address, unaware that the man is smiling slyly at him. But at that moment, a group of thugs approaches the vehicle as the Yongari greets them from the window. The gangsters surround the car, recognizing their leader immediately. They are shocked to see Yongari is still alive, and peering inside, they wonder who the stranger is. Then, a voice cuts through the crowd. "Isn't that Junho?" Yongari claims he is only helping the boy find his wife, Mi-gyung, using the information. Surrounded by a mob armed with axes and baseball bats, a thug shoves Junho into the warehouse, mocking his desperation to find his wife. Then, the lights are switched on and the room is flooded with a blinding glare that leaves Junho disoriented. As his vision clears, he sees a massive blood-stained grinder. Yongari's gang mocks him, suggesting his wife might be among the hundreds of bodies discarded within the warehouse walls. A scarred man strikes Junho down, laughing as he coldly reveals they killed her because she couldn't repay her debts.
He says if
The kicks begin as the scarred man pours his rage into Junho, blaming him and his brother for his ruined business. Even as his thugs suggest saving the fun for later, the violence shows no sign of stopping. The man continues to scream, his hatred fueled by the destruction of his company, and the victim can only cough, struggling to stay conscious through the pain. As the thugs mock his toughness, Junho retreats into his own mind, imagining the slaughter of his attackers. It feels just like the violent video games he used to play to escape reality. In those games, he played the part of a maniac who slaughtered his victims, finding the only escape from a miserable life. In those digital worlds, he could truly escape, finding solace in the only person who ever treated him kindly, Mi-gyung. But even after they had a son, Junho couldn't stop using games to vent his frustration. While his wife and child remained in the next room, he felt like worthless, dead weight, trapped by his own shortcomings. The sound of a grinder turning breaks his thoughts, and the scarred man orders him up, promising a reunion with his wife. Junho can only hope she is still alive, so he can beg for a second chance. But the gangster has no intention of a reunion, intending instead to repeat the fate of the girl, breaking Junho's knees before tossing his body, piece by piece, into the grinder. The sledgehammer is raised high, ready to crush him. Junho whispers a quiet thank you, his mind drifting back to the painful past and the belief that he deserves this suffering. But as the thug swings the heavy hammer with all his strength, something snaps. In a flash, Junho stands and slices through the man's hands with silent surgical precision. Daggers of pure energy begin to manifest in his grip. Terrified, the gangsters watch as Junho breaks his old promise to never be violent again. With a sinister smile, he declares that no one is leaving this warehouse alive. The thugs realize the truth in a wave of panic. Junho has finally awakened. They try to run, but it's useless. Junho cuts them down with lethal precision, leaving Yongari watching in stunned silence. Junho's grin grows wider with each strike as he continues to tear through the thugs with a twisted expression. The survivors flee the building, screaming while a head is tossed out among the chaos. Junho steps through the door, his dagger still dripping with blood. Fast, high above where snipers should be positioned, Park Suho watches the carnage from the shadows. Watching with a faint smile, Park is joined by a man in black who asks if his brother is all right. Park nods, simply making sure his brother avoids any legal trouble. As the night passes, news reports reveal that the city's dungeon crisis is finally stabilizing thanks to the special military forces. The broadcast highlights the elite 707th unit, including the blonde Choi, who walks alongside a red-haired girl, watching the news. Miso mutters about Choi's lack of communication before the broadcast cuts to a scandal involving Song-yi and a photo of her with Park. Beside her, the red-haired girl erupts in rage at the scandalous photo, calling Park a dog. At that moment, a group captain steps out of a portal, cursing as he reports another failed search for a lost treasure. Miso watches in silence, her mind drifting back to Park's strange comment about training for 1,000 years. She recalls warnings that Park is hiding a massive secret, a thought that makes Choi explode in his defense. Realizing she's been too focused on dungeons, Miso prepares for a shift in priority. Then, the phone rings. It's Park, and he's asking a chilling question about what happens to an awakened when they're bitten by a zombie. Miso's face pales as she demands to know if someone has been bitten. Miles away, Monk lies alone, groaning as red veins begin to spiderweb beneath his skin from a zombie bite. Over the phone, Park maintains a calm facade, lying to Miso that he is simply curious, but Monk can only writhe in agony, unable to find relief from the spreading infection.
Miso claims specialized facilities can monitor the infected, but to Park, it sounds like nothing more than an excuse to use people as guinea pigs.
He needs a real solution, and fast. Moving through the city streets, Park spots a hooded vendor, a man scribbling strange symbols on paper as he sells illicit goods on the ground. Park approaches the stranger, rejecting a repeat of his brother's history and asking for a cure for a friend who has been bitten. The vendor offers Antifram, a specialized ointment that can halt the infection, but the price is a staggering $4 million. Park doesn't hesitate, quickly doubling the price to secure 10 jars of the precious cure. The vendor agrees, but offers one final desperate tip. If the infection causes convulsions, a hard slap might stop the transformation. As the vendor vanishes into the alley to evade the police, Park heads back with the supplies. The officers arrive far too late, finding nothing but an empty street. Meanwhile, back at the base, Han, Jang, and Gunwoo are paralyzed by fear as Monk's condition worsens. Gunwoo, trembling with anxiety, peeks into the room to see if Monk is turning into a zombie, and Han's grim confirmation follows. Desperate to end the suffering, Han pulls out his phone to reveal a button that functions as the ultimate weapon. One press and Monk dies. And before anyone can intervene, the boy presses it. Instead of an explosion, a bright light flickers on, leaving Han and Jang staring in confusion. Gunwoo lets out a disappointed mumble. In a final dramatic attempt, the boy stretches his hands as if casting a magic spell, desperately begging Monk not to turn, but amidst the chaos, a sudden call for dinner from downstairs breaks the tension. Han shrugs, suggesting Monk might just be hungry, but the air remains heavy with uncertainty. Then a mysterious voice interrupts them from the shadows. And as if by miracle, Monk sits up in bed, clutching his head. They all turn to find Park, holding a green jar. Even as Monk's veins pulse red near his eyes, Park steps forward to deal with the situation.
Meanwhile, news reports broadcast live from the city where a level 7 dungeon has just been cleared.
While Park handles his own crisis, the whole world is watching a different struggle. For over 11 days, crowds have gathered in the streets, praying for the return of the elite team. When Hero's fire team finally emerges from the dungeon, the victory seems certain. The mission is being hailed as a massive success. People erupt in cheers. But the celebration is short-lived as the team members begin to collapse one by one. Medics rush in to tend to the dying. The nightmare deepens when Hero himself falls to his knees, looking completely spent. Even the reporter is stunned by the sudden, devastating turn. The cost of victory is high. Hero is rushed to the nation's top hospital. Akiko, his companion, stays by his side through the long silence of his sleep until he finally stirs and calls her name, leaving Akiko stunned that he has regained consciousness. Weak and hurting, Hero can only ask for water. Hero finishes his water and lets out a heavy sigh. He tries to comfort Akiko by saying mistakes weren't her fault, but deep down, he feels the weight of his own. The tension rises when Akiko reveals Park's meeting with Daigo, the deputy director of the supernatural department. Now that Park has caught the eye of national security, he's officially on the radar. Driven by fury and the belief that Park is a dark wildcard, Hero decides the lunatic must die for humanity's sake. Hero orders Akiko to find any boat. He will reach his target at any cost. That will get him to Busan to finish his mission. Meanwhile, at Park's guild, life continues under the morning sun. Junho wakes up with a headache, grabbing his badge and feeling like a real mercenary. Han is busy managing the massive success of his YouTube channel, which has surged despite the shifting public perception of Park. Suddenly, Junho bursts into the room, startling Han and looking for some fun. Junho's sudden arrival sparks a brief tension, leaving him asking about the whereabouts of Zhang. At the training field, Zhang is alone, listening to the wind with eyes closed. At the training field, Zhang stands still, listening to the wind. A final decisive strike, he fells the target, yet he remains unsatisfied by his own performance. Determined to fix his weakness, swearing that he'll never let hesitation hold him back again. Meanwhile, Park and his group prepare to head out hunting with a pack of wolves, while a young boy notes that the local temple is finally ready for use. The boy wonders if the ancient structure is truly stable enough to stand. The monk laughs, assuring Park that the temple is built perfectly, and offers deep gratitude for the shelter. They struggle to find the words to repay such life-saving generosity. Meanwhile, Gunwoo leads a chaotic race through the woods, egged on by temple boys and a hungry pack of wolves. Park watches the scene with a smile, noting that Gunwoo looks genuinely happy for once. It's a stark contrast to the boy's lonely childhood when even other children were kept away from him. As lunch is prepared, Park checks on Monk, who has finally recovered enough to eat and train again. Now, standing before a mirror, Monk stares at the scar around his eye as his mind drifts back to the past. As Monk stares at his reflection, he recalls the cruelty of his youth, when being an orphan made him an easy target for bullies. But his isolation ended when life changed when a master took him into a temple, only for that peace to be shattered years later. When goblins invaded and slaughtered his master, Monk was pushed into a primal murderous rage, hunting every single one of them. With a brutality that disregarded the state of his own soul, he was driven only by a need to silence the burning anger within. In that madness, he even heard voices telling him that if he truly cared, he would have died. He would have died in that dungeon long ago. He thanks him, but suddenly, Monk summons a winged spear right there in the room, revealing a brand new serious goal. Monk's sudden intensity sends the boys stumbling backward in shock, but the vengeance-driven man only smiles, declaring that he will head into hell to fight for all who have been wronged. Han mutters that the group now contains 2 maniacs. The tension breaks when a local grandmother charges up the stairs with a knife, screaming at the intruder. Monk doesn't hesitate and dives straight out the window, shattering the glass. Just moments before, he had been lost in his own reflection. When called for lunch, he had head-butted the mirror and the glass with a manic grin. Meanwhile, moonlight casts a silver trail across the ocean waves. A small ship cuts through the water with Hiro and Akiko standing at the stern. Junho arrives to report that the city planning is ready, but the real news is much more dire. Park plans to go. Han suddenly proposes a wild alternative, finding an awakened golden eagle to fly all the way to England. He claims such a beast exists in the northern restricted zones, seen only in survivalist videos. Soon, a blue SUV is already tearing down the road in a desperate rush. Inside the car, Akiko warns Hiro that their mission could songy an ethnic conflict if discovered. Hiro has no interest in bureaucracy. He'll settle this himself. Hiro remains stubborn, determined to... Meanwhile, Park and Han have already arrived at their destination. They are met by a massive, snorting boar with a savage grin looming over them. Park isn't deterred by the danger. In fact, he wants to tame the beast. Suddenly, the boar charges, forcing Han to scramble up a tree for dear life. The beast slams into the trunk with such force that the tree begins to topple over. Han crashes to the ground, bracing for impact as the tree falls around him. Then he feels something touch his face. Trembling, Han looks up to see Park standing calmly while the animals refuse to attack. He can only let out a shaky breath, relieved that he isn't being eaten. Han is paralyzed by terror. The rabbit is a rank C, level 2 monster, and it simply hops into a blue portal. Park decides to ride the boar, which he has already named Yuka, while Han clings to a wolf. Han is still skeptical about the transformations, but Park explains it only slightly alters their personalities. As they reach a lookout, Park admits that the eagle will be their hardest target yet. Seeking answers, Park calls Mizo, and she answers his call immediately. He asks for Blondie's location, but Mizo reveals she's in a different region and offers to patch them through. Meanwhile, in a ruined city, a soldier warns a captain that a dungeon break is only 10 minutes away. Choi orders an immediate withdrawal, but the situation is dire because the requested airstrikes and artillery are completely out of commission. Furious at the late warning, a soldier learns that reinforcements are still several minutes away. Choi realizes they're being left to face a swarm of spiders all alone. Park Suho greets Blondie with a cheerful tone, but his request for help finding the golden eagle is met with silence. With nothing but a sharp, angry yell, Blondie hangs up in his face, leaving Park staring at the phone in complete confusion. He turns to Han to ask how his request could sound so offensive, but Han is already mesmerized by something else. "What is that?" Han asks, pointing toward the horizon. A massive column of black smoke rises above the city as Han shows Park a frantic news report about starfish. The report confirms the nightmare. The starfish dungeon has broken open. These explosive, fire-spitting creatures are emerging, leaving Park completely stunned by the sudden carnage. While Han panics about the spreading fire, Park can only watch the chaos with a chillingly calm grin. The flames are closing in on the fleeing animals, turning the forest into a deadly furnace. And even the wolf Han is riding begins to howl in fear as Park stares into the blaze. The fire starters have arrived, devouring everything in their path as the destruction intensifies. Then both men look up toward the sky. Han screams in awe at the sight of a massive golden eagle soaring far above the flock, dwarfing every other creature in sight. Park watches, mesmerized by its power, as his eyes catch its stats: a rank C, level 6 predator. Han watches the news report a natural disaster, but he knows the truth behind the chaos. He realizes it's time to show the world the truth by uploading his own footage, specifically a clip where Park Suho is using his Earth Spirit's power to draw a massive ring of energy around the flames. By activating a massive tornado skill, Park wipes out the fire instantly. Han watches in shock as his video explodes with hundreds of thousands of views, leaving people wondering if he's a god. A second clip shows the aftermath, where drones hover over the devastation as Han runs toward a collapsed Park Suho. Han considers cutting the footage to hide Park's weakness, but a sudden inspiration strikes. Suddenly, Han is interrupted by a call from below, snapping him out of his thoughts. Looking down from his balcony, he sees Junho and Jang heading to a nearby level 2 dungeon. Han decides to ignore the invite to focus on his channel, quickly typing out a provocative message for his viewers. He posts a video titled, "Park, I invite you to London," showing a terrifying landscape of monsters overrun the earth, ending with Park Suho seen from behind. Junho mentions they still have 3 spots left. Han just laughs, asking if they can't handle a level 2 dungeon without him. In a stunning display, massive wings erupt from Park Soo-ho's back as he takes flight into the sky. The footage of his flight goes viral, spreading the news that his adventure is continuing toward an uncertain fate across the world. People are already glued to their screens, watching the legendary hunter vanish. Even at their motel, Akiko watches the video in shock, realizing Park Soo-ho has left the country for London. She reaches out to show him the video, prompting an annoyed outburst from Hiro. Suspecting Park is using his knowledge of the future to evade a confrontation, Hiro realizes he must hunt him down before his plans are complete. Refusing to wait for a return, Hiro offers a sinister grin. "Then I'll drag that bastard into the light." While Hiro plots his provocation, Park is mid-flight, transformed into a massive eagle. The clock is ticking. Checking his menu, he finds his GM Suri transformation has a ticking clock, and his new fire abilities come with a devastating price. Suddenly, a countdown flashes. 60 seconds remain before his transformation ends. Down in a dense forest, a massive bull is running for its life, chased by two men on motorcycles who are struggling to stay on their mark. They're running out of fuel and patience. The younger man screams for his uncle, Zhongsheng, to close the distance so he can take the shot. This is it! The hunter finally prepares to fire, hitting the bull's leg and sending a roar of pain through the woods. The hunt is on, but a sudden roar from the sky changes everything, as something wrapped in lightning crashes into the earth, sending the bull flying. The bikers freeze, watching as stone and debris rain down from the impact site. A massive crater is left in the ground, leaving the hunters staring in disbelief. Then, a violent light flickers from the depths, accompanied by a terrifying rising scream that leaves Zhongsheng trembling,
wondering if they've stumbled upon a human in pain or something much more monstrous.
Suddenly, a human hand, wreathed in crackling electricity, claws its way out of the pit. Zhongsheng draws his knife and braces for a fight, the tension thick as they stare into the hole. Park Soo-ho climbs out of the crater, groaning in pain as he trying to steady himself. He introduces himself as Park. He laughs off the absurdity of his fall, admitting he was flying before he plummeted. Chul Yong, a hunter watching the scene, realizes Park is one of the powerful awakened ones. The hunter remains cautious, asking if Park has allies, to which he replies that he is traveling alone for now. Chul Yong simply notes they are hunting a nearby bull and tells his uncle to keep looking. Zhang Xiang tells Chul to find the beast, leaving Park to glance around. Still disoriented from the fall, Park searches his pockets for his phone but finds nothing. Frustrated, he uses his clairvoyance ability to locate the device in the bushes, only to find it's completely wrecked. Meanwhile, the hunters finally locate the bull, which has been thrown quite a distance away. Even with bullets, they couldn't stop it, but Park's single hit knocked it out cold. Now, they face the grueling task of hauling the massive beast back to the village. Suddenly, Park appears atop a rock and asks if they have a blood crystal phone to replace his broken one. Chul tries to warn the uncle that bringing an awakened beast back to the village is too dangerous for the women and children living there. But Park's strength leaves them speechless as he lifts the massive bull like it weighs nothing at all. Chul insists they need the food, but the uncle's anger flares up, recalling the massacre committed by deceptive awakened ones last year. That past trauma makes the villagers wary of any stranger, regardless of the help they offer. The tense debate is cut short by Park. Finally, the men mount the motorcycle and the uncle revs the engine, ready to move. Park Soo-ho follows on foot, effortlessly carrying the massive bull in his arms. Zhongsheng tells Chul to hold on tight, certain that no human could keep up with the speed of the motorcycle.
The river to find a fresh hunt.
But their escape is short-lived. Park appears instantly beside them, running at impossible speeds while holding the bull like it weighs nothing at all. The sheer momentum sends the bike flying over a sudden cliff, leaving the men screaming as they plummet. Meanwhile, back in the village, things are absolute chaos. The gate has been smashed open by a force no one can explain. As Zhang Xiang arrives, the stunned villagers deny the bull was the problem. They claim it was something much stranger, a man carrying a bull. Amidst the confusion of the broken gate and passing herds, a wounded villager delivers news that stops everything. They have gone to save Hyan. The horror is fully revealed. A monstrous winged creature has descended upon the village and, not just fast, but a literal fire-breathing monster. While the villagers scramble for the shelter, a desperate tragedy unfolds on the ground. The victim is Hyan, a young villager, left defenseless in the chaos. The beast notices she's alone and snatches her up by the arms. Flying off with Hyan into the sky, the monster has successfully abducted her. Zhang Xiang, Hyan's father, is driven mad by grief, ignoring all attempts to calm his frantic rage. He screams for the creature's location until a villager points toward the mountains. Zhang Xiang immediately speeds off on a bike, desperate to save his daughter. Turning to Park, Chul begs for help, and in exchange, Park asks only for a phone. Blue lightning wraps around Park Suho's back as massive wings erupt from him, allowing Park to launch into the sky like a lightning bolt. While Park hunts, a colossal bear foams with rage deep in the forest, terrorizing a group of men. Chaos erupts when a hunter trips, falling directly into the path of the predator. He is almost crushed by the beast's massive weight. As the massive beast closes in, the fallen hunter is flung. Bear closes in fast, knocking him aside with a single brutal swipe. Driven by fury, one man charges with knives to avenge his partner, but the monster is far too strong and agile. With one devastating swipe, the bear scatters the hunters, leaving them screaming to retreat. Are we really going to run away? Someone shouts, though hope is already fading. The villagers can only watch in horror as one man is sent tumbling, coughing blood from the bear's brutal power. Hope vanishes entirely as they wonder if the kidnapped Heian is already dead. The survivors stand paralyzed, unable to process the impossible sight unfolding before them. Park appears, a shimmering swarm of crickets swirling around him as he descends, his back adorned with glowing wings. Chul Young explains that a flying creature snatched Heian and retreated to the mountains, while a bear left the others reeling from its assault. Park offers a valuable potion to the injured survivors before focusing on the mission. He needs to find that girl. Suddenly, the bear reappears, roaring with sudden fury. Without even taking his hands out of his pockets, Park delivers a heavy kick that sends the beast flying. He follows up with an upward strike to the chin, launching the bear into a spinning flip before it crashes onto its back. Despite the strike, the system shows the bear's integrity is almost untouched. Park's eyes narrow in suspicion. "Playing dead, huh?" Park mutters, demanding the creature open its eyes. Park gives a direct command, and the bear immediately obeys. The massive creature sits down, completely submissive. The villagers watch in awe as Park tames the giant bear. As John arrives on his motorcycle, breathless and desperate to find Heian, the atmosphere grows even heavier. Park promises Yongari that he will bring Heian back, but only if she holds up her end of the deal. John stares at him, stunned by the man's presence. Wasting no time, Park orders Ilgun to move, and the pair charges toward the mountains, leaving the stunned villagers behind. As they run, Park's body begins to glow blue as crackling lightning wraps around his frame, and his wings reappear with a massive leap. He soars into the sky, appearing to the onlookers as a man who can truly become a beast. Watching him vanish into the clouds, Zhang Xiong falls to his knees, praying desperately for Heian's salvation. Meanwhile, in a nearby cave, a grotesque winged creature feasts upon a deer atop a pile of bones. Heian cries out in pure despair, her voice echoing through the cavern as she calls for her father. That sound catches the voice, alerts the monster, which turns with blood dripping from its jaws. Terrified, Heian curls up and covers her face. But before the beast can reach her, Ilgun, the giant bear, steps in to face the beast. And then a massive eagle swooped in. It was Park, ready for battle. As the monster snaps at Ilgun, a sudden strange power begins to surge. Park countered the strike with his other paw, grabbing the wyvern's neck, and hurl it away with a devastating fireball. The wyvern smashed through the cave wall and plummeted like a stone. Turning back to Heian, Park offers a solemn promise: "I will save you, but for now, stay quiet." Suddenly, a second wyvern creeps back into the cave. Park wondered if he could tame it, seeing that his spatial energy was higher. A violent urge to destroy the creature surges through Park's mind, causing his body to strike with overwhelming force. The wyvern's integrity drops to 16% as it crashes through the cave wall. Ilgun's hostility is spiraling out of control, and his bloodlust is making it harder to hold back the final killing blow. Park screams at himself to stop, desperately trying to prevent the bear from executing the beast. As Ilgun vanishes back through the portal, the wyvern tumbles down the rocks, its health dropping below the threshold. The taming skill activates. An exclamation icon appears above the creature's head as Park's instant healing begins to bring the wyvern back from the brink. The wyvern steadies itself and regains flight, taking Park soaring into the sky. Bathed in a blue healing light, the beast carries him toward the mountain peak. Below, the villagers freeze at the sight as the creature descends. Terror turns to aggression, and they grip their weapons, ready to open fire. Overwhelmed by grief, Zhang Xiang can only weep and apologize to his missing daughter. The village descends into chaos as men raise their guns, shouting that the predator is returning. But a shout from the elder halts the killing blow. There is a rider on the beast. It's Han! In disbelief, Zhang Xiang watches as the wyvern lands gently in front of him. Heian runs into her father's arms, safe at last as the terror of the wyvern fades into tears of relief. Around a warm bonfire, the village celebrates the hero now hailed as the Dragon Knight. As meat sizzles, Park watches the children playing with his tamed wyvern, marveling at its newfound gentleness. He discovers the truth through their memories. The Wyvern was a survivor of the Sky Alliance, driven into hiding and starvation after her entire horde was slaughtered. With magic, Park heals their wounds and repairs their homes, earning the village's eternal gratitude. But the joy is tempered by the harsh reality of the nomads' struggle. Even before the catastrophe, they were poor, and now they are fugitives, driven deeper into a wasteland by relentless monsters. But they weren't alone on this trek, had taken this path, only to be picked off by starvation, wild animals, or raiders, until almost none were left. The chief reveals a grim truth: of their original 400, only 60 remain. In this dying world, there is no safe haven. Survival for these refugees is a miracle, as the chief explains that without connections, even a safe haven is out of reach. It brings to mind a warning from Miso: all of Asia is about to become a massive battlefield. As refugees flood into their lands, the nomads realize they must leave with someone powerful, even if it means paying a heavy price. The chief offers Park a room for the night, but Park declines the hospitality. Even with Chul offering a bed, Park knows he cannot stay. The elder, worried by the late hour, watches as Chul rushes to fetch the blood crystal phone for him. Despite the messy conditions, the boy was ready to help, but Park's heart was set elsewhere. He had to leave. As the villagers gather to say goodbye, the hero receives the restored phone, noting that the satellite connection is finally back online. The village leader thanks him for saving them, but then Park's hand begins to glow with an intense crackling energy that leaves the villagers in awe, expecting another burst of magic. Instead, dozens of precious blood crystals fall from his hand, stunning the villagers with their incredible value. Leaving with a quiet wish for their prosperity, Park prepares to depart. He takes to the skies on his wyvern, shouting his destination, England. Zhang Sheng watches in silence as the hero's silhouette vanishes over the horizon. Suddenly, the world's attention shifts to a breaking news broadcast. Reports are swirling about a wyvern controlled by an Awakened, a story that has gone viral alongside the rise of the mysterious Dragon Knight. Meanwhile, footage shows a collapsed bridge engulfed in an inferno caused by two giant fire ants emerging from a portal. Then, something moves across the wreckage. As the camera zooms in, a man with long hair appears, wielding two swords, and stunned commentators begin to ask, if this is the #1 hero appearing in a foreign country, could it really be him? The evidence is undeniable. The most powerful Awakened has just emerged from the chaos on that bridge, changing everything. In recent days, reports have emerged that the Dragon Knight has returned to support the troops, this time facing ogres. After a massive investigation, the truth is finally confirmed. The mysterious warrior is none other than Park. The media has erupted in praise, hailing him as a god and a potential #1. But then, a bombshell report breaks. A massive scandal breaks as the current #1 hero makes a direct accusation against Park, sparking an uproar across the nation. The hero claims he has come to expose the so-called God of the Wind and legendary tamer as nothing but a fraud. The press conference explodes with fury as journalists demand answers for such a scandalous lie. He claims Park's entire legend is a fabrication, alleging the man ran away in fear before his true, mediocre nature could be exposed. To the hero, Park is just a regular tamer whose image was manufactured by the government for profit. Sensing a personal grudge, a reporter asks for a direct response. The hero stares straight into the camera, throwing down a direct challenge to the man behind the legend. If you want to prove, the phone rang, and Park's guild was on the other. Asking if Junho had managed to reach Park, the answer was no, leaving the guild's questions unanswered. Han watched the news, stunned by the public drama, while Junho's phone continued to ring with calls from the agency. The tension at the bases? And as hunters grew desperate and exhausted, everyone was calling for Park, but Junho only wondered why the timing was so critical this time. Suddenly, a new news segment breaks across the screens. That level 7 dungeons were becoming a frequent threat. The agency was pressuring Junho to take control of a new district, but he refused to commit without his brother. He feared they couldn't manage the territory and the high-level monsters at the same time. This of the proposal leave Han stunned. The agency wanted the guild to take responsibility for the land's safety while they handled the taxes. Junho told Han that they were still thinking about it, even though Han believed the opportunity was too good to pass up. Yunho shook his head, leaving Han's questions unanswered. Meanwhile, a red car speeds through the desolate, ruined streets of London. A gray-haired man behind the wheel calls out to Park, hoping the hero is already on his way to the rendezvous. Park confirms he's the man in the red car and the stranger welcomes him to the city. But the welcome is cut short as the man begs Park to look out for the 3 stone golems chasing his car as Park descends from the sky on his wyvern, eyes locked on the threat.
The 3 golems close in on the car, and one massive hand strikes the ground with enough force to shatter the earth like glass.
But before the vehicle is crushed, A massive fireball suddenly slams into a golem, hurling it into a building. As the remaining monsters roar, Park swoops down on his wyvern to draw their fury. A sudden whirlwind of fire and wind follows, leaving the golems with no chance to defend themselves. Park moves in, unleashing a pillar of flame on the first beast before turning toward the second with a lethal strike. His precise kick shatters the creature's skull, causing its jaw to fly off. Smashing through a wall, like mere paper, Park eyes the wreckage, noting these golems were far weaker than their appearance suggested. His wyvern, then, lands with a heavy gust of wind. As the dust settles, a gray-haired man approaches, snapping photos and exclaiming that Park is just like the rumors say. The man confirms he is Professor Toddler, watching in awe as the wyvern flaps its massive wings. Park explains the creature was painted specifically to avoid being mistaken for the wild. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Professor Toddler thanks the Dragon Knight for saving his life. Park glances around the ruins, wondering if this is truly London. With London descending into chaos, Park prepares to leave the ruins of England. Park enters Portal 2. He opens a portal, stepping through into a territory teeming with wolves. Once inside, a massive crowd of beasts gathers to witness the wyvern's arrival. The wyvern lets out a thunderous roar, and the wolves howl back in a chorus of recognition as locals whisper that the legendary Dragon Knight's beast is actually quite docile. Despite the professor's excitement, Park suspects the man is merely eager to experiment on him. Meanwhile, the car speeds toward the coast, passing through ruins where monsters swim in the river.
The very waters that
Are littered with blood crystals from recent bombings. The professor reveals his grand plan, creating teleportation stations to harness monster portals, hoping to ensure humanity's progress is never halted by beasts again. They continue racing across the bridge over the river. As the professor continues his lecture, despite the man's rambling, Park remains silent, his eyes locked on the path ahead. But the silence is broken when Park, warning with a low voice, tells him to watch out. Suddenly, the asphalt explodes as something massive tears through the structure from below. The professor's hands fly to the steering wheel in total panic, screaming in disbelief at the monster. Park's focus isn't on the whale, but on its stats. Level C2 with 18% integrity, and then even more nightmares emerge. Tentacles begin to rise from the water. As the car goes airborne, the professor clings to the steering wheel, screaming in absolute terror. Meanwhile, a massive war is erupting beneath the wreckage. A titan whale is being hunted by a megalodon. The car plunges toward the depths, with the massive whale crashing down right behind it as military forces rush to the scene. Helicopters swarm the skies, speeding across the surface on motorized boards. After reports of a hit vehicle, a soldier asks for backup, and the response is immediate. The legendary duo David and Silva are coming. David, a burly warrior with a ponytail, dives into the water with glowing eyes to find the professor's car, but it's empty. As the soldier looks around, the megalodon continues its relentless chase of the much smaller whale. The megalodon nearly closes the gap, but the whale twists sharply. Escaped. Moments later, it breaches the surface, sending a massive curtain of water into the air. High above, a soldier prepares to open fire on the chaos. But he hesitates when he sees survivors clinging to the Finn Park Suho and Professor Toddler. Park instantly activates a magical vortex, pulling the D3 rank shark into the air. A soldier realizes he's seen this power on YouTube. Back on the surface, David recognizes the legend. It's the Dragon Knight. The professor clings to the fin, stunned by what is about to happen. The battle leaves a heavy silence as the megalodon crashes into the depths like a falling mountain. Park watches the creature dive, offering a moment of quiet respect to the creature that avenged its mother. As the shark hits the seafloor, Park feels a surge of progress. His level rises, and his water affinity skill vanishes. Later, in the safety of a sunlit cliffside cottage, Park and Professor Toddler share coffee, discussing the rarity of the surviving blue whales. Even the most incredible feats, like the fire tornado, seem surreal in this quiet moment. While the professor marvels at Park's ability to control all four elements, Park recalls how ordinary his life once was before the animal kingdom changed everything. The conversation turns sharp when Park questions the spatial energy device, sensing something deeper behind its laws. The professor is caught off guard, unable to explain the unsettling sensation Park has described. Park reveals the terrifying truth. The dungeons are fragments of the shattered world he once called home, now overrun by lizard men. He has seen things that defy logic, and he cannot stop wondering if anyone from his 1,000-year exile is still out there. Professor Toddler confirms Park's suspicions. Every oddity and linguistic clue is linked to those watching from the shadows. They begin descending. Park enters a laboratory built to survive even a nuclear blast. Despite its secret status, this government facility is Park's first glimpse into the deep truths behind his power. The heavy door slides open after the professor types a secure code. He lights the room with a flashlight, and Park stands in silence, taking in the sight of a massive, chaotic lab. Though a mess, it is fully equipped with advanced analysis stations and experimental samples ready for study. The professor notes that all these minerals were pulled from dungeons over the last 2 months, and most find is that these dungeons contain inscriptions written in the human language, not just any language, but Park's own language. These mysterious markings have been appearing repeatedly across every dungeon explored for the last 21 days. Park is stunned by the discovery and asks if there are different versions of the same dungeon. The professor confirms it. Because of this, Park remembers Mizo's warning about dungeons opening near awakened ones. It seems they aren't just fragments of a planet, but rather the dungeons themselves are replicating. Park wonders if the entire planet was once copied and shattered, a theory the professor finds highly convincing. Even so, the origin of the creatures remains a mystery. When Park asks why he was summoned, the professor replies eagerly that he is desperate to understand how these dungeons appear and disappear with Park's help. He's been searching for answers since receiving Park's letter. The professor's desperation is clear, but Park remains skeptical, doubting the man's actual knowledge. Seeking to change the subject, the professor promises to demonstrate a spatial energy meter. He begins rummaging through the lab's boxes until he pulls out a strange-looking stone with a triumphant grin. Park stares, wondering what it could be. The professor presents the artifact, explaining that it is a memory stone. Following instructions, Park closes his eyes and the stone begins to glow. He reaches out and touches the pulsing light. A sudden flash of strange inscriptions floods his mind, leaving him feeling as if a hidden eye is watching his every move. When Park mentions this unsettling sensation, the professor notes that sensitive individuals often feel that ghostly gaze. The professor confirms it is possible, but admits he didn't create it. Instead, it fell from the sky during the Great Catastrophe, appearing near a portal. The professor explains how a stone fell during the disaster, triggering space exploration and fueling the creation of advanced devices. He presents a specialized box designed to hold these stones, which Toddler has already used to embed a memory stone. Toddler claims he can transfer all stored information into the device to ensure accuracy. The machine works by absorbing data from any physical contact, and the professor hands it to Park for a test. Park doesn't hesitate, pressing his hand firmly against the object. The professor's excitement grows as he envisions a smaller, more portable device. He explains how the technology is advancing, as this new stone can store massive amounts of data, even revealing physical indicators. The idea is revolutionary for the first time. An awakened could see another's true stats, including their strength and dexterity. Park listens in silence, realizing this could change the way teams are formed forever, moving beyond mere energy levels. It means no more guessing an opponent's true capabilities before they strike. The device was ready, so the professor invites him back for a full demonstration tomorrow. But the machine glitches, the screen flashing erratically as it tries to process Park Suho's stats. An error alert pops up, leaving the professor stunned by the sudden malfunction. Seizing the distraction, Park asks the source of the stones he encountered. Park looks for answers, pressing for the truth behind the mysterious memory stones. The professor reveals they are extracted on the planet Aruka, but miles away, a dark shadow falls over the peaceful guild grounds where Gunwoo and the monks are playing. Hiro stands over them. The boy freezes in terror. The swords in Hiro's hands are still dripping with fresh, unmistakable blood. Back at the guild, the man turns to the young monks who are standing, staring in shock at Hiro. Gunwoo finally snaps out of his trance, while a blood-stained Choi questions if the boy is truly Gunwoo. Meanwhile, oblivious to the chaos, Park asks the professor about the secrets of planet Aruka. The professor explains that memory stones act as data transfer devices for high elves, functioning similarly to how blood crystals act as batteries. These high elves once used them to maintain a massive connection, a network intended to eventually span to the entire Earth itself. With a smile, the professor reveals this data comes directly from the elves themselves, meaning no attributes can ever be hidden. Park opens his own status window, expecting more answers, but finds only the professor's raw data. The display suddenly glitches, flashing a frustratingly vague message: no signal. Park stares at the broken screen, realizing his true irregular potential remains hidden from the system's reach. The professor, noticing the tension, promises to stay up all night, fixing the device. He tells Park to wait for a guide and advises him not to wander too far into the city's main streets. Left alone in the lab, Park waits in silence. He scans the data on the screen, noting that time moves twice as fast in dungeons, and the inscriptions are centuries old. His eyes drift to a table cluttered with memory stones of every shape and size. He reaches out to pick one up. The inscriptions on the stones repeat a chilling message. They were being watched. He decides he needs to visit Aruka in person to find answers. A sudden voice from the stairs breaks his concentration, forcing Park to face the man calling his name. The man is William, a guide from the Lawrence Corporation. He's a specialist in measurement, but Park has no time for introductions. Park points to the screen asking for transport to the South Portal of London, a dangerous military operation zone. When William offers to join a dungeon sweep, Park agrees without a second thought. Though uneasy about the mission, the guide agrees to follow him. Back at the office, Professor Toddler struggles to find a mistake in his data. Puzzled by why the device glitches only when scanning Park, the professor's confusion is interrupted when a stranger suddenly bursts into the room. David bursts in, eager for a chance to see the legendary Dragon Knight up close. He presses the professor about Park's location, but is told that the guide, William, is currently handling everything. Disappointed by the news, David relents and places his hand on the scanner as the professor requested. He obeys, waiting with curious eyes. David watches in fascination as the device reveals his physical indicators, showing his raw power and agility to the amazed professor. The professor notes that David has already reached the strength limit for a rank C awakened. Although flattered, David admits he'd rather see 4-digit results, admitting he still has a long way to go through training. Just as the professor gets a sudden song yi of inspiration, David says his goodbyes. He heads out to continue his search for the Dragon Knight, leaving the office behind. The professor frantically hacks the system, attempting to bypass the known limit of 999 to see if he can unlock Park's true potential. But the result leaves him cursing in pure shock. Outside, a massive restrained monster hangs in chains, held by war machines as a black car passes by. William drives Park toward their destination while they pass the immobilized beast, which the company plans to purchase for research. They finally arrive at a military camp, where a massive portal glows with an intense blue light. William explains that this is a level 5 dungeon, a place currently infested with only 18 hours until it explodes. Suddenly, a video of a comedian plays on a screen, menacing a man. As William discusses the soldiers' profit-seeking aircraft battle, a massive wyvern in the distance. It's a world of constant combat, where dungeon invasions never cease. Suddenly, a desperate shout breaks the air. A downed helicopter plummets from the sky, crashing into the earth with a deafening boom. Broken blades spin off the wreckage and fly straight. William but Park Suho catches the massive metal pieces with one hand, freezing the chaos and leaving the man speechless. Someone screams out, demanding to know what just happened. William points toward the Lawrence Corporation's rank, a combat team, a specialized group assembled for this mission. He introduces the leader of the Phoenix Squad, Robert, a formidable man standing at the front.
Robert, captain of the 2nd Phoenix, greets him.
Despite the veteran squad's presence, Park Suho refuses all assistance, declaring he will face the dungeon entirely alone. He ignores their warnings and steps into the portal. Instantly enveloped by the radiance inside, he grumbles as his info window continues to glitch, failing to display his true status. He mutters that even B-rank monsters wouldn't pose a challenge to his energy, while outside, William calls out in vain. Park is already transformed into his golden eagle form, vanishing into the light and leaving a sigh from the stunned guide. Robert sees no point in following someone who rejects help, leaving the soldiers to murmur in frustration, feeling looked down upon. While the soldiers debate Park's recklessness, the group waits for the official mission to begin. Their tension is broken when a red SUV pulls up, and David steps out to wave at William. As the legendary warrior approaches the group, he asks Robert why he's lingering here instead of hunting locusts. Robert isn't impressed by David's presence, bluntly reminding the man that despite his ranking, he still has much to prove before the mission begins at the upcoming farewell party. William's eyes well up with tears as he explains to a laughing David that Park has already disappeared into a level 5 dungeon. Surprised by the news, William adds that Park moved so fast he couldn't even stop him. Terrified of the consequences, the young guide mutters that he'll likely be fired if anything happens to Park. Instead of fear, David bursts into sudden booming laughter, leaving William completely confused. David claims that reckless behavior is exactly what's expected from a Dragon Knight, but William persists, insisting that a level 5 dungeon is no joke. David simply waves him off with a joke about pink ice cream, promising to wait for news of Park's return. Then, David's laughter dies as he senses something strange. A soldier screams the impossible. Park's back. The soldiers watch in total shock as Park Suho emerges from the portal, calmly brushing dust off his uniform as if he hadn't just survived a nightmare. It seems completely impossible. Nearby, the military unit performs a final gear check before their own descent. The atmosphere is grim as the soldiers discuss how previous teams never returned and wonder if they'll be overrun by locusts next. With many fearing what happens if the rift opens while they are still trapped inside, the tension is thick for everyone, until one soldier pales, staring at the scene in disbelief. "Are you seeing this?" he stammers to his partner. The soldiers scramble to tell Robert, desperately shouting that Park has already returned. The leader stands frozen, incredulous, taking a moment to process the impossible news. Meanwhile, William rushes toward Park in joy, while David's voice booms, calling out to him as the Dragon Knight Park. Terror erupts as a massive fireboar, a colossal monster wreathed in flames, charges toward the camp. David's face contorts with fury upon recognizing the beast. This isn't just a monster, it's the pig that destroyed his favorite ice cream shop, and his rage is boiling over. Shouting that this will not stand, his fist begins to glow with a bright blue light. He slams his fist directly into the boar's skull. The force is massive, sending the monster flying backward into a scrambling crowd of soldiers. The soldiers watch in awe, amazed that this was the power they expected from David, the true living storm. Even Park can't help but smile at the impressive display. David approaches Park to finally introduce himself properly, confessing that he's been waiting for this moment since witnessing Park's overwhelming strength. The massive warrior asks if Park knows the secret to his physique, leaving Park simply curious. But David is clearly David reveals he saw a cave painting of Park training with giant bananas, inspired by that brotherly spirit. He started training with bananas too. Park can only stare, stunned by the absurdity. To prove his dedication, David shows a photo of his former self. Park pretends to understand while David explains how his time working on a banana farm gave him incredible strength, a thought that causes Park to remember that it's clear that even bananas had once saved David's life, creating an unexpected bond between the two warriors. In that moment, Park finds himself liking the man, especially as David questions if Park can truly defeat monsters using only muscle. Park simply grins, claiming that fighting without special abilities will be easy. Fired up, David challenges Park to a hand-to-hand combat test against monsters. Ignoring William's attempts to intervene, the two men charge through the portal, leaving the soldiers behind in stunned silence. Soon after, headlines explode across every newspaper. The news reports their incredible feat, even culminating in a knighthood for Park's story that leaves Miso and her boss completely stunned. While helicopters engage a colossal monster, a celebration breaks out nearby to mark the successful dungeon clear. Champagne glasses clink under a burst of fireworks as David, pumped up, tells Park that this is the best day ever, even surpassing the time he caught the tentacle shark. Park thanks him, adding that David's fists did a great job too. The mood shifts when David asks if Park met Sylvia in Russia, prompting a confused question from the survivor. David laughs, explaining she is a famous tamer who dropped everything just to see him, along with many others. Instead of ignoring him, dropped everything to see him. It seems many other tamers are just as eager to meet him. David explains it's because Park is a dragon knight, noting that no other tamer could ever tame a wyvern like him, but Park dismisses the hype, calling the feat actually pretty easy. The humor vanishes as David turns deadly serious, warning Park not to take the bait of a dangerous provocation. Even so, Park Suho remains clueless to the news about the man from his own country who has gone rogue elsewhere. The article describes the world's #1 fighter, but David knows the truth hidden behind that a reputation as a complete maniac and a cold-blooded killer. David recounts a battle where he suffered defeat, yet called it the greatest experience of his life. He can still recall the chilling moment of his loss. Hiro just laughed, claiming that only the strong have the right to survive. Arrogance is a fatal flaw in this world, and Hiro was more than happy to teach David that lesson the hard way. The consequences were devastating, leaving David broken and reeling from a brutal beating. It was truly terrifying. David explains that those who challenge Hiro often end up dead. Surrender won't even save you from his wrath. Park is stunned by such cruelty, while David warns him that no one truly knows why Hiro acts this way, so it is best to never provoke him. Meanwhile, rumors fly that Hiro attacked Park's own territory, claiming he was merely defending himself, leaving a shocked Park wondering if his land was actually under invasion. David remains lost in his own confusion, but the silence is shattered by a voice from within Park's guild. Park cuts the interruptions short, desperate for news, only to hear Junho's frantic report that Hiro had stormed in with a lethal ultimatum. Two of Park's loyal wolves on patrol were slaughtered on the spot. Fury boils inside him as he checks his status window, but a glitchy no-signal error means his alarms never went off. He wonders if the rest of his pack is trapped or dead. When he screams about the lack of response, a frantic voice reminds him of the terrifying reality. They are dealing with Hiro, the #1 fighter in the world. Even the world's strongest is losing his mind. Junho stares at the screen in terror, begging Park to come home immediately. Park Suho remains determined, swearing that once he returns, he'll push his training partners until they beg for death. However, David, listening in, doubts if he truly intends to return. David warns him that this may all be part of Hiro's plan, noting the top fighter's strange fixation on him. It's unheard of for a champion to mock a newcomer so openly, and David fears an accident might occur during the heat of a fight. Park dismisses the concern, simply asking William and Toddler to say their goodbyes before he leaves, leaving David to watch him depart with a heavy, worried silence. Park raises a hand, attempting to summon his wyvern, but nothing happens. He stands frozen. Puzzled, he stares at his empty palms, while a man whispers that he wanted to keep Park there longer, claiming he'll understand the reason later. Meanwhile, Park glares at his status window, waiting impatiently as the countdown finally ticks toward invasion. Suddenly, a portal rips open, and a wyvern emerges, shocking the gathered crowd. The professor watches the monitor, stunned by the display. He holds up a blue glowing stone, an artificial mineral fused from memory stones and arucumite. He realizes Park's powers mirror the superior elves, but touching the mineral caused a massive glitch that disabled his spatial skills for an entire day. The professor wonders if humanity is becoming too much like the elves, fearing the consequences. But as those thoughts linger, a phone rings in a high section of the base. David calls the director, who immediately asks if he is still with Park. After David departs with the data, the director orders his return to HQ, sensing an opportunity in Park's unique abilities. Meanwhile, the director calls the professor, demanding to know if the recent test on Park was a success. The professor confirms the results, but the director's smirk reveals a darker goal. If it worked on Park, it will work on the elves too. The professor warns that the elves are crucial allies, but the director's cold gaze says it all. No alliance is permanent when profit and power are at stake. The director snaps back at the professor, claiming rising crime and unstable alliances make the elves a threat that must be managed before they can be used. The professor realized that levels must soon reflect real power, a force that will require a way to control it. He hung up, fearing that Park's power reaching 8,000 might be enough to topple even a monster like Hero. While the professor worries Park is already flying on his wyvern, set on vengeance, he growls in fury, dead set on crushing the man who dared invade his land. Meanwhile, back at the guild, Han asks what is happening, but Junho can only respond with a heavy, worried sigh. Junho shows the others his phone, declaring they are screwed, and Monk asks what the hell is happening. They all freeze in horror at the sight of a message from Park. Special training for whoever committed the crime. As Han breaks down in tears, the guild realizes they are no match for the man who can crush C-rankers with ease. Jang! The public fallout is immediate and brutal. As Jang rants against the toxicity of the comments, Han insists his video was meant to expose the truth. Monk deflects the blame, frustrated by the mess, while Han snaps that the real issue was the Bureau's failure to intervene because of this chaos. Junho realizes the worst has happened. Park is furious, and his wrath will find them all. A mere apology is all the guild could offer. They stand stunned, realizing their words mean nothing as Zhang demands someone take responsibility for the invasion. But before they can react, Han's voice cracks with a new, terrifying realization. Hero has already fled the country, leaving the guild to face the consequences alone. As Monk prays for mercy, Zhang vows to take his anger straight to the Bureau. But Junho knows better. The Bureau will simply ignore them and leave them to suffer. With the guild's reputation in ruins and the public turning on them, Han reads a devastating headline from the US suggesting that Park's guild could seek protection in a superpower country. Junho agrees with the desperate sentiment. It isn't a lack of strength, but a failing nation that drives them to consider fleeing. Han wonders if they saw Hero's eyes, which held a terrifying promise. A bleeding Hero had issued a death sentence. If Park Suho isn't delivered within 10 days, everyone dies. The guild members were paralyzed by terror, realizing fighting back would have been suicide. While Gunwoo remains quiet in his room, they can only wait and hope for Park's return. Han believes Park Suho will eventually return to crush Hero to dust. Junho wants to take action before the Hero arrives, but Han doesn't understand the urgency. They begin scouring the farm area with metal detectors, searching for items they buried before the chaos. Suddenly, Junho's phone rings. On the other end, Miso thanks them for their cooperation during the dungeon exploration. But Junho remains cold, reminding her they have a contract, and Miso hopes there's no lingering resentment toward the government. Junho suggests they head toward the animal farm, but Han is quick to refuse. Junho doesn't trust the government, fearing they've been monitoring them through bugs, while Han maintains that Miso has always been on their side. Han thinks they're being cautious. They arrive at a farm teeming with life, from wolves to massive rabbits. Below them, a giant bear and a black rabbit are locked in a brutal fight. As they watch the animals, Junho wonders where Park Suho has gone, suspecting his presence is already close to home. Park's incredible taming skills have only grown during his long journey. Han notices something odd as two monkeys stare back at them from a tree. It's impossible. The realization hits them in shock as news flashes that Park is attacking a city, accompanied by a wyvern flying overhead in terror. Park descends on a wyvern, causing citizens to flee in terror at the sight of the legendary Dragon Knight. The live stream explodes with outrage as viewers brand him an attacker instead of a hero. Park roars a challenge to Hero, his fury clear as Junho and Han watch the chaos unfold in shock. Viewers in the chat are stunned by his thirst for revenge, even as news labels him an illegal intruder. The Federation of Awaken's criminal task force has arrived, led by a team of uniformed agents. And at the front walks Saseki, ready to face the man who has disrupted the city. With tanks and drones mobilizing, the scale of this confrontation grows, leaving Han to wonder if Park has truly gone too far. A combat satellite locks onto the Wyvern's position, tracking the target with deadly precision. In the silence of the Ministry of Defense Operations Center, officials watch the monitors with bated breath. Tension reaches a breaking point as the vice commander informs the Minister of Defense of their plan to recruit Park. As the military mobilizes, Saseki, a police officer, makes his approach toward the landing site. Crowds erupt in excitement as the massive presence of Park Suho draws every eye. Park is demanding Hiro's presence when Saseki interrupts his call, demanding an audience. He marches straight toward him. Saseki declares Park is under arrest for trespassing and public disorder, but Park only cares about finding Hiro. The officer demands Park surrender from his wyvern, only to be met with disdainful silence. "If you aren't Hiro, get out of my way," Park retorts. Saseki warns that his restraints will tighten, but Park remains unmoved as the officer lunges in for a forced arrest. Broadcasters expect a quick takedown, but the reality is far different. Park delivers a devastating punch that shatters his binds and sends Saseki skyrocketing. The crowd watches in terror as Saseki falls, landing hard on his back, but the officer desperately attempts to trigger another trap. Even then, the wyvern's roar and Park's overwhelming strength leave the officer bloodied and paralyzed with fear. Saseki realizes he is facing something truly beyond his control. Saseki barely avoids a crushed face, thanks to a last-second debuff. After Park tells him to get lost, the officer lunges again, threatening him with assault charges while Park looks on with pure disgust. Desperate and yelling a final curse, Saseki leaps forward with a knife aimed at Park's heart, but Park is already ahead of him, raising a hand to unleash a swirling air whirlwind that catches Saseki completely off guard. The cheers of the crowd instantly vanish, replaced by a suffocating, paralyzing silence of pure terror. Watching the chaos from a command center, top military officials can only stare at their screens in disbelief.
Watch the monitors in total disbelief as the wind tosses Saseki around mercilessly.
Hard into a building corner until it shatters. He is then hurled through the windows of the adjacent building, broken and battered. In the command room, horror turns to shock as Junho and Han witness the absolute destruction of Saseki. Park continues his assault, demanding Hiro face him, while his wyvern exhales a pillar of fire to repel the soldiers. Officials consider recruiting Park, as the world watches Saseki being tossed around like a rag doll.
The Secretary of Defense decides Park is a far more valuable asset than Hiro, eyeing him for recruitment instead of arrest.
But Park's ultimatum is clear. If they don't bring Hiro out, he'll burn everything for a kilometer, causing terror grips the crowd, and panic begins to erupt. As tension mounts, the officials scramble to decide how to handle the situation, leaving the military to prepare a response. Suddenly, a voice commands Park to stop, forcing him to turn toward a new challenger. A large man in uniform stands, staring him down without a hint of fear. Even though Park's scans reveal he is just an ordinary person, the man remains undeterred. Even as the wyvern lets out a threatening blast of fire, the man stands his ground and introduces himself as Messi from the police department. Park refuses to yield, stating he will only stop if they bring Hiro out, demanding a 30-minute deadline. But Messi's expression remains steady when he reveals that Hiro is currently unavailable. The reason is simple. Hiro is trapped inside a level 7 dungeon on a hunt, and they have no way of tracking him. Even worse, Messi explains that it will take at least 10 days for Hiro to emerge. 10 days for a level 7 dungeon is a long wait, but Park Suho is determined to return when Hiro finally emerges. Even so, Messi warns that Park will eventually have to pay for the chaos he caused today. Park scoffs at the warning, letting out a sarcastic laugh. He calls their theft of local wildlife cheap, while Messi simply promises to pass the message along. As the wyvern soars away, fearful citizens watch the hero disappear into the sky. Back at headquarters, officials argue that letting Park escape could result in global humiliation. However, a minister counters that engaging an awakened like Park with the entire military would be a catastrophic escalation. He reminds them that Park did promise to return, so the air fleet should follow him. While flying home, Park spots something unexpected, a massive dark portal opening on the ground below. He wonders if this is the gateway to planet Kuchan. Headlines are already exploding with claims that Park has declared war on Hiro, prompting his guild members to celebrate his sheer audacity. The news reports that Saseki was sent to the hospital with a concussion, and the government treats the incident as a direct attack. They demand Park's extradition, or they will declare war, while ministers scramble in an emergency meeting without a single official word. Public opinion is split between calling for his arrest and defending him because of Hiro's actions, leaving many terrified that global war is imminent. Han worries about the fallout, while an excited Junho jokingly suggests they flee to the US before things boil over. Zhang suggests they save the heavy discussions for when Park finally makes it back to the guild. A sudden blue glow floods the room, signaling a change in the air. Gunwoo's voice rings out that Uncle is back, and the tension spikes instantly. Park, fueled by fury, demands to know who is responsible for this mess. When the trainees admit they were just drinking, he storms into the office. Park Suho's mere presence is enough to crush the room's atmosphere. Junho identifies him as the returning brother, but the mood remains grim. His eyes glow an intense, terrifying blue as he demands answers for their laziness. Panic erupts as the trainees scramble, diving through windows to escape his wrath. While high in the mountains, a different kind of chaos is unfolding during a heated meeting. The ministers are at each other's throats, blaming Park or Hiro for the growing crisis. The argument is cut short when a man in a black suit announces that the president has arrived, and a tense silence falls over the table as the president takes his seat. He demands to know the connection between Park and Hiro, but the officials are unable to provide a single clear explanation. The tension rises as the bureau discusses why someone would target Park Suho. One theory suggests it is simple jealousy from Hiro over Park's skyrocketing international popularity. The president turns to his defense secretary, asking bluntly if the nation could survive an all-out war. The answer is grim. Without a decade of preparation, they stand no chance. Consequently, the president demands they hand Park over to avoid certain destruction. The Minister of Defense pales at the suggestion, while others murmur that the nation's safety must outweigh any single individual safety. But the bureau head raises a hand, suggesting a second, more likely theory that leaves the president stunned. If the threat of war was merely a setup to seize Park, the president realizes the danger is far more calculated than anticipated. With international tensions mounting, the bureau chief makes it clear the government cannot afford to lose Park. The president questions if Park's strength truly justifies this chaos, especially since he hasn't even returned like Hiro. The chief explains that Park is simply in a league of his own. Nations are willing to risk global conflict just to claim the unique power he holds. Park is on the verge of mastering all the elements of the High Elves, granting him magic on a regional scale. The agriculture minister realizes this could mean instant, endless harvests. And for the bureau chief, it confirms everything. Park is now a prize. While Miso works to turn the country into a global breadbasket, the bureau chief trusts her to manage the growing political mess. Meanwhile, near a level 3 Locust dungeon, Han, Park Suho, and Jang collapse onto the ground after falling from a portal. Han can't take it and faceplants right beside them. Monk suddenly lands on top of the pile, much to the fury of Park Suho, who is training the group. He demands they stand up, but they have 10 more rounds of training to complete. Park Suho doesn't even move, snoring loudly until a call from his grandma breaks the tension. After a quick chat with his grandma, Park answers a call from Miso regarding the rising national tension. She explains that while the public reaction is serious, a plan is being drafted. Park looks at the exhausted boys and decides that the best way to settle this is to face everyone face to face. Later, atop the guild house, Miso sits under a massive growing tree. She introduces Max, the head of the SPFC branch, to the group. Max greets Park with immense respect, but Park quickly moves to the heart of the matter. Max explains that Hiro has already issued a challenge, claiming he won't even need to fight for real to win. Park is stunned by the arrogance, questioning if the hero actually spoke those words. But Max clarifies the real motive. This is all about money. A massive fortune is on the line, potentially preventing a war and making Park rich in a single stroke. Yet, Park can't forget David's warning that Hiro is nothing more than a psychopath. Recognizing the danger, Miso decides to pull Park aside for a private discussion, leaving Max to wish them luck with the inevitable chaos. But Park just shrugged, claiming he didn't care about Hiro's schemes. He was just looking for a beating since it wasn't illegal. He agreed to the duel, even accepting Miso's suggestion to donate the prize money to Hiro's country for political leverage. Park liked the idea of using the fight for a greater purpose. Miso smiled at his pragmatism, but then she handed him an official document from the government. She explained that high-level guilds are invited to gather annually, a tradition Park found confusing. He questioned why they were being invited when his guild hadn't reached level 6 yet, but Miso reveals their guild is officially level 6, granting them autonomous rights over an entire working district. Park insisted the decision was final, noting the government's intent to build a new city on their terms. Junho worried they were being lured into a trap, but Park planned to treat the territory like a demilitarized zone, expanding the farm slowly. Han just grumbled, wishing they could take the cash and move to the States instead. Park snaps back, explaining his plan to turn the new territory into an official headquarters divided into distinct sectors. Zhang notes that every sector will eventually need a mayor. Han gets incredibly excited by the prospect of being a lord, imagining a life of immense luxury and power, but the fantasy is cut short. As Park reminds them, they can't even defend their own house, let alone rule a kingdom. As mealtime ends, Park demands they return to their grueling training session. Suddenly, Han fakes a stomachache, desperately trying to dodge the upcoming workout. Park's patience is about to snap, but Yang interrupts the chaos with a bombshell headline from the news. Hero has emerged from the dungeon, having cleared the level 7 gates in record time. The news isn't just about the dungeon, it's Hero's defiant response to Park's taunt. "I'll teach you some manners." The world is now fixated on the collision course between these two titans. The group stares in disbelief at the massive $240 million bet, realizing Monk's math means they'll never see that much cash even in 100 lifetimes. Shock turns to confusion, as another headline reveals Park Suho donated the entire sum to a foreign nation, a move Han thinks is madness. Just as the group begins to argue over the logic of his charity, Park Suho appears behind them, chillingly asking what they are doing there. Back at the capital, the bureau chief tells the president that adjusting the funds will be easy because even a split of $5 billion each is more than enough to keep the peace. By signing an agreement to donate his prize to national funds, the bureau successfully silences the rumors of war. Meanwhile, Park flies his wyvern toward his new territory, recalling Miso's words about an old HQ building hidden among the ruins. As the wind rushes past, workers marvel at the sheer size and power of the wyvern. The legendary beast steps through the portal, bringing Park down to earth. Miso greets him, and Park looks out over his new domain, thinking about how much he wants to plant trees in this land. Park spreads his arms, activating his skill as a radiant glow begins to multiply from hundreds of glowing fireflies. Miso explains to the awestruck workers that this is how he marks his territory. Meanwhile, a reporter named Sidekick begins a livestream, drawing in martial arts fans. The crew finds Hero's team outside a level 7 dungeon, where Hero admits he has no time to prepare for the coming chaos. But the headlines tell a different story, suggesting Hero sees no need to prepare for Park Suho. Meanwhile, Park's team is just trying to eat, enduring complaints from Junho and the bluntness of Monk and Jang. Suddenly, Sidekick, a reporter looking for a scoop, interrupts their meal to demand an interview with the walking joke. Han dismisses him, suggesting the reporter find Park among the trees. He's apparently obsessed with planting. Public opinion turns sour as rumors spread that Park is just a gardener hiding from the inevitable loss to Hero. Meanwhile, in a quiet office, Akiko stares at her monitor, as she nervously tries new combinations to bypass an access denied notice on the Bureau's private database. Finally, the screen flashes access granted, and she smiles, having finally cracked the mystery of the protagonist. But her smile vanishes when she reads the truth. Park Suho survived for 1,000 years in exile. While betting experts place 85% odds on Hero's victory, the world remains oblivious to the reality that the DGB is already sending construction crews to secure Park's new, wolf-infested territory. Hero contemplates killing Park Suho if he fails to show for the fight, but Akiko warns that the task won't be so simple. The truth is even more staggering. Park Suho returned after a 1,000-year exile on another world. Hero questions if he survived using a regression stone, but Akiko doubts that's the secret, but rather a strange time dilation. She explains that Park spent 10 years on a planet where time moves twice as fast, a concept Hero's 500 years of regression can finally grasp. This explains why they never crossed paths. If time wasn't the key, then perhaps he found eternal youth. Akiko mentions a legendary item called the Red Divine Peach, leaving Hero to wonder about its power.
Akiko continues,
explaining that this divine fruit appears once every 1,000 years and grants eternal youth. It's a miracle that makes Hero even more interested in the man who survived a millennium without a regression stone. Even as the girl worries about Park Suho's unnatural longevity, Hero declares that no matter who the opponent is, he will never stand in his way. As news headlines blast Park Suho's absence on the day of the duel, we shift to his new lands. On his new land, Park Suho watches as apples begin to ripen on the branches, while Han waits nearby. Park Suho claims the apple trees have had enough, but Han insists that time is running out. Yet, the protagonist simply refuses to listen. Park Suho quickly dismisses the urgency of the hour, preoccupied with his new life as a farmer, while Han begs him to just get going. Suddenly, a portal rips open behind him, and his combat uniform emerges from the rift. A giant wyvern steps through the portal, sending Han tumbling backward in terror. Park Suho warns his team that he will return soon, but there will be no mercy if they slack off while he's away. Han can only scratch his head in confusion as the wyvern takes off, carries into the vast sunset sky. Watching him disappear, Han stands in shock, unable to believe the man spent his time planting trees instead of worrying about the upcoming fight against a champion. Han grins as he deploys drones, already planning the perfect opening clip for his followers. Meanwhile, the stadium is buzzing with the voices of commentators echoing through the air. The countdown has begun, with only 3 hours remaining until the fight. The crowd is. Audience is brimming with anticipation, wondering why Park has skipped the showdown and debating if a rookie can truly challenge the reigning champion. Nearby, Hiro and Akiko watch from a luxury waiting room where Akiko mentions Park's recent land expansion. Hiro smiles at the news, finding the news of the protagonist's new territory entirely expected. Hiro knows exactly how this could end in disaster, recalling the nightmare of the first level 7 dungeon. When Job opened, the combat team was wiped out, leaving the nation's defenders and its coastline completely vulnerable to the monster onslaught. The resulting explosions burned the land to ash, and as the monsters overran the continent, the invasion toppled the country. Believing Park is merely an arrogant man playing politics, Hiro wishes him luck against such a tragedy. With only 7 minutes remaining, the commentator warns that Park faces disqualification for his tardiness. Suddenly, a terrifying wind sweeps through the stadium, and the crowd looks to the sky in terror, wondering if a monster has arrived. The stadium explodes in cheers as the protagonist arrives against all odds, mounted upon a massive wyvern. Miso watches the broadcast in silence, while the commentator marvels at Park's last-minute appearance. In the command center, soldiers roar for him to win, watching the Dragon Knights circle the arena. Among them, Choi watches the screen, muttering his name softly. Park Suho leaps from the massive wyvern, grounding himself before the eyes of the world. Without a word, the beast growls and steps into a portal, disappearing before everyone. Left alone in the center, Park looks around and demands to know where Hiro is. The stadium roars as the crowd chants Hiro's name in unison. High above, Hiro hears the fervor and tells Akiko he is stepping into the fray. Akiko grabs his hand, desperate to stop him, but he only offers a confident smile. Suddenly, strange white flakes begin falling upon Park Suho as a bird flies overhead through the haze. Park looks up just as the commentator screams, "Hiro has." The long-haired champion descends from the sky, smashing into the arena floor with massive force. The crowd erupts for their hero, yet Park Suho remains completely unfazed and calm as Park Suho asks if this is really Hiro, but Hiro only aims to kill him and asks if he was a survivor of the apocalypse. Park is completely lost, pushing back with a question about which apocalypse Hiro is talking about. Hiro's patience snaps at the confusion, and his suspicion turns to outright aggression. Hiro demands to know if there is still a regression stone and how many years you can regress. Park remains genuinely baffled, having no idea what kind of stone the hero is referring to. Up in the broadcast booth, the commentators watch the heated exchange with growing curiosity. The first commentator suggests they'd better listen closely, and they order a broadcast drone. Closer to the fight, 3 drones descend toward the arena as Hiro activates a deadly skill, challenging Park if he feels like he owns the world after returning from the past. Park's confusion deepens, wondering how he could have ever come from the past. Then, 2 blades suddenly materialize in Hiro's hands. Declaring that Park is asking for this, Hiro lunges forward with a lethal swing, intent on forcing the truth out of him. The commentator's voice reaches a fever pitch as Hiro launches his strike, but the world seems to freeze in shock as Park's fist slams into Hiro's face, sending Hiro crashing into the arena floor with enough force to leave a crater. A stunned silence grips the stadium as Park walks calmly toward the wreckage. The commentator screams, certain that Hiro is broken and finished. But Hiro isn't finished. He merely calls Park a lunatic and demands he get up. Defying the crowd's expectation, Hiro opens his eyes and slowly pushes himself up. The commentator erupts in excitement as Hiro stands once more, leaving the entire stadium in a state of shock. Hiro struggles to his feet amidst the deafening cheers, staring at his blood in confusion. Park simply tells him that he needs to learn a lesson in humility. He simply stands there. Enraged, Hiro lunges forward with a scream, but his fury is instantly met by a sudden devastating punch to the face. Hiro freezes, completely unable to track Park's blinding speed. The next hit slams straight into his stomach, sending Hiro flying once more. Park immediately unleashes his power, trapping the fighter in a swirling vortex of wind and fireflies. As the spell fully charges, Hiro is launched high into the air, swallowed by a massive roaring vortex of wind and water. Park leaps high, unleashing the fire fairy stream as he descends toward his target, engulfing the arena in a blinding flash. The terrified crowd begins to, while onlookers cower in shock, Park reaches down to lift Hiro's limp body up by the neck. The arena is consumed by smoke and flame, leaving the commentators struggling to describe the utter destruction. It isn't just a defeat, it's total annihilation. As spectators scream in terror, the silence from the commentary booth speaks volumes of the horror unfolding below. The commentator gasps that Hero looks dead, but Park knows better because he can see the man's health bar. He knows his rival is still clinging to life, despite the devastating impact of the attack. Looking directly into those eyes, Park demands to know why he is being hunted. Hero reveals his only goal is to kill Park. Hero growls that he only wants to kill him, leaving Park wondering what could have driven him to this. But the fury in Hero's eyes is only the beginning. Hero's face twists into something monstrous, his hatred fueling a twisted 500-year plan that Park is now ruining. With a whispered monster break, Hero undergoes a terrifying transformation, claiming he must save Earth through this madness. The transformation completes as Hero unleashes a divine rage that rips space apart and hurls Park backward. The sheer energy shatters the stadium's glass into thousands of lethal shards, raining down upon. Red lightning slices through the wreckage, splits the sky, tearing through the ceiling while officials watch the destruction in the tense control room. Officials realize too late that the potion used to restore Hero was a dangerous mistake. But it's no longer Hero, it's a colossal beast with massive horns and a huge tail, a transformation likely fueled by dark secrets from the planet Kuchen. As the dust settles, smoke blankets the wreckage. The stadium is a graveyard of screams and debris, leaving many dead and many more trapped. Even in the waiting room, the glass shatters, wounding those nearby. In the arena, Hero, now a complete monster, snarls that it's time for the final blow. The wrath of God. He had intended to save this devastating power for an 8th-level boss, but now he unleashes it on one man. Suddenly, the beast freezes as a sound catches its attention. Under the mountain of rubble, Park Suho emerges. Hero, now a mindless beast, stares in disbelief as Park Suho walks toward him, bathed in a radiant green light. With a furious grin, Park mocks the monster, clearly impressed that it actually survived the wrath of God. He taunts the creature, telling it he can transform just as easily, fueling the tension between them. Rage and fear ignite in Hero's eyes as he screams, demanding to know which regression item granted Park such strength. But Park remains unfazed, claiming he has no idea what Hero is talking about, for there is no regression item, only a skill called Forest's Blessing. Hero roars in pure disbelief, unable to comprehend how a mere skill could outmatch a legendary elixir. Park simply smiles, explaining that the skill acts like an elixir-level power that restores all vitality and mana in a mere 5 seconds. This revelation sends Hero into a complete frenzy, screaming at the man who is actually smiling at him. Enraged by the mockery, Hero snarls, demanding to know if Park thinks this whole battle is some kind of joke. The U-rank hybrid monster lunges, catching Park off guard and slamming him with a massive tail. Hero screams that the entire world has died because of him, raining down a relentless barrage of punches that fail to even graze Park's skin. Plan that Hero worked so hard to achieve. Planet's destruction was his fault too, Park asks coldly. He effortlessly deflects the chaos, summoning a green barrier to shield himself against the storm. Driven by fury, Hero grips a mysterious purple stone tight, and a violet light erupts, surging through his monstrous form. He screams in rage, demanding to know how someone like Park dares to look down on him. Lost in the chaos, Hero's mind drifts to a childhood memory of a superhero movie. He remembers the children cheering as the hero on the screen landed, but the joy turned to gasps when that hero fell to his knees. Bleeding as the screen showed a world in flames, the narrator spoke of a soul stone, a tool meant to save loved ones. But Hero didn't cry. He smiled, believing a single hero's sacrifice was worth the world's memory. The force of the blow sends the transformed hero skidding through the dirt, coughing up blood as he struggles to stay upright. Disbelief consumes him. Even in this monstrous state, he realizes Park possesses no sign of regression magic. It is a terrifying, unexplainable strength. Park strikes again, dismissing Hero's confused mutterings, while prepared to deliver a final lesson in wisdom. Yet the monster is only feigning resistance, desperately praying that Park keeps talking while his purple stone nears completion. Park activates his reality ability, his skin erupting in blue light and black veins, and his human limb shifts into a massive, terrifying beast paw. With a strike from that heavy paw, Hero is sent crashing through a wall, landing in the middle of a crowd that stares at him with nothing but disgust. They see only a monster. Hero's hair turns white from the impact, and he realizes blood drips from his eye as he looks toward the sky, where Park, in the form of an eagle, descends. In that moment, Hero finally understands the terrifying truth. He isn't fighting just another human. Park Suho is something far beyond. Dropping to his knees, Park asks if Hero can finally see reality for what it is. Losing all patience, Park Suho delivers a final warning. If Hero ever sets foot in his territory again, he won't survive the encounter. Hero whispers a hateful command through blood-red eyes, But the eagle form protagonist isn't finished yet. Park Soo-ho shot back with a stinging insult, calling Hiro a delusional idiot whose obsession with the past has robbed him of a future. The words hit Hiro like a physical blow. The commentator noted that, even in his unconscious state, Hiro seemed to hear the truth as Park Soo-ho in his eagle form soared away. Meanwhile, Choi watched the entire fight, clenching her fists in frustration. A single piercing question echoed in her mind: why? She couldn't forget the hospital when she had begged him to fight alongside her. But he had only looked at her with pity, claiming their strengths were too unbalanced, and someone would inevitably get hurt. The memory only fuels her rage, especially as she remembers him walking away from her without a second thought. She leaves the room, muttering under her breath about his nonsense. The world remained in shock. Everywhere, news headlines scream of Park Soo-ho's overwhelming victory. A nightmare jolts Hiro awake in a cold sweat, filled with the image of a beastly Park warning him that he has no future. Waking in isolation, Hiro scrolls through endless headlines about Park's victory and the lawsuits facing the ex-champion, feeling nothing but hypocrisy from the world. Just then, Akiko walks in, relieved to find him conscious. After a heavy sigh, Hiro asks for solitude, and Akiko leaves, taking his phone to protect him from the toxicity. Left alone, Hiro stares at the door for a long moment before walking to the window to face a mob outside. They demand an apology, proving that despite everything he gives, people never change. Frustrated, he glares at his status window, seeing that his attempt to copy Park's power was interrupted. He curses his failure, knowing that if he had held on just a moment longer, he could have stolen the protagonist's strength completely. With a dark look, he reaches out his hand, and the dreaded regression stone appears. With the regression stone in hand, Hiro sees a path to rewrite history, and his only goal is to eliminate Park once and for all. He plans to level up the stone, but his dark contemplations are shattered when three men enter without knocking. Three men walk in, and Hiro greets the leader, who asks if he is alright, but Hiro's bitterness turns to confusion as he demands to know why they are there. It is not a simple social call, as the Bureau has sent agents to take him into custody. He insists he received no notice, but the man simply shrugs, stating his only job is to escort him. The other agents claim they were also called, but as a heavy silence falls, Hiro realizes the truth. Because the agents avoid his gaze, signaling that this investigation is far from a simple ceremony. Hiro stares at the men in front of him and tells them to wait outside. He needs to get ready. The hooded man nods and leaves with the others, while the tallest agent mutters about having two more waiting outside. It's too late for caution. The third man sighs, admitting that Hiro has already figured out the truth. Hiro's expression shifts as a dark smile. In an instant, Hiro asks if they really think they stand a chance against him. The agents attempt to insist it is just a simple investigation, but Hiro's sneer only deepens. They freeze in silence, and Hiro realizes the Bureau must have recorded his battle with Park. He throws the question right at them. Are they actually after his regression stone? Hiro wonders if they're just here to torture him, while a hooded man stammers, denying any such intent. Instead, the agent brings up the missing loot, demanding why he won't use it to help the people. Infuriated by the accusation, Hiro's eyes burn red as he unleashes a violent surge of energy, sprouting horns as he undergoes a monstrous transformation. Outside the room, the guards see a blinding light, and then an explosion blasts them backward along with the door. Through the smoke, the carnage is revealed. Now, a true monster, Hiro has impaled the tall agent with his tail and lifts the other by the throat, growling a question of his own strength. The monster makes it clear he will snap the neck of anyone who dares step closer, even as the hooded man begs for him to remember his title as captain. Snarled that he has no right to that title anymore, demanding to know who gave the order for this interrogation. It was the commissioner. The man stammered. Tucker, the head of the Supernatural Bureau, is only interested in bloodlines. Tucker was simply waiting for Hiro to fail so he could strike, using the death of 9 during the 7th level raid to claim Hiro was hiding items and skills to the commissioner. These were lies meant to justify an investigation into what else Hiro might be hiding. The man repeats Tucker's intent to launch a full investigation, but the beast only laughs at the accusation. It is nothing but greed. Hiro spits, convinced the commissioner only wants the loot for himself. As the man hesitates, he can only think of Tucker's empty promises of loyalty. Hiro's laughter is hollow, fueled by the bitter knowledge that he has seen this world break 25 times before. He dreams of rebuilding civilization, but even a god cannot conquer human greed. Fuming at the corruption, Hiro demands to know if Akiko, his information broker companion, is aware of the truth. The hooded agent cowers, too terrified to answer the monster standing over him. With no way out, the man mumbles a confession that Akiko knows everything. Rage takes over. and Hiro crushes the man's throat, silencing his last attempt to reveal his title. The resulting explosion obliterates the entire room. Obliterates everything. Amidst the news of Hiro's violent escape, the world is left reeling. Meanwhile, at the Supernatural Bureau, Tucker watches the destruction from his window, growling with contempt. He dismisses the chaos, calling Hiro an ungrateful bastard who will never understand that strangers only aim to stab you in the back. And so, the boy is taken in. Tucker decides to twist the narrative, branding Hiro as a spy planted by a foreign power to cover his own tracks. He plans to use this lie to purge the old guard and install a new controllable generation of heroes. The commissioner's voice booms through his office, demanding his assistant act immediately. With orders to hit every news network, a press conference is set to expose Hiro in just 2 hours. While the clock ticks down, headlines are already obsessed with the aftermath, tracking every movement related to the battle. As the world waits for the next move, Han is glued to his screen, mesmerized by the global fame swirling around Park's name. The news takes a dark turn as an anchor reports Tucker's bombshell accusation. Hiro is a spy responsible for a terrorist attack. As the government attempts to defend itself, Han feels a sudden chill settle in his bones. The realization that Hiro has vanished, despite being nearly dead, leaves him paralyzed with dread. Terrified of what happens if Hiro returns while Park is away, Han bolts from his office to find his friend. Han tears through the forest, grumbling about how Park Suho always vanishes when things get messy. Suddenly, blue, lightning bolts begin to streak across the sky, and an eerie fear creeps up Han's spine. The scene feels way too familiar. Then a massive bolt strikes the ground, and screams echo from deep in the woods as workers burst from the trees, screaming at Han to run. Seeing the panic, Han knows that Lunatic is already there. Keeps repeating to himself that the madman is back as Han pushes through the crowd and runs straight into Yang. They stare at each other, both shocked and breathless, and desperately tells Yang what he's seen, saying that the crazy hero is back, but Yang only frowns, mentioning a report of a nearby portal. He's going to check it out. Han repeats the word portal in confusion, while Zhang nods as they watch lightning slam repeatedly into the earth. A crimson sphere begins to coalesce within the lightning storm, leaving the group paralyzed by dread as Han swallows hard, and whispers that the sight of the portal is absolutely terrifying. A soldier arrives with news that a level 7 portal will explode in only 42 days. Choi and Junho realize how little time they have before a catastrophe unfolds. The group panics. With too many people and a ticking clock, Junho worries they haven't even vetted their newest hires. A rupture here would be a death sentence. Only Monk remains calm, insisting they must clear the gate before disaster strikes. He wonders if Park Suho will let this tragedy occur. Jiang sighs, noting they need to survive first, while Han trembles at the thought of walking into that hell. He knows he's just a pathetic rank E. And Yang feels the same. Amidst the fear, Jiang grumbles, wondering where Park is when they need him most. Han, Monk, and Yang head off to scout the area, splitting up to cover more ground. The group spreads out into the darkness, but none of them notice the tiny ferret right in the middle of them all. It looks just like Park, and sensing the little creature's gaze, the group turns. Park speaks from his ferret form, asking why they'd chosen this territory in the first place. Junho explains they were blinded by the chance to manage the 13th district. Han admits he was seduced by the idea of a manager title, but Park cuts them off. The real reason for choosing this spot is that the land is actually a massive hunting ground. The boys freeze, realizing the true scale of what they've entered. The ferret explains the choice is obvious and invites them to feel the raw wildness of the land for themselves. Monk closes his eyes and breathes in the wild air with a smile. As a ferret, Park Suho tells them a massive prize awaits, but Han is too focused on their current low levels to care. The prey is right there, stretching its neck out to be caught, but they are still hesitant. He warns them that if they keep this up, they'll spend forever fleeing back to the miserable lives they once led. These words cut deep. As the truth hits Monk, Park asks if they truly want to return to the way things were. They all shout their refusal in unison. Eager to prove themselves, Han readies himself for the dungeon while Monk prepares to scout. Suddenly, the ferret begins to glow with a brilliant blue light, and everyone freezes in place as Park's human form emerges from the light. Smiling, he warns them that this first level 7 dungeon, more time to prepare for the chaos ahead. The group switches gears to prepare, realizing they'll need organization and supplies before the real fight begins. Park assigns Yang and Monk to lead the first scout to oversee the rookies. Everyone shouted back excitedly, and rushes off to prepare. Han grumbles that his name isn't on the official roster for the first level 7 raid, but Park's reveal that he's joining the team fails to cheer him up. Park steps toward the dungeon entrance and announces the raid is starting now. Han tries to beg him to ignores him walking boldly through the portal with no other option. No other choice. The others file in after him, with Han running in last. Junho asks if diving straight into a level 7 is safe, but Monk just shrugs. Park and Jang are already through, glowing with a faint pink light as Han yells for them to wait. On the other side of the portal, their silhouettes emerge. Park steps out first, his eyes narrowing as he scans the dangerous terrain ahead. Everything changes when a skeletal monster leaps from the shadows, reaching out a bony hand. Han is so paralyzed with terror that all he can manage is an incomprehensible scream. An info screen flashes a chilling warning. They have just entered the lands of the undead. As news of this first level 7 dungeon spreads, panic erupts worldwide, leaving airports packed with desperate people fleeing the chaos. While high-ranking officials argue over the risk of the mission, Park's group has already stepped into the danger zone. Park stands at the center of it all. Inside the monitoring room, officials debate why Park has chosen to bring such low-ranked individuals into the fray. They note that Han's video memory skill might at least leave behind a record for the next teams. The digital age has already made the raids of level 7 dungeons a global sensation, with footage flooding the internet.